that. And Seth Hammaker won the showdown in a great ride. First win in 4 years for Seth Rowe. And we'll talk to the Monster Energy Pro Circuit rider as well about that. And Jason Thomas, of course, will call in later on. I'm going to tell you about the LCQ points and raffle going on in Denver. We got future headlines, Race Tech Rant, X-Brand Tear-Offs. We have a I Don't Know Man segment, motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. Yeah, lots going on, man. So thanks for watching and listening if you're on the YouTube or on any podcast app. I want to thank motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Renthal, Acerbis, Firepower, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, Cardo Systems, OGO Power Sports, Renegade, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, Works Connection, MotorcycleRaceJobs.com, WUSA, Get Data, Fox Factory Vehicles, Weisco Piston, MTX Braking, Luxon, Factory Chassis Parts, Ethica, and Troll Training. Codes to save with those are on PulpMXShow.com. Use the codes. Help us out. That would be fantastic. And if you're in the market for any of these things, there's lots of codes to save. And we appreciate you guys watching and listening. Justin Cooper, Seth Hammaker. And in studio here, this man is retired life right now, but still trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's a regular co-host once a month here, and went on a mountain bike ride with him today. Really hung out with him, really bonded. I think he may be moving to Las Vegas. We'll touch on base on that. Filthy Phil Nicoletti. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Good, Steven.
Thanks for coming in.
Happy to be here.
Happy to be here.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Beautiful
He
Vegas.
looks happy.
You look happy.
Yeah, green scenery.
Yeah.
Can't get any better.
Also in studio here, really happy to have him back in. He was in about a month or two ago. And AMA Supercross champion, AMA Motocross champion, Dis Nations champion, God knows what else. Loretta's champion.
Doing all of it.
Jeff Emig, what's up, Fro? How are you, buddy?
I'm great.
Yeah, thanks for coming
nice,
in.
easy drive up today.
Yeah.
Knocked out a phone call with a friend
Listen,
and watched some Supercross, and next thing I know, I'm in Las Vegas.
Last time you were in, people dug it. People really liked
good,
it, so it was
good.
cool.
I'm
yeah.
glad.
We got a little bit
on with Phil. It's got some things to talk about tonight.
We
so
do. There was some TV drama. I don't know if you guys heard. So we'll dive into that a little bit.
I wonder if there's a TV guy that can help
there-
dive into that today.
Do you think?
I don't know what you're talking about. Is there something?
Do you think there's anybody who did
Maybe
TV?
you can tell us some inner workings, you know?
Lots to get into tonight. Again, don't forget live shows. Phil, we had our live show in Indiana on Friday night. It was a blast, and we got one in Seattle coming in too. So
a couple too many CLs.
you
from the
you were a
fans.
little you
Yeah.
were a little
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
He was a little lubricated.
I had 4 beers before I went up on stage.
Yeah,
I had
but
a
then you're in
couple
the
of
zone.
dinner-
Were you able to manage it, or did it go like?
I was good. We need to make him like 18 and up though.
Because of the swearing with the children.
Yeah, and you got the kids there. Like it's got to be kind of a comedy show too, a little bit. I mean, talking shit or whatever. But then you got an 8-year-old in there, and it's just like, hey.
I could tell you were a little tuned up because we've had you so many times before, but you've been racing, so you can't.
Yeah.
I could tell you were a little tuned up when we came up with a discussion. Phil would not go to Paris Supercross for $10,000. That's not enough money for him.
When was this?
Just if hypothetically speaking, about $10,000 is what they would pay for.
Wait another year or so, and you'll be like, hey. I'm available.
Fucking back me up here, dude.
Okay.
Well, it's Jeff Emig. Do you think you should get the same as Jeff Emig?
That's what I got paid back in the day. What are you talking about? No,
okay, so that's about $800 now.
But so I could tell you were tuned up when we got into the discussion about how you wouldn't do 2 nights of racing for $10,000, and your finger went up and you pointed at Wygant, and you said, "You fucking ride the whoops, 2 nights, 6 races, and if you fucking survive, you get $10,000."
And it's gnarly. Like back in my day, it was in the small arena. Obviously, it's a bigger track now, so it was difficult in our day because it was just so compact. But now the track's like pretty mega.
Yeah,
like
it's a Supercross
big,
track.
It's a full blown.
Yeah. You had 3 nights sometimes, 4 nights.
We did 4. My first year that I rode Paris Supercross was 90.
4 nights.
Just got on a Yamaha, so basically I had a stock bike.
Yeah.
Okay. No mechanic, if I remember correctly. My dad might have went over with me. We did Wednesday night, Thursday night. Friday night was off, and we went and got drunk. We had to. And then Saturday night, and then Sunday afternoon. So you're already smoked. And Savitsky used to build the tracks.
Yeah.
So one night you'd go this way, and next night you'd go this way, and he would change jumps and little knuckles and things and all there. But, by Sunday you're just like – and because you were paid to be there, even if you didn't qualify, you're the promoter's choice. You might have to start back row.
Yeah.
But – everybody, like all of us that were paid to be there, like you're going to get in the race.
Yeah, you're in. Yeah.
You know, if nobody or if everybody paid makes it, there's 12 riders on the line. If there's a huge pileup and McGrath and Albertine and myself or Jimmy Button or somebody, we don't make it out of the semi or however many races they had us going. It was like 8 of us on the back row. Yeah.
The fans will see Jeff Emig in the main event, no
Dude,
matter
it was
what.
crazy, though. The old Paris inside of Bear Sea, I mean, the fans were like, the chainsaws and the big horns, the air horns. I mean, it was right there.
I still say there's nothing like it. I've never. I went 10 times, in the old arena, and it's never been duplicated. It never will be.
No. And it was a time period, too, because, some of the guys would come out and, like, do some tricks and stuff, or we'd have, like, a best whip contest or something. But all that was pretty fresh and new, so it was exciting. Now it's like you go to an event and you see some guy do a backflip, and you're like,
double
let me go get
beer.
Double backflip.
Whatever. And so it totally discounts, like, what the value of that is. But there's still, whatever race you go to like that, there's going to be some new fans that haven't seen that before, but we're all, look at us. We've been around forever.
One time, a little while ago, I told Bam, I'm like, I want to thank you, Bam. I've never seen an arena turn on someone like you made them at Paris a few times when you took out Aranda or you took out Purcell or whatever. Thank you, Bam.
Bradshaw took out, Bradshaw right there behind you, Jersey. He took out.
Chicken by accident.
Who was it? Yeah,
Chicken. Well, that was gnarly. That was an accident.
Yeah.
That was an accident.
That was an accident?
Yeah, he fell off the back and got whiskey throttle.
Jeez.
But, man,
he took out a French
somebody
guy?
took out one of the French guys, Demaria or something, and just literally the fans want to just come over.
It was
the
great.
pom-pom girls, and it's like every night was thunderstruck at the opening.
Yeah.
Did
we ever get a pom-pom girl? Did we ever?
I can't say about that. Come on.
I'm not stupid, dude.
Chicken probably did. That was Chicken, in case you didn't know. All right, everybody. We've got lots to talk about here. Phil Nicoletti, Jeff Emig in studio. And I'll talk to you a little bit about some of the stuff you got going on with your doc, too, and ASV as well. Taking your phone calls over there in the corner, holding things down. The Tallon Taylor. Welcome back, Tallon.
What's up, Steve?
Welcome
I had
back,
a week off, went riding this weekend.
Went
dirt
bike.
Yeah, rode dirt bikes.
With
Blue
your
Crew.
Blue Crew?
Yeah, the old 16
It
still.
started, it fired up?
Like third kick with 9-month-old gas in it.
Okay,
Perfect.
awesome. Where'd you go?
Mount Charleston, where you're not really supposed to ride, but.
Okay. All right, moving on.
Oh, we didn't.
Yeah. Working the camera there, holding things down, working on the PulpMX app right now. It's coming out Friday. The Travis Marks. What's up, Mark Stock?
None of that is true.
How are you?
I did not go riding.
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you?
Did we do Swift?
Zwift. I have been Zwifting, yes.
He's a Swift guy now.
You pay the monthly membership, huh, Mark?
Yeah,
What's Swift?
I don't
Swift,
go. I don't ride on the road.
yeah.
I'm just a Zwift guy.
Yeah,
Wow.
cycling indoors, but you ride all over Africa or something? I don't know.
You probably wherever it's.
Watopia.
I
Sounds
think
like
it's
a
done,
blast.
but-
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a discount code for one of those memberships?
We should
I'm
probably
like,
work
nope.
on that. I'm going to work on that.
I don't think they'd get a blowjob before the main event.
You got
the great Jim
You guys
Holloway.
did some mountain biking today, though,
We did.
right?
We did. Yeah, it was fun. Got some intense.
But you ride an e-bike?
Yeah, e-bike. We rode e-bikes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's made mountain biking so
Oh,
much better.
it's
Yeah,
amazing.
it's still
Like
a
when we
great
first got
workout.
it, me and my buddy Sean.
Do you have one of the new tasers? Do you have the new one, or which one are you riding?
I'm riding Alloy, the
The
top
Alloy.
of the line Alloy.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the new
Alloy
one.
S or whatever. Yeah. I like the Alloy one. They say that the electronics on it, like the battery lasts a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And we would start out, we're going to go climb Skyline. You ever climb Skyline for training?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we
But
just
on a
do
real bike,
Skyline.
but on a
Yeah,
real
we're gonna train. So we're gonna put it in trail mode. Do this,
No, Eco's Trail.
dude. Yeah, we just put boost the full time. Just and we figured out that we can do all the way up to top of Troy Lee and down in 30 minutes. That's the loop, and then back up.
Yeah.
And it's almost like the first couple of times you feel bad because you were the guy on the acoustic bike and now no longer.
Yeah.
And you're
Now just
blasting
like,
past a
fuck
guy
it.
like
Yeah.
Steve that's halfway up and he's just like dying. He's like granny gear and he's barely can turn the cranks over. You're like, hey man, on your left. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, what's up,
You're
buddy?
like, hey, good to see you. It's like,
Well, Phil doesn't really like the West Coast. Phil doesn't really like Vegas. But I got him to the top of a mountain. We climbed up a mountain and a beautiful view of Vegas. And he said, looks all right. Like, looks good.
It did.
Like,
It was a nice skyline view.
yeah.
I was like,
great
Phil,
views here. Yeah.
Phil's coming around Vegas. He's coming around Vegas.
Single track coming down.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So, real rocky, though.
Yeah, he doesn't. When he goes, he doesn't share his location with Pookie or none. So, like, if Steve goes out there and he dies,
Yeah.
he's out.
Yeah. I'm
You're
down.
done. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's over.
I guess
you should change it.
I'll share my location with her. But then she's going to see when I'm at the side chick's house.
Yeah, for
She's
sure.
like,
You know?
he's like, yeah, I'm going on a ride today. She calls the insurance and says, hey, that life insurance is it's paid.
good?
The policy's good?
Dude,
okay.
I don't
care
want
what he does.
I don't want her tracking me, man. I got shit going
Oh,
on.
I do on, what is it, Strava. I send a little text message to my fiancée, Jessica, and let her know where
do
she's
you?
at.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
All right,
Can I get a SoCal hole?
lots to talk about tonight on the show. Thanks for watching and listening. We got a lot of great racers in studio. Phil, I feel like this could be your race tech rant. I was going to ask you earlier about it. You're buddies with Cooper Webb, and you went off on your Racer X column about a guy wrote in about Coop being an opportunist, and he's only he only grabs wins when other guys fall down, or he's all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And you get really mad at this, and then this weekend Cooper Webb grabbed the lead before the end of the first lap, and he was gone. And 15 points. He rode amazing. I feel like this is your race tech rant. Like, we are all underestimating Coop.
It happens every single year, but the past 5 years, it's always Coop taking the championship almost down to the wire, and it's you're not an opportunist at that point in time,
Yeah.
You're a gamer, and I think his speed this year is the best it's ever been, just from qualifying times.
Do you know why, though? Any reason why? Like, what do you think it is?
Maybe think another year on the bike, tweaking,
Yep.
feeling confident,
He's told me he's left the bike alone for the most part.
Yeah. He did try a new setting after Anaheim 2 when he went to Glendale and then went back to his base setting, but I just think that just shows hours and hours and hours of riding the same thing over and over, and he just knows the bike in and out, and he's, for the most part, pretty healthy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny, Jeff. Like Malcolm's win in Tampa was amazing, right? And you called that the whole way, by the way.
Yeah.
Roxon's win, so cool. Chase's Chase and Jet was there, and Eli's there, and then here's this dude. He's got four wins. Was that fourth? I think it's three wins. Is that his third or fourth? Third win? Yeah,
But
third win.
He hasn't been outside of second the last 5 races.
Something like
did
that.
They say?
Yeah.
That's what he does.
He's got 15-point lead.
I mean, you race who's on the gate, and you can't, if Jet's hurt or Eli's hurt or anybody else, like part of being the champion is being able to ride all the races, whether it's, you make your own mistakes or you have, different things happen. It's all part of it. It's man and machine. Sometimes the machine lets you down. Sometimes the man does, and you just race who's there. But Cooper definitely, I feel like he's a full championship mentality from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yes, you get when a guy like Jet gets on a run and he's winning every race, that those are tough. I happen to have lived through an era like that where it's like you're just hoping to break through and,
Well, your old TV mate, Wygant, was on the show, Fly Moto 60 show on Thursday, and okay, so Coop fell. It's not a great example because Coop fell 3 times this weekend, twice in practice, once in the heat. So, but Wygant was like, look, when's the last time Coop threw it away? When's the last time he made a bad decision, jumping something or not jumping something in a main event? Like, he's just like, I like you said, I think Cooper's like, hey, tonight's a second, tonight's a third,
or just brain faded like Sexton did the night the night that Malcolm Stewart won.
Like,
I mean, he had the race. What was he? 3, 4, 5 second lead. Like,
right.
Oh yeah, he's got this thing won, and then all of a sudden he has this little crash in the whoops, and then I think it compounded. Right? Didn't he get passed on the last lap again? And like lost some more points, and it's like. He was the best guy so far this year. Even if everybody was there, you're going, okay, this guy. Yeah. I mean, I'm putting him at the top of my PulpMX fantasy Supercross thing I do, and it's like, and then you think, okay, I got this guy this week.
Yeah.
The hard part is now with Chase is Coop was always there 1, 2, or 3 when the class was stacked. Mm-hmm. Now the class is obviously depleted a little bit. A lot of guys are out. Now it's going to be even harder to not have Coop be 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
Like now he can start 12th and still pinball his way up to 3rd, whereas before maybe he only got to 6th.
Yeah.
So that the variance of him being able to gain those points back are going to be a lot slower now.
This weekend was really impressive to me. You're just like, it's just like, fuck, he's gone, dude. He's got the whole shot.
Yeah.
The track is brutal. The track is hammered. And he's just
And for him, an 8-second lead, like I told him, he told me after the race, like that was the easiest race he's had in his professional career. You know,
right.
and like you give someone like him 8 seconds, you know, not that I've ever led a main event to that point, but like for him, like that's an eternity.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
okay.
Like, good luck.
Yeah, like you lose 2 seconds in one lap, it's like, all right, okay, whatever. You know, I still got 6 seconds, so it's a dangerous game right now, but 15 points, like I said before, it can be taken away pretty damn quick. You know, just.
He seems
weird.
like he's in a better place than when he won his second title when he won on the KTM. That was his first one on KTM, but it was his second title. Where remember that whole time where they were back in Charlotte, and he was flying back to Florida for a day, and then back to the midweek race, and
definitely happy on this bike.
Yeah, everything just seems to be
yeah,
and that's bad news for the rest of the guys, because he's definitely, I mean, he's proven himself to be a 2-time champion, and his mental ability in those situations, he's really strong. I don't look for him to crack or make any mistake on his own, but you know, you never know what the first turn could hold, or somebody else, you know.
Anything can happen for sure. And you know, we had a guy blow out Achilles at the second last round, and we had Jet put it. So you know,
the Tomac thing to me is just it blows my mind. It's so heartbreaking because he would have separated himself in sort of the championship leaderboard. He's leading the race
with 3
leading
titles,
the points. Yeah, leading. I mean, he's got the 3rd championship. It's like the trophy. He sees it every time he goes by the podium.
Yeah,
you know, and then that happens. Like what?
Yeah.
Like Achilles. Like who wins it? You know anybody else that's ever done that?
Well, now we've had like 4 of them now. Yeah.
Now it's like a
we
reoccurring thing.
Rod Bell, Swole, Evan Ferry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right.
We got Achilles everywhere now. Yeah.
Which is really weird.
That and ACLs, it's just like just like they pop up now all the time. You know?
Well, one thing, like, you talk about Tampa, and like, I don't know. I think Malcolm was going to win that race anyways, just because he had that triple and those
so
whoops.
too.
But 100% chance Cooper Webb just gets second if Malcolm's coming like that and he's on it. Like, Coop checks up, grabs a second, and goes on to the next round. Chase, I think, was like, and just fell apart. And I don't think Cooper Webb will fall apart. I just don't. I don't see that happening,
he's pretty mentally tough, especially in this situation where he's kind of locked in, as they would say.
Yeah.
And especially with the win like he had this week, he probably feels great about his bike. And the big thing is when the damn technicians on the team will leave you alone, and you can ride the same bike that you rode last time.
Yeah.
And the time before and the time before, and you don't have to change anything. That's a great place to be. Like I said, when you're comparing it to a few years back, when it was like 1, 2, 3 races to go, and KTM is like after every race, you're just hearing that it's just a fire drill, and they're trying to find something. They're like looking, you know, and then Cooper Webb came into the last race in Salt Lake. I actually went to that race, and I was blown away.
Yeah.
It was just
it
was just a phenomenal ride where he's mentally tough in those situations, and now that he's like he feels like he's got everything locked in where it needs to be, and he's fine with the bike, and you know, relationships with the team and everybody's good. He's gonna be really tough to beat the rest of the season.
Phil gets mad when because he's tight with Webb. So when people overlook him and they're talking about Jet Lawrence's speed and Tomac's speed and what about Chase and Phil's always like, fucking guys don't get it.
I mean, how many wins does he have now?
Career
24, I think.
24, I think, career.
24.
25.
I later on in the show, I want to talk to you guys about sort of his legacy, because there was a little bit of debate on Twitter today, and I thought it was pretty interesting about, like, because if he gets this 3rd title, he breaks away from a lot of guys.
That's what I was saying about Tomac.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right, you definitely you separate yourself once again in that sort of hierarchy. In that
Chad
Mount
only
Rushmore.
has 2. James only has 2. You know, a lot of guys have 2, and then there's that next part. Jeff has 1.
Yep.
All right, lots to get into tonight on the show. Phil Nicoletti, by the way, brought to you by the folks at DecalWorks. DecalMX.com is the code, or is the website to go to. PulpMX25 is the code. They can design your graphics for you, put your numbers anywhere you want. They sponsor the Red Bull KTM Husqvarna off-road team as well. And DecalMX.com bringing you Phil Nicoletti tonight. Use the code and save with those guys. They'll send you a proof. It's really, really easy.
What's the code? What's the code? Does he know the discount code?
Did you remember what I said? PulpMX25.
Just now?
Yeah.
No, I zoned out for a sec.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
PulpMX 25. All right.
Want to zone out again? Jeff Emig brought to you by Renthal. Renthal.com.
Renthal. Really? Really? There's nobody else on the list.
Hey, this is why you zone out, dude.
There's a ton of actually guys on the list,
right.
but okay.
All right.
Not Renthal. Luxon Clamps bringing you Jeff Emig. Is that all right?
Family business is Emig Racing.
Oh, God damn it. Okay.
We're good. We're good. I'm glad that Renthal's on board and supporting the effort.
No,
here. We got
Wiseco
keep the
Pistons.
lights on in this
No,
place.
he's not.
Wiseco Pistons.
I probably used a Wiseco at some
Everyone
point
did.
in my career.
Yes,
Yeah.
everyone did. All right. Wiseco Piston, you're bringing you Jeff Emig. Pulp25 is the code to save, and it's the code works with Recluse clutches as well. And from the HRC guys to whatever you're building at home, Wiseco has got something for you. Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, cast and forged pistons. Pulp25 at Wiseco.com, bringing you Jeff Emig, Supercross champ, motocross champ.
So I'm thinking the Wiseco days, and I don't remember if this is right, but just so back in our 125 Yamaha days, we went through this time period where a conventional piston was a dome piston.
Yep.
And then we had flat pistons, and then we had the convex pistons, and so you'd have to go out testing the bike, right? And they got different heads and piston combinations, and you're trying to, and it's like most of the time it's like, dude, I don't even know. That didn't make any difference at all. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes things make a difference, but
By the way,
I don't miss those testing days at all.
by
I'm
the
glad
way,
those are behind
I
me.
have in the garage, when I was at Yamaha, they were throwing motors away.
Oh yeah.
I have your 94 YZ125 motor in my garage, so I'm going to get you to sign it
Oh yeah.
before
We
you
can do
leave
that.
tonight. I
We can
keep
do that.
forgetting about that. It says J Emig on it, 94.
Just don't check the bore and stroke, and
Yeah,
everyone
yeah.
will be happy. Let that
go.
be. Yeah.
But getting back to Indy, Phil, you were there at the race. You left the press box because it was too high and
Just
not good enough.
unrealistic for the
Unrealistic.
media people. They
Yep.
don't understand what
You
it's
don't like to get that high?
No. And then they talk shit from up there because they
Yeah.
can't see the ruts and everything looks flat and looks like it's a fucking
Well, okay.
It's
so-
easy.
easy.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
just
like,
all
dude,
of us with our
I gotta-
keyboards. This
yeah,
is easy.
Yeah.
Okay, but Phil, talk about the track a little bit.
Gnarly. gnarly. Dirtworks did a good job. They took extra time, prepped the tracks. I thought they hit every transition that was important out there. Like I watch that sort of stuff to me because that makes a big difference for the guys out there. But yeah, just typical Indy. It's just a complete survival of the fittest.
Yeah,
you know.
there
Well, what was with on practice? There was the sand was super moist and frozen.
There's
and
a water
was
puddle.
water.
There was a puddle there.
Water was draining out of the sand.
There's a
Yeah,
puddle there.
I've been to some. Remember we did the race in Canada where
Yes.
there was just
Yeah,
moisture
it was
as
melting.
outside it was frozen. They bring it in and start shaping it,
Yeah.
and it's 60 degrees or something inside of the stadium,
Yeah.
and water's just running out from the dirt.
Dirtworks guys didn't care about the puddles either.
I
They
think
just
it's the
left it.
SMX track crew.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So back to Indy, like Sexton is in second, and he's going to lose 3 points, and that's no good, but he crashes, and 3 is now 5
Yeah.
I didn't see the crash. I was watching
in the sand.
In the sand.
Yeah.
Which seemed like it got a lot of guys this
Dude,
week.
It did.
It
It
did.
did. Get a
Why-
lot of
like,
guys.
what was so difficult
Coop
about
went
it?
down, RJ went down. It was
I think it was just thick and heavy, and stiff.
Yeah. So it was
Front,
really wet.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
from that.
yeah.
You know what was cool is when the sand whoop was formed right and they could come off the inside and then jump over
Yeah.
that single. Like, man, that was the line.
Well,
but then you come by the next lap and it's like gone.
Yeah, well, Coop was using it early in the main, right, to do that. That was really sweet. And then Sexton was using a better outside line.
I disagree, but whatever.
Segment times, bro.
That was the Justin
Segment
Hill
time.
line. What in qualifying? I think I watched qualifying too. Didn't he? Wasn't he the first one to like go off the berm over that single?
Did he?
in qualifying?
Okay,
Yeah.
Leave it to Justin Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheater line.
Um,
I still want to debate that.
we
There's
can't.
no fucking way.
You
What?
saw the segment.
He said Chase's. No, Anderson.
Anderson was best, then Sexton, then Webb. We were arguing about which way was faster because Webb had to go kind of check up, slow up to double
Yeah.
out. Well,
But
Sexton,
that's where his lead came from. Okay, mate.
but against Barsha, not against Sexton.
Against everybody.
Well, whatever. Sexton was working his way through the pack. Sexton was going Mach 4 around the outside, and on the far right on the sand, there was like a 4-inch patch of sand that hadn't gone away.
Yeah.
And Sexton was hitting that and just he wasn't getting over
Sort
the
of clipping
bump.
it, yeah.
Clipping
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Clipping
Vial
it.
was doing
Vial
that
did
in the
it too,
main
yes,
yeah, a
yeah,
little bit,
yeah.
just kind of getting through,
And
gained a little momentum.
I wonder if Vial told Chase about that, like after the main.
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
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 So because they were both doing it. So we were so Sexton had a better segment time there than Webb, and Phil still doesn't think.
All right, fine. It might not have been faster. it took a lot more skill to do what Coop was doing and to downside it perfect. How about that?
Okay, sure. I'll
right.
give you that.
I'm
Phil
taking the win.
Nicoletti here on the show. Justin Cooper's coming up very shortly. We got 5 minutes. Let's go. Let's talk about the 250s a little bit. Seth Hammaker.
Probably the easiest race of his career. It was great.
Kind of, right?
Like both of your winners, it's so much easier to win than it is to not. That's what's so
cased the rhythm
ass-backwards.
once, and kind of a big case. But dude, other than that, he looked great.
You think it was easy?
Yeah, he rode a flawless race.
Yeah, no.
Coop just said it was easy.
No. Coop, because he had such a big lead. But, I mean, he didn't – Hammker wasn't that far ahead of Vial, was he?
Kind
A
of.
little bit? I guess
It didn't look like to me that he was threatened by Vial, that
Mm-hmm.
they kind of get out there and they're looking at the pit board, got your lap times, you're working your way through the lap traffic
Mm-hmm.
and realizing, okay, Vial's right there. He makes a bike link here. Next lap, he's 2 bike links back, whatever. You're seeing Deegan and all the yellow. Okay, and now he's gone for a little bit, so he's kind of out of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, all right, certainly. I mean, if it had been Deegan in second, the whole mentality of the race would have been different. But you're out there on the track, and especially that track, it looked like it was super long. Like even watching, I kept trying to remember which section the riders were on. Like, oh no, that's a lane over here because some things looked alike.
Right.
It just watching like Race Day Live and stuff. I was having to learn the track, and I wasn't quite sure which section they were in. But having Deegan make that mistake definitely lightened everything up the last little bit. Right?
Do you think he could have got there, Deegan, if he didn't have
I don't
it?
think so.
Yeah.
He's
think
been
so.
surprising this year, right? It's, you came in thinking, this guy might win every race.
Yeah.
And now he hasn't. And he's made some big mistakes, but nothing too costly.
I don't know how
right?
the net didn't get him. That was.
He went under it from what I saw, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty amazing. All right, 702-586-7857. We got Coleman on one. He's got a question for Phil. Coleman, what's going on? Thanks for calling. What's your question for Phil?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
I just had a question for you. Well, first off, Steve, I went to Indy this past weekend, and I stared at that puddle for a good couple minutes, wondering why.
Yeah.
There was a puddle in the middle of the track.
Yep.
Not going to lie.
Nobody knows. No.
But my main question was for Phil or Jeff. How do riders get paid? So when they win, is it just next day, direct deposit right into the account, $100,000, or how's that work?
I don't know. You're modern. I haven't gotten paid in a
No,
while.
I guess it comes whenever your next paycheck comes in. It just comes in monthly or however, or they could have it at the end of the year. To be honest, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I guess that was just kind of my question. I mean, do these guys get paid the 2 weeks, monthly, yearly? I wasn't sure how that worked.
I mean, 25 years ago, Coleman, when I was racing, I think it was 97, I had won the Supercross title and I had a huge bonus. My race win bonuses were massive. I tell the story all the time. I had $650,000 worth of checks on my desk. And it's like, oh, we're going to Havasu for the weekend. And my CPA's like, hey, did those checks come in yet from Kawasaki? And it's like, oh, yeah, I'm leaving today. I'll be back in 4 days. It's like, we need to get those into the bank. Oh, okay, yeah, whatever,
Checks are good forever.
$650,000.
Yeah. I'll get to it when I get to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't got time to go. Now it's like,
which is now is worth $3 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's like I get a refund from AT&T for $15, and it's like, let's get it in there.
It's like
get it in there before 5.
Ricky Henderson framed $1 million check he got because he always couldn't believe it, and he never
cashed it.
He never cashed it. He put it in a frame, $1 million, and eventually the team came to him at the end of the year and said, "Hey, we're short this check we gave you. Our accountant says we can't balance our books," and he's like, "Oh yeah, I framed it."
Yeah, void that one out and issue a new one. Yeah.
But did you get paid a monthly, like in the day, back in the factory rider days?
Yeah.
Like, what's a month?
I would assume that most stuff was like that, and
right.
Back in those days, before 9/11 and all that, where all the offshore accounts and stuff, any money that came from like Alpine Star or something in Europe, right? That's like offshore the whole time, so you didn't even touch it or anything like that. Yeah.
There you go, Coleman. Thanks, man.
All right,
Thanks, buddy.
guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everybody. Let's get our first guest here of the night. Brought to you by OGIO Power Sports. Pulp15 code to save. I'm sure this gentleman uses OGIO backpacks, travel bags, gear bags, all of that. OGIO Power Sports. Pulp15 is the code to save. And they make traveling really easy, and a great selection of backpacks and everything else underneath OGIOPowersports.com. Use the code Pulp15 to save. Career best, second place. this weekend from Monster Energy Star Yamaha. It's Justin Cooper. What's up, Jay Coop? How are you, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Good one.
Weekend off, so just chilling.
Do you have to ride this week, or can you get out of it, or like what's the schedule on a weekend off?
No, yeah, of course we got to ride, but no traveling, which is nice. I think that's the hardest part on everyone is the traveling every weekend.
Somebody said they ran into Malcolm, and Malcolm was like, "We got to ride Monday."
And also, like, Cooper, like, this dude flies to the races with his wife in a private jet half the time, and he's complaining about travel.
Oh,
man. It's a rough life being a factory rider these days. But great job last weekend. I just see the progression right now where you're really starting to be comfortable on the bike and maybe even a little bit of confidence and belief in yourself. Seems like you're not making the mistakes that you were making even earlier in the season.
Yeah, I feel like, it's one thing to feel good on the bike and have, everything going in the right direction, but you still have to go out there and get the results for yourself to get that belief. I mean, that's kind of what I've learned. Like, even if you are doing everything right, you can be the fastest guy in practice. You just got to go out and do it in the main event to get a little bit of more confidence, and that's kind of where I'm at now. And I feel like I'm doing everything right, and I just need the results, which have been coming.
Hey, tell the listeners how, like, what's the mentality difference between, let's just go to like qualifying practice, track goes to shit, right? Like you kind of got to pick your way through. The track will be better once you hit race night, but how does it change for you once you're on the gate and the gate drops for the main event?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing people don't realize is if someone qualifies first, they're probably a few tenths faster than about like 6 other riders. So it's not like, it's a big deal. Like, everyone's pretty similar in speed, especially in practice when everyone's doing their one laps. But I've obviously been really good at that in my 250 career. So it has translated a little bit, but in the main event, it's 20 minutes, and it's, kind of what you can sustain throughout the race rather than that one lap sprint. So that's kind of the difference there. And, like I said, everyone's so close in times in practice that it really almost doesn't mean anything. It's just for the gate pick.
That's why I never understood. I know what you're saying, because it's this gate pick, and if you get fourth, your second gate pick in your heat. And that's why I never understood some guys over the years freaking out at a privateer ruining their lap. Like, hey man, like, it's fine. You're gonna have 6th gate pick instead of 5th gate pick. Like, calm. Like, some of these guys lose it on these dudes when you get in the way.
Yeah, but if you're good off the start, I mean,
you're fine.
There's probably 10 gates, 12 gates that are acceptable, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Like, Justin can start anywhere.
Yeah.
And be like,
Well, we saw it at Anaheim.
Yeah.
But so in a main event, Justin, what would the difference be between your fastest lap and your slowest lap, considering that if you had to ride the last lap at full speed? Like what sort of drop off would there have been?
See, that's what I feel like I do good. Well, takeaway this weekend, like, obviously this weekend I didn't even do that bad of a last lap, and I still was like 4 or 5 seconds off my best lap, but that's just what you get at Indy, like the track.
Yeah, because of the track,
Yeah. But other than that, I like to say Daytona's a good example. My last lap was, I think, within a second of my best, but I was going for the podium there, so I was really close and was going fast all the way to the end there. But yeah, I like to kind of find my pace, and I feel like if you get a good start, you can do those hot laps and try to stay up there. And if you don't get a good start, then you're kind of I like to find my own pace and just go to the very end and not try to drop off as much, because I feel like there's a lot more opportunity at the end.
For sure.
To capitalize on guys that are, maybe fading or making more mistakes. Like this weekend was, the track was definitely a factor. So as the race went on, it was a lot harder to keep doing what you were doing in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a bunch of ways to look at it. So
on a weekend like Indy, Justin, obviously you got second. You rode great. It's just it's a horrific track. It should be rated X. It's not anywhere. Nobody wants to be out there and ride that because it's so gnarly. But are you make a guy like you, second place, are you making a mistake every lap, every third lap? Like, are you having holy shit moments? Or how often do you have those? Because everybody is at some point, but are there a lot of them for you out there, or how is it? Like, you know?
Yeah, you kind of just have to adapt to the track, and you kind of got to feel what you can get away with to some degree. I really didn't make many mistakes, but I also wasn't going that fast. I just feel like I was hitting the big lines consistently, and I was, hitting my marks and not really overriding the track. So as it might feel like you're not going fast, but at the same time you're being efficient by not making mistakes. So
right.
That's kind of just what worked for me.
I want to ask you about your battle to the death with Bam for about 12 minutes when you're trying to get by him for the podium spot. When Savatgy was down, okay, and you were trying to work on Bam when that was going down, and then you had finally just passed Bam. Were you thinking about, man, if there's that if they did pull the red flag for Joey because they go back a lap, like, do you think you still could have made another charge at Barsha if you had to go? Because at that point in time, Bam's getting a reset too, so he knows where you were a little bit faster and this or that. Do you think you could have still been able to pull it off?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Being honest, I don't really remember when I got him. It was probably with like under 10 minutes to go, or probably I don't know where it was, but I remember I kind of just had to evaluate the situation because he's tough to pass for sure. He definitely can retaliate. So, obviously I was a little bit smarter with that one, and I knew I was in a good position. The podium was kind of the goal, and the front two were getting away pretty quick. So I kind of just was, really setting my sights on him, and he was making a lot of mistakes in the whoops because he was losing his balance a lot, and I knew that rhythm after where Joey went down was getting really tricky, and he missed it quite a few times already. So I was kind of waiting for that opportunity to get alongside of him there, and I really just jumped on it. Like, I felt like I followed him around for like a good 5 minutes, and he obviously got the whole shot, so he went out like really hot, I feel like, and his pace was good. And then it got to a point to where he started missing some rhythms, and he was kind of starting to try to like slow down the pace in a way. Yeah. And that's when I kind of had to make the decision, like, all right, AP's coming up on me, like, it's time to go. And, that's kind of when the track started going away. So, yeah, made the pass and tried to get away.
The rhythm after the sand, later in the main event, you stuck with the 3-3 the entire time, didn't you? Or did
No,
you?
I didn't. I actually did the rhythm that Joey crashed during.
Not the whole time, though? Or no, you started with the 3-3?
Yeah, I started with the 3-3 probably till like about halfway.
Yeah, what, did you have a moment, or were you just like, it's too fucking far gone to where, like, dude, I'm seeing God at the end of it? Because I don't know what, I really don't know what was worse, wheeling into it and then going three, or getting that first three, that next three, that notch, the kick.
We're like,
yeah, holy
Well, wheeling in and then three, and if you go a little long or a little short, and then it had
into that pocket of that
man.
next three was aggressive, and I can't believe they left that same pitch all day, and I'm like, God dang,
Ross
dude.
doesn't care about riders' health, dude.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, you're completely right about that. Like, the second one was the problem.
Yeah,
like,
the second one was the
I
problem.
remember going out for one of the practices, and they actually were fixing that section for us every time out, pretty much.
And you're probably like, thank you, baby Jesus.
They cut down the landing of the second triple.
Oh.
And, like, that was so far, like, it was opposite. Like, the kicker on the second one on the face was, once the ruts got there, it was almost like an inverted face, and you like could start dragging peg. And that's just when it was just like, it's not worth it. Like,
and the speed, when you wheelie triple in, the speed in to that next one.
Yeah, you guys want to race Supercross? Welcome to Supercross. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh, there's been so many times, like, doing the broadcast or being like walking around the stadium, and I just go, I'm so glad I'm retired.
I mean, Justin, I mean, if your bike wasn't stock, you'd be able to probably go quad double. you know?
Listen, why I heard his bike was really close to stock. That's what the word was, and I'm impressed.
It is.
Yeah, see? The guy pulls a hole shot in Anaheim from the 18th gate pick or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It's all about you got to be able to ride the bike. Like,
yeah, Blue Crew.
On Supercross, so 250 is plenty out there. So, like, a 450 is almost not necessary, but obviously you need some power for the start and getting up front. And it's obviously better for some of the rhythms, but it also makes it scary because then you can go quad in all these tracks.
Yeah.
Hey, so here's a question, Justin, of course, included. Last week at Daytona, Cody Schock rode his 250 in the 450 class. I don't think you should be allowed to do that because what he just said is a 450 is a monster compared to what your 250 would be.
I can guarantee you, Jacob, other than the start, but if he had enough prep on a 250, he could go faster on a 250 on a track at Indy than
You think
he
he'd
did
go
on a
faster on a
450.
250 than your 450?
I mean, you see the lap times. Sometimes they're similar, like with the top guys, but
with that,
I wouldn't say I could go faster, but I could come close.
Yeah.
I think the way that track was at lap 18 in the 450.
Yeah, then you're fresher, right?
I bet you he could on the 250 be able to pull it off.
Hey, what's the Justin? What's the pressure in the environment like being on the Star Yamaha team down in Florida? You've got 15 250s racing around. At one point, you guys had 3 guys on 450s. And it just seems like to me, from the outside looking in, is that there's just a constant. You're just under the pressure, under the gun, every day that you're out at the track.
Yeah, I used to feel that way, but it gets tiring thinking about all that. Like, we got so much racing to do. Me and Cooper are kind of at a level now to where we really aren't battling any of the 250 guys. It's kind of just us pushing each other, and we kind of ride in formation, like fastest to slowest. So,
how many riders would be on the track at once?
There is a good 8, probably 8 or 9.
Jeez, yeah.
Dude, that's crazy.
And be honest, you can flex a little bit here, Jacob. Who goes first most of the time? Come on.
Yeah, Coops, I feel like getting him to be a better practicer.
What? No way.
Sometimes we go back and forth, but he rides good during the week, and I think that's because of me.
Yeah,
Right?
I think you elevate him quite a bit, and I wanted to ask you. I don't know how much you can really talk about it, but it's contract year for you, and I think you're underrated as hell. Especially where you're at, the way you were kind of treated last year, and this year they kind of gave you something, and you got your new gear deal, just one helmets, and this and that. I think you're the best second.
He's HJC helmets, by the way.
What'd I say? Just one?
one.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't
sorry.
know.
You should have corrected me, Justin. That's your
HJC.
deal.
I was letting you finish.
Yeah.
Just letting him hang himself.
I think you're, you got your 4 elite guys, 5 elite guys. I think you're the best second guy available. Do you feel like you get overlooked at times? I feel like you do because, from motocross and supercross and SMX, I think you're always landing on the box. Obviously, supercross last year, and this year you're fine. You're really coming into your own, and you're a great outdoor rider. Do you feel like you're overlooked compared to some?
Yeah, definitely. And I don't really know why that is, but, yeah, I just continue to work to try to prove them wrong. And I think this year's gone, a lot better right out of the gate, and it is my second season, so kind of makes sense. And I feel like I just have a lot more progression in me, and that's going to come with I'm young in my 450 career, so I got a lot of years left in me to be a title guy, and it's going to come. Still got to learn a lot, and I feel like I'm slowly progressing and not taking any steps backwards.
I like the look. I like the O'Neill stuff. I don't know why Dylan is O'Neill, and he never stands out to me for Andis. I don't know what they're giving him. I don't know what's going on. And then I see J Coop stuff, and I'm it looks good.
Yeah,
O'Neill, J Coop, making you look a little better, I think.
Yeah, I think I was a big fan of the kit this weekend. Everything was maxing, and yeah, I think all the kits this year have been good, and the gear is awesome. It fits good and comfy, good material, and yeah, I've had a blast with them, and good to get them back on the map.
I mean, are we talking contracts yet or what? I mean, you're in a prime time right now to be able to put some feelers out there. I mean, there's a lot of people up this year, a lot of places.
Where could he go, Phil? Cowie, Anderson is up.
Anderson's up.
AP is up.
AP's up. Barsh is up. Mookie's up.
Yeah.
Like, there's a.
Where can Jacob go? Ducati?
Ducati.
Why would he want to go anywhere?
Triumph's
he's got
available.
a great situation.
I don't know if he can get the most money from where he's at.
Oh, so we're just talking dollars here.
Well,
I don't know.
No, it's not. No, I think Jacob. Correct me if I'm wrong. Had an option to go somewhere else this year, but the bike is a big piece of that puzzle.
Yeah.
I understand that, but there are other brands out there that are still really good that I think he could fit in at. I'm just wondering if
Just break it all down for us, Justin, right here on the show with Phil. Yeah, just break it everything.
I mean, you got
in the whole world.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like for me, money isn't really what I'm after. I want to be able to continue to progress through my career, and I want to be on an established team that has the results, that has the resources and all that stuff to keep going in that direction. And Star's been a good home for me for the last since I've turned pro, actually. And I feel like they're obviously, we went 1-2 this weekend, so that's obviously the bike's good on this team. And it all comes down to like the top guys need to find their home first, and I think it kind of trickles down from there to see what the options are. But it's tough. Like there's a lot of moving parts that I can't control, and when it comes my turn, I think I'll know that. But for now, it's just continuing to do what I do. Like I have the last 5 races, I've been in the top 5, and that's something that's really important to me. And the fourths, I've gotten a lot of fourths over the past few weekends, and I tell you what, that's tough to go home and swallow that and come back the next weekend fighting to get back, because it takes so much work to just go throughout the race day and have a good day to come up just short of the boxes. It could play with the mind a little bit.
But with that being said, if a manufacturer can have a guy getting 4th, and they're considering him that your B guy, that's
great.
That's a win.
Yeah, but B guy's not where his goals are to keep elevating, not have any setbacks this year, and put himself into that A position ride, which I think Justin's totally capable of. So the big thing is not having any setbacks. Is just building each week, right? Like stacking pennies. You don't want to knock the pennies down and then start all over again.
So now that we've praised Justin for all his great riding, which it has been, let's talk about the whoops.
I'm out. I'm out when it comes to whoop
No,
talk. I don't.
Look, Jacob, it's something you're working on. Earlier in the year, it definitely cost you some positions for sure. Something you got to work on. So, you've ridden better lately. The whoops have been, softer and more ruddy and all that kind of suiting you. How, I guess I don't know how frustrating is the right word, but how are we going to work on these and get better and all of that? I'm sure it's things that, keeps you up at night a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely got some plans to work on that, aspect, but it's definitely the West Coast whoops that are the trickiest for me. The ones that, they get super edgy, shiny, and they're just not pretty in the 450 main events. So that's definitely something I got to work through. And we got some plans with the team to do that before the season's over to keep getting better in that section. And most of these East Coast rounds, I think we could see that doesn't really come into play. So
no,
I'm working for now, but I think going forward, that's going to obviously have to be addressed and start. Guys got to be a little bit better at not losing so much time when I skim.
Yeah.
I think Anaheim too. It just shows how good Justin is, how long he led for. He would pull Kenny on the whole track, get to the whoops, and then just lose it in that one little section. If he was, I wouldn't even want to say half a second, a quarter of a second in each
section,
each whoop section,
Justin
Justin would have won Anaheim too.
Yeah.
I I truly believe he won Anaheim too. That's how impressive he was on the rest of the track. So it's coming.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you definitely have the skill, and you skimmed whoops on 250s, and I've seen you on 450s do it really well. So whatever's going in, it's not like we haven't seen it before from you. It's there.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's not like something that's long gone. Just has to be, worked on a little bit and fine tune a little bit. The 450 is a lot different than the 250, and the 250 is like lighter, all this stuff. It's a lot more easier to manage, where the 450 can get away from you pretty quick in a section like that. And that's, they're obviously way gnarlier than the 250 racing. Like the heat races there got fresh whoops. And then by the time they're done with their main event, it's, we're looking at some not so great whoops. So
if any fans could like walk a Supercross track at the end of the main event, they would just go like, no, I'm out.
Well, they do the VIP track walk,
Yeah.
While they're prepping the track, and
Yes.
fans walk around like, this didn't look too bad. Jumps look a little bit bigger than on TV and in the stands, but then go walk the track after the 450 main, especially like last weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, you just go, this is I can't believe they were still jumping this rhythm.
How do they even go fast?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely the skill level involved in the commitment and the mental capacity to ride a motocross bike like that in a Supercross, and then you get to that 450 main and the track's just hammered. It's
Justin, did I see you double out of the sand a couple times in the main?
Double out of the sand.
Yeah,
it would have been double through the sand on the inside. I never doubled the wall. No.
Oh, the wall. That's what I meant. Yeah, I thought. Did you do it earlier then? I feel like you were one of the guys.
I feel like the only guy really that did it was in practice, and Malcolm was hitting it. But I had a few times where I was doubling through, like over some bigger ones that was really fast.
I'm guessing like everyone else, you just hate these. Like we are having sand sections every single week.
Hey, Webb jumped the wall there, I think on the first lap or second lap.
A few laps,
yeah, right at the beginning.
Do you hate the sand? Do you hate the sand, J. Coop?
Do I hate it?
Yeah, like in Supercross?
No, not really. I mean, it obviously sucks for us, but like it's something different, and I don't think it needs to be at every track. Like I feel like it has been every weekend.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit obnoxious, but no, I'm not against it, but it shouldn't be every weekend.
Yeah. I do wonder what it's like going through sand with Supercross suspension. That's where I kind of hear guys saying like, it ain't fun. Like
that kind of sand is difficult with any kind of suspension. Like it's all different types of sand too. It's not just the one, Daytona Beach sand. Like you got different types of sand from all over the country, so it's not consistent.
Right. Going back to Daytona last week, like you said, you just missed out. Track was brutal, just like Indy. I felt like, we were all kind of watching Chase, and all of a sudden, about 5 laps in, I'm like, dude, J. Coop is going right by guys, right behind Chase. Like, so, did you was that a point for you to latch onto Sexton? Like, you guys were kind of just coming through the pack together. Was that something where you were like, hey, I saw some lines he's doing, or all of that kind of deal? Because most of us were watching Chase, and then, like I said, about a few laps later, I'm like, man, J. Coop is not getting dropped at all. He's right behind, right going through everybody.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably my best track. I felt like I had the speed all day. I was a 10th off pole, I think, and I felt like I put so much pressure on myself on the starts that night. Like I was like, if I'm going to get a hole shot, like this needs to be the race. I can win this, and it just I started terrible. I think I was like 10th or like 12th or something.
Yeah,
and I remember me and Chase started out right next to each other, and I think we even went back and forth the first lap a couple times. I'm like, all right, I'm just going to let him go. No reason to battle him right now. So I just latched onto him. He was moving through the pack pretty quick. And, I literally was like a second behind him for probably the first 10 minutes.
10 minutes,
and when he got by Anderson, he kind of knocked him off the track. And Anderson jumped back in with me, and he made my life hard. And I remember I went from, I think on the broadcast I rewatched it, I went from like 6.5 seconds off the leader, and by the time I had finally got past Jason because we were going back and forth, and he was taking me high and all this stuff. I was like 12 seconds down, so I lost the toe from Chase, and a little bit later, Chase got into that battle with Coop and AP, and I feel like I could have been, right kind of with that. But, yeah, I had to, recatch that group, and it was tough. But, yeah, I ended up catching that group towards the end, and, I think I was 0.3 off AP at the end, which was pretty frustrating.
Anderson and Barsha, man.
Anderson and Barsha, they make it tough.
You got to get by them quick.
If you had to choose one to battle or try and pass, which one are you taking?
I feel like I always start with, or at some point in every race, I'm always mixed up with one of those two, and I don't think I can pick one on that one. They make it tough, and it's they're definitely tough to pass. So you gotta plan it out.
We got a phone call for you on one. It's Briggs. What's up, Briggs? What's your question for Justin Cooper?
So my dad and uncle are both well known in Western New York motocross, the Austin brothers. New York, I think, is one of the most underrated areas that people don't really talk about, of having some gnarly motocross riders. Bruce Stratton's, Kurt McMillan's, and list goes on. One thing for Coop, I guess, who did he look up to as a fellow New Yorker motocross racer, and what do you guys think as far as New York motocross and some of the reflect on some of the people you guys can think of when you think of New York motocross? I just listened to Re-Raceables with Ryan Mills. He's another one. Obviously, Canary Carpenter. Just thought it'd be kind of a fun little topic with Jay Coop on.
Yeah, I think Jay Coop's hero was Phil.
Should be.
Should be.
Yeah.
Where are you from again?
New York.
Lost out, Phil.
Whereabouts?
2 miles from the original Woodstock.
Oh, okay, so up north, yeah.
Yeah, north. 80 miles north of the
And
city.
Jay Coop's from Long Island.
Long Island, yeah.
Yeah.
I always tell Jay Coop he ain't really from the city anymore, or New York.
New York, okay.
Yeah, he traded out, but I mean, I don't know. It's for me, like when I was a kid, it was Carlo Cohen, Kurt McMillan, Bruce Stratton.
Yep.
Obviously Millsy and Canary were always like a couple years older, but like the vet guys that I got to watch growing up, Barry Karstens and these Damian Plotz, they were legends to me, and Ty Wallace.
Plotz was a good rider.
Plotz was a good, they were all good riders.
Yeah,
the Northeast had so many of those guys that were to me idols. So
and if you go a little further north, you got Treadwell and Keith Johnson.
Yeah,
and those
you got
dudes,
those
right?
guys. It was the Northeast was.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, those guys are when I watch Barry riding, I still think he's.
I'll interrupt a little bit here. I was talking to Barsha this weekend, and he was really stoked that Ryan Mills. We found Ryan Mills for Re-Raceables, and Barsha said that was his guy. He looked up to Mills. He said, when I was little, I wanted to be Ryan Mills. So it's kind of funny that Barsha would say that, right? But back to Jay Coop. Go ahead, Jay Coop.
Yeah, I didn't really pay attention, honestly, to who was from New York and all that. But, I did some – because where we raced, it was kind of you could get guys from, it was just basically the Northeast. People would come from, 8 different states and, go to the local races. But, all those names do ring bells, like Carlo Cohen. Stuff like that it all brings back memories. And I just didn't really, pay too much attention. I definitely watched Phil and Barsha because they were, I feel like, not to sound like you guys are old, but feel like they were pro before I was even on big bikes. So
how old are you now, Justin?
I'm 27 now.
27. How old are you?
36.
36? You still racing?
So when did you go pro, Phil?
17. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that.
Oh wait.
So what do you mean 17? Oh, 17 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
2007. 2007.
Thanks, Briggs. Appreciate the call. Yeah, Carlo Cohen was a legend.
Hey, but how about Chisholm? Still out there. His 19th pro season.
He's
right?
He's 37. 37?
Yeah, Chisholm's
I raced Loretta's with him in 2006 in the pro sport
I
class.
remember watching. I was there. Yeah.
That seems like forever ago. That was 20 years ago.
Yeah, if you think about it, those guys are that is a deep field of local pros from New York.
Bro, I think you got it. I think you should come back.
Yep.
Hey, so Justin, was there when you would watch Supercross when you were a younger tyke? Was it Reed, Stewart? Who were you you turn it on and you just watch it? Want to emulate?
Carmichael was my guy for sure.
Carmichael.
Yeah, that was my era. When I first started watching and I was getting into motocross, the pro stuff. It was always the Chad Reed and Ricky Carmichael era.
Did you? Were you?
And,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was just who I walked. So
Did you go? Did you get autographs? Were you the guy getting jerseys and goggles and autographs at races?
100%. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
100%.
Dude, I got blown off by Jeff Stanton one time as a little kid, and I told
now
him
look,
this.
you got him up on your show.
I know, but
come on up, buddy.
I told Stanton, I was like, "Oh, dude, you just like." Jeff's like, "I know. When I raced, I was super angry."
No, he's
and-
an asshole.
Yeah.
He's like the greatest guy now.
Yeah.
Like when we were racing, he was ending, I was just beginning, but
Yeah.
we were fire and ice, right? Fire and ice. Like our lifestyles were not the same. Let's just put it that way. And once everybody was retired, we started doing these Ricky Carmichael universities.
Yeah.
And we're all traveling area. I'd room with Stanton.
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
like the funnest guy
Yeah,
ever.
yeah.
It's like, hey, you gonna put on some clean underwear? He's like, I don't own underwear. Do you know that? He hasn't
I didn't
worn
know this.
underwear since
Oh.
he was a kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Something
breaking
to bring up.
news.
Southwick, Sand Track, no underwear. Doesn't own a pair of underwear.
wow. Things you learn.
Yeah, things you learn when you room with somebody.
So J-Cube, you would get. Do you have any like cool shit from back those guys, from jerseys or goggles or anything?
I have a John Dowd jersey.
Oh,
from,
nice.
Southwick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was pumped on that one.
Yeah. He's a legend for sure.
Such a good dude too. Like even when we were racing, like wheel to wheel, like we'd be high fiving on the podium, and he was gnarly. He was fun to race with, but he was so gnarly. And then afterwards, it's just like, yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another. I want to ask Jay Coop this, because I know Jay Coop on a personal level. Like, he's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
His personality that the average fan sees. It's kind of like RV and Dunge and these guys, but like. I tell him, I think his personality hurts him because he doesn't open up like AP and show the crowd of how he is. Like
I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah, like
totally.
like Jay Coop and I, we've partied, we had a good time. Like he's an awesome personality, but like it doesn't get shown to the average public. Like, how do we change that, Jake?
We need a vlog. Do we got a vlog?
Yeah, we got to vlog it? I mean, to at least kind of start showing people how you are, how you joke, how you're not so serious. You know what I mean? Like, I
would say I got a good sense of humor. Vlogging's not a bad idea. I've done some of those, but it's just the racing, man. Like it makes you different. Like you got so much on your mind, and it sucks, but like we just don't. We want to be so locked in and so focused on what we got to do that it kind of takes away from how we really want to act on. You can't just go to a race and have fun. Like we got so much pressure. We work so hard to achieve what we want to achieve that it's just like we go into this turtle shell that we just want to focus and be this guy that's mean, but it's just sometimes how it's got to be. And that's kind of, it's easy to loosen up after the race, when the stuff's over, but yeah, it's definitely tough throughout the day when you get what you got coming.
But it's easy, like, he knows, Cooper as well. Like, when we're in his motorhome, like, in between before you go up for openings, like, dude, Coop's joking, blasting Eminem.
I feel like Webb is lightened up the last few years.
Yeah, he has. He
Yeah.
has. But, like, he's able to turn it on and off, I think it hurts Jay Coop because he's, like, always on, you know?
Right.
So, I don't know. I wish the average person, I get it, it's racing, but they could actually truly see how he is. I think that would help him on a marketing standpoint, too, with,
We'll get a cowboy hat.
Yeah,
a cowboy hat. There we go. We'll have a cowboy. Cowboy hat fixes it everything.
Yeah,
You could be from Ohio and still wear a cowboy hat.
Did in the 90s.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, last question for you, Jay Coop, before we let you go. It's from Nash. Nash, what's going on? How are you?
Gentlemen,
what's up?
Awesome show.
Thank you.
Jay Coop, a lot of hidden personality like you guys are touching with, Fro, Nicoletti. Jay
What's up,
Coop,
Nash?
the inquiring minds are very interested to know that there was rumors of the Whoop Whisperer, a JB10 coming into the Star Racing rig this weekend. There's rumors that he may have shared a little insight.
The Whoop Whisperer.
The Whoop Whisperer. Can you elaborate? If the great Justin Brayton, as Weege has nicknamed him, enlightened you, and if so, can you share what he shared with you? And I respect if you can't.
Yeah, I think me and JB, we've been talking, the last few years, and we've gotten to know each other a little bit. And yeah, he definitely knows how to hit the whoop, so I don't think it would be a bad idea to get some info from him. And he's been just kind of checking in with me and kind of he works for Supercross, so he's kind of like he's got to feel me out and see how I'm feeling during some of the days. But yeah, I think it wouldn't be a bad thing to get some tips from him, and maybe that'll I'll look into that, and it wouldn't be bad to have him out.
All right, there we go.
He's helped Phil. Phil, tell me JB helped you out.
No. You got it backwards, Nash. JB said Phil came out to the club track and tried to teach JB how to ride.
Starts.
That's pretty impressive.
Starts.
Very impressive.
We heard it was all aspects.
That's JB talking shit.
We heard you were trying to tell JB how to ride Supercross.
No.
Okay.
Well, dude, Phil, we know that you helped Tomac, for crying out loud. I mean, come on. There's got to be some truth in here.
When did he help
somewhere.
Tomac?
No, I didn't.
When was that?
Helped Tomac. Tomac was talking to Tomac on the starting line.
He's been on the chat boards too.
Yeah, about pulling each other through the.
Not
Jay
at
Coop.
all.
No, Jay Coop was a part of that conversation pulling at Iron Man when we were talking about starting on the outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bro, I am not the message board guy. Phil was dropping knowledge.
Yeah.
Tomac was saying, Phil, teach me your ways, please.
How about when Sexton told Phil, "Hey, watch my start," and he blew it, and Phil's like, "That ain't it, bro."
Yeah. No, Jay Coop. That day at Ironman, Jay Coop pulled me around the first corner.
Okay.
Was second
What did you come up to me and say that day?
What did I say? I think I told you this. What did I say? I forgot what I said.
Oh yeah. So all the starts are coming from the outside there, and you were like, "Hey, you better not mess this up for me. You got control of this first turn." So
Oh yeah, that's right.
Don't fuck this up.
Yeah. I did say don't fuck this up because you were on the left side of me, and I knew you were going to beat me there. But I told him don't drive it in like too deep to where you fuck me too. So, but Jay Coop hole shotted that moto.
Look, I've been involved in a little bit of whispering in my day. On starts,
you have
not
starts.
whoops.
Yep. Not whoops. Yeah.
No, whoops would be like do the opposite of whatever I did. But on starts, I've worked with a number of factory riders, and it's like really none of it is any like technique. It's all mental. It's all about what's the problem here, right?
Right.
Like what are you afraid of? Like why? And it ends up being like an internal thing. And maybe that's the deal with the whoops too.
That's my fucking problem with 3 ins. It's an
it's an internal thing. Thanks, Nash.
You should have been telling them, hey, cheers. Go
thanks,
get it,
Nash.
boys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Jay Coop, we're going to let you go here. But, thanks for a good interview. Let's get that vlog going,
Yeah. Show the people how you are, Jay Coop. Show them.
Hey, and when he wins one of these races, we got to have him back on.
Yeah.
Here, we got how many's left?
Why isn't Jay Coop maybe hire Phil for sort of career, I don't know, career advice or something, Jay Coop?
I always text Jay Coop when he does good. I'm
no, but I mean the vlog stuff. You could be like, "Hey, Jay Coop, swear on the podium, flip the fans off," things like that.
Yeah, maybe not that far, but you know what? I think it'd be good for him.
Awesome. Thanks, Justin. Thanks for the time tonight.
Yeah.
See you, man.
Thank you. See you.
See you guys.
All right, great job.
Justin Cooper, everybody. Second place at Indianapolis, career best, and like he said, he's gone 4.5442, I think, in the last whatever number of races. So
he's a little badass, man.
By the way, Mark said that Cooper Webb, has 28 wins. We were saying 23 or 25.
Yeah, wow.
28.
25.
But what do you got?
But see, here's the deal. 7.
9?
7. Yeah. Next subject.
One time I told Fro, hey, I think you should be like more opinionated on these guys on the broadcast. I think you should be a little harder on them. I told Fro this. He tells me, without a word of a lie, I wasn't that good at Supercross.
No.
I'm like, you got a fucking title, bro.
in checks. No, I'm not good at this.
You got a title, bro. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, just I had a very short time where I really felt like that I rode my best. My consistency was really up and down. Whoop section sucked. Okay. But the shit. Now I lost my train of thought.
Okay, sorry. Well, we got our next guest on the line, so you can write it down or you can think.
All right,
about it.
I should start writing it down. Dude.
Okay.
My fiance keeps telling me to write more dates and stuff down so I don't forget it.
FCP brings you our next guest on the show, Factory Chassis Parts. Phil Nicoletti uses Factory Chassis Parts hangers last year when he was out there racing. Works level chassis parts. They got the engine races as well. They got the engine mount. Sorry, they got the frame races. They got they're looking for dealers as well at FCP Racing. So please check them out. Bolt-on parts, drastically improve handling. The race cups are fantastic. I've got them set in my bike as well, and they'll adjust your rake, angle, trail, wheelbase, all of that. And the code PULP25-chassis to save at FCP. Bringing you, we had the second place guy from the 450s, and now we are bringing the winner of the 250s from Indy from Monster Energy Pro Circuit, Seth Hammaker. What's up, Seth? How are you, bud?
Oh, I'm doing great. Yeah, great weekend. So.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was the way to go. We were talking about you before the show, Fro, and saying, like, obviously, like, you had that big case that we all saw. But other than that, like, dude, it seemed like you put a wheel perfectly wherever you needed to go.
I thought it looked like that it was an easy race for you. Yes or no?
It did kind of feel like that after I think about it. But, you know, more mentally than anything, I feel like that's where the things played in, especially at the end of the race where you know you can do it, you're getting close, and you're going through lappers, the track's getting gnarly. That's what kind of tested me the most.
Sure.
But pulling the whole shot, you know, I had a little gap the whole race, and Tom was being pretty consistent as well, so that made it tough. But I feel like it kind of helped to have him just stay on me close enough to help me hit my mark still. So that was good.
702-586 Pulp. You got a question for Seth Hammaker about his win at Indy or anything else? Give us a call here on the show. And again, brought to you by the folks at FCP.
So, just for the listeners here, when you have a race like that, did it seem like it was a long time, or did it seem like that it flew by?
Until I got halfway, I felt like it was a long time, and then after that, I just kind of logged some more laps after that, and I got my mechanic gave me like 6 laps to go, and I was like, okay, we're getting closer, but it does feel like a long race normally when you're out front like that from the start. But honestly, you know, not as bad as I thought it would have been. I think the track being the way it was and having to keep your focus like you did on a track like that, it kind of helped that situation.
Phil, I found this out during the race, 4 years between wins. Seth's got one other win 4 years ago. I was like, I told him after the race, I'm like, dude, I would have guessed 2. It didn't seem 4 years.
What was it, Houston?
Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas.
21, right?
Yeah. It just seems like, I don't know, Seth, you've been up front, you've been on the podium, you know, you've had some injuries, but 4 years kind of blew me away. So
yeah, that's a long time. I mean, it feels like that for me, I guess, but like it's been so, you know, a lot of injuries along the way, and that win happened so early in my career, and this one was just so nice to get after being that long without a win. So just feels good. And
would you tell me what career race was Dallas? What number was that for you? You said
3.
Yeah.
3.
Oh wow.
Wins his third race ever. Goes 4 years and wins another one. Yeah.
Doesn't like Tallon Volan or somebody have like 7 years between wins, or he
went to Europe.
Or was
Volan's got, because he went to Europe, right? So
Larry Ward had a long time span in the 450 class too, didn't he?
Larry went
190
90 to 97. Yeah.
Yeah, so 7
wow. years for him too.
Yeah. So man, you cut that in half. You're doing good, Seth.
There you go.
Yeah.
Seth, we all know that you switched training locations this year. You're with the Lawrences there, working with all those guys, and Michael Byrne, of course, training as well. How? What was the and Mitch has lightened up a little bit, but was that a battle with Mitch to go there and you know, because shipping, bikes, you know, all of the stuff that you guys need to do there, He's long resisted that. He let Baggett do it. Dino had to win a little bit, then he finally let Dino go. How much of a battle was it with Mr. Payton there to go over there?
It was a little bit of a battle for sure. I understood that I wasn't dominant at the time. I wasn't winning, you know, all these races. So I understood that, and I just, you know, I went in and talked to him, and I just explained, you know, the reasons why I wanted to, and I just wanted to change and to try it out, and you know, it was a big gamble. I wanted, you know, just to do it for myself, and you know, after a little bit of, you know, talking to him and everybody with the team, you know, we got it to happen, and I'm super grateful that they were willing to give it a shot, right? And man, I'm so grateful I did. I've been having a blast down here, and just California for me, I don't think is the best place because I grew up on the East Coast. I'm from Pennsylvania, and being in Florida feels more like home to me. And that in general, away from even just the dirt bike riding, I enjoy just
pace of
doing
life
other
and,
life stuff.
right.
Yeah. So that's been cool. And then obviously everything with the training down here has been awesome.
So Mitch said no, and you said please, or was it like I'll think about it? Like
pretty please.
Yeah. Like how did that go? I'm a little more curious about the process.
There was a lot of conversations, back and forth. There was many times that I went into the office, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, it wasn't easy, but I was pretty set on what I wanted to do. So yeah, it was a couple times for sure.
He like Baggett, Wilson, a lot of these guys got to go, but they had to win first in California, and then Mitch is like, okay.
Well, but also in California, basically everything's paid for, right? And going back to Florida, it's coming out of your pocket to do that, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's why on my part, like, you got to get a practice mechanic. You pay for the facility, trainers, all that. And, I was willing to invest in myself, and regardless of what, I understood that by coming down here doesn't automatically make me a champion. Like there's still so much that needs to happen and goes into it, but I just wanted to give myself the best shot, and the opportunity arose, and I wanted to jump on it. And if I would, regardless of what happens, if it works out to be great or if it doesn't, I just wanted to make sure that I tried it and have no regrets once my career's over.
And someone in like Seth's position, like I'm not, I'm just guesstimating on salary. Let's say he makes $200,000 a year, $225,000. Like then you got to go pay the facility costs. $40,000. You got to pay practice mechanic $35,000. Then let's say you
trainer.
Trainer. And then at the end of the year, you don't have a good year and you don't win races, and then you got to pay taxes and do all that. Like, you don't make a lot of money. You know what I mean? So for Seth to be able to do that in the position that he was in, being hurt and being like, hey, I got to make a change or else, I'm spiraling. And it makes it. It's easy now to be like, oh yeah, it was all worth it, but at the same time, like it's a massive gamble because you're going up against someone who employs you, that pays you this money to be like, hey, I need to go make this change. And
it takes balls and all of that to do that, right? Yeah.
And you feel it, you feel that a little bit too. But it's nice to see the progression and to see it pay off, but you don't know if it's gonna, right? Like you mentioned.
Now,
well, I was going to say, Jordan Bailey told me one time, because at that time those guys had to pay Baker's Factory, and Jordan Bailey told me one time he's walking away with like $60,000 after all his Baker's Factories and practice bike guys are all paid for. And this was like a factory Rockstar Escavona guy.
It's crazy.
Hey, so I didn't know until I watched the broadcast that you are now working with Michael Byrne on the training side of things, and the compound, the riding area is the dog pound, right?
We call it the dog pound,
The dog pound, So what's that relationship with Burner been like?
It's been awesome. Ever since I got down here, we started working together immediately, and that was the whole plan when I, was proposing it to the team and stuff like that. I wanted to work with Burner, and he has a good group of guys with Chance Hymas and Drew Adams and a couple other kids, and obviously with Hunter and Jet. So I was very excited to, get going with that. And right away, it was right to the technique side of things. I came down here, I rode probably a month of outdoors on my 450, just all technique stuff, and was very disciplined on that end of things too. No matter, he's like, no matter how slow we're going, we're going to do it the right way. And that's the only way to get those habits, because there was a lot of habits that I had to break from so many years of riding, and that's all I really knew. And growing up, I never had trainers or people telling me what to do. I always just kind of learned things as I went. I watched videos and races, and I would go out and ride in my backyard and just try and implement what I saw. So then, anyway, getting back to Burner, it's been awesome, and the way he explains things and goes about his schedule, and I never question anything. I just do what he says, and it's been super cool. And just as a mentor on and off the track, he's just been a great guy.
Yeah. So is it comprehensive as far as like coaching on the track, technique, lap times, that type of stuff, and then all of your off the bike training too, like lifting or cardio, things like that?
Yeah, exactly. So he does all the on the bike stuff, and then as well as the off the bike gym, and we all do bike rides together and stuff like that. So everything, is in one place, and it's nice to have a solid program. It just feels good. No questions, and that's the big thing. Like, the program's proven and stuff like that. So a big confidence for me in my mind heading into just the season in general. I feel like I struggled with that in the past. And that definitely brings a big factor.
Does Danny make you those delicious meals and stuff? She's an excellent cook, by the way.
She's a good cook.
She's a good cook.
Yeah, she has some healthy desserts and stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
I want to ask you about your first win and this win. Obviously, you got signed by Pro Circuit. You weren't a very high-profile amateur. You got your first win on your third race, and then you went 4 years to now. I mean, obviously, you still had good races and got on the box and stuff like that. Was your first win more emotional, or was this win, I know it was a shootout, more competition, or was this win more emotional just because you went through the ringer to get there? Obviously, you go from an amateur and you dream of being a pro and winning your first Supercross, but then when you spiral downhill and you have to dig yourself out of the hole in the dark places when no one's fucking around, you know what I mean, and you're by yourself because you're a quiet kid, so you get forgotten about a little bit, and then you come out and you win an East-West shootout. Does this one feel better?
It feels so much better, to be honest. Like, it was a lot of the things you mentioned right there. Like, the first one to me came, I don't want to say easy, but it came so soon in my career, like my third ever pro race, and I was just so happy that I did that. And like you said, in between those times, I've been on the podium. I've had some good races, but so many injuries and just dark places, right? And you get into the mindset of like, man, should I be here? Can I do it again? And you keep working, you keep coming back. And to do it again, like this one just felt, so much better and more emotional. And to come back and do it again, and especially the East-West showdown, just brings more to that. But yeah, it's just a great feeling and brings so much confidence after 4 years of not a win, but on to more, hopefully.
You're 11 back, so you're not out of this at all. I'm not saying that, but you're like one bad piece of chicken from maybe being the points lead.
I mean,
Seth,
Detroit fucked you, dude.
The chicken, the chicken just got you.
Detroit.
Wait, you got food poisoning?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was Detroit. Yeah, looking back, you want to get that one back. I mean, it was a bummer because, I just think about even just a couple of points before the red flag, I was in 14th, and I would have even taken a couple more.
Yeah.
Well, and then with that, but I just, you can't dwell on it now, but still to be 11 back is
you're fine. It's not the end of the world. We had Levi on. He said he ate the chicken too, and he was fine. But you and McAdoo were jacked up. So I don't know if Levi's got an iron gut or like what was going on there. But
wait, it was from the team truck?
I heard. Yeah.
Man, that's rough.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. But it happens. You never know.
Seth Hammaker. Seth Hammaker brought to you by FCP here. Pulp 25-chassis to save. Get some race cups. Get yourself some engine mounts. All right, we got Jacob on 3. Question for Seth here. What's up, Jacob? What's your question for Seth Hammaker?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Doing good.
Yeah, Seth, hey, congrats on the win, man. Just want to kind of ask, so with everything that's been going on with Pro Circuit and everything like that, I was kind of just curious about, like, expectations and everything like that with the team. Did you kind of find yourself in, like, a position where you were kind of put in like the number one spot with everyone going out, or like how does that work? I'm sure you always come into the season kind of expecting to win, or at least fighting for podiums and stuff like that, but is there any more pressure that kind of gets put onto you?
I try not to let it bring any more pressure, and I feel like with being on Pro Circuit and being one of the guys, that pressure or that expectation is there from the start of the season when everyone's healthy or not. But just trying to not let that get to me, and to not let that change my plan or goals for the season. And the big goal for the season for me is to make it through the season healthy, whether no matter what the result is. And it sucks to have, the guys get hurt and things like that. But like I said, I try not to let that get to me. And there's always expectation to win from the team, and I want to do it for myself too.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
You left, Seth, when you're talking about training with Burner and all that, you left out the number one athlete that Burner has there. The multi-time Canadian champion, Dylan Wright, is down there. And,
he is.
Yep, so just tell Dylan there's a chance that his arch enemy might come back this summer. Phil?
Yeah?
Phil, right?
Oh.
Might be Dylan Wright, Phil and Nicoletti battles, maybe? Phil?
Maybe.
Okay,
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But you just tell Wright next time on the bicycle ride, hey, dude, you might want to dig a little harder here.
I've seen Dylan on the bicycle. I went on some rides.
Oh, and? What?
He's lucky the cycling skill doesn't translate to dirt bikes.
Oh, really? Oh, is
he'd
he?
be fucked.
Is he bad? Really? Like just.
I'm sure he's better now, but
Yeah.
it's crazy. I might smash, Webb on a bicycle too, and he'd lap me in a Supercross main
Dude,
event,
that guy
so.
rides good though. When I did the Canadian broadcast this last
Oh, yeah.
summer, it was really impressive. I'm surprised he's alive after that crash he hit, but it's good to see him back.
No,
He
Dylan's
is good.
Yeah, Dylan's a really good
He
rider,
works
man.
so hard.
Yeah.
Seth, I want to ask you. So you're from Bainbridge, PA, not far from me. He's right around
not far so
Hershey
he's-
Park. Yeah,
yeah.
2 hours,
Okay.
2.5. So like I rode a lot of the tracks he grew up on. If you and I had to have a one-on-one shootout at Sleepy Hollow right now, who wins?
Oh boy.
Oh, Sleepy Hollow is one of my best tracks.
Yeah, I'd whoop your ass there, boy. You wouldn't have a chance.
Sleepy Hollow. Okay.
Yeah.
Sleepy Hollow.
It sounds like something out of like a Disney movie.
Yeah,
Sleepy
it's-
Hollow.
Yeah, full clay track and
Oh, yeah.
That was my first race there at that track.
Yeah. Oh, really? That's great.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Remember when they used to have the like the mini track down at the bottom?
Yep.
It's still like a pit bike track maybe now. But
Yep.
yeah, that was my first race. It was actually funny. Like I was on like a KTM mini adventure and there was a bunch of loud Cobras behind me. The gate dropped and I just sat there and I was like, "Hey, going." And then the guy who was doing the gate, he was like super cool and he was like, because the track came across the start, he's like, "All right, bud, like if you're gonna go, you got to go now." And I took off. It's kind of funny,
That's
but
funny.
yeah, that was my first.
Yeah,
race.
I raced there on 50s as well. That's the first race. It was the area qualifier I ever met Jason Lawrence.
Oh,
yeah,
at Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, it's crazy. The track's been around for years and years. And
How old would he have been then?
Jason was probably 7.
Did he have his little cigar at that time? Was he cruising around with the cigar?
Not yet. Not yet. He wasn't
That was-
introduced
that was
to
later.
That sort of
We got
stuff,
Craig on 6 for Seth. Welcome to the show, Craig. What's your question for Seth Hammaker?
Seth, does this voice sound familiar?
I don't know yet. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Krager. I just want to call and see how you're doing physically.
Oh, yeah, I do know now. Yeah,
Listen to that
I'm doing
accent.
good,
You
Craig.
know he's
How are
from
you?
up north, back east.
That's Central PA, Pennsylvania Dutch.
So Seth's home race is Philly or Pittsburgh? What do we? I don't know my geography of PA. Where are we?
Philly.
Philly.
For sure,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Craig. Anything else?
So how are you feeling physically, Seth?
Feeling really good. I feel like this is the best spot I've been in physically probably ever. And I feel like I still have a good ways to go yet, but just trying to keep the workload balance good, and Burner's been really good about helping me with that. Just managing the whole season as a whole, so that's been good.
Yeah, we got. Look, 11 back. Thanks for the call, Craig. 11 back. We got 2 more showdowns to go. Us experts in the media want to break down the series, but dude, like anything can happen. Like these showdowns are, anything can happen. So
But Seth is a great starter. That his practice start that he had, going into the first corner, he, obviously I was in the PC truck, we talked about it, but he came a little too hot and tucked the front. But come the main event, to be able to do that same thing in the main and execute, it's a huge deal.
Dude, you know what? I'm just checking my selection from the PulpMX Fantasy MX, not the other fantasy thing that you sell here in Vegas, but I had the FFL. I had Hammker last week.
You did?
Were you were you leading first lap?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think I got it. I got some bonus points. I'm like the worst in my league.
Okay.
I got like 10 guys, and I'm getting totally smoked.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
All
you
right.
got-
Well, I should say thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for the. It's 15
right
bonus
on.
points or
Yeah.
25?
It's 15. Yeah.
15 bonus
Yeah.
points.
Yeah.
Thanks, Seth.
Nice. Good job.
Anytime.
Seth Hammaker here, brought to you by FCP on the show. Yeah. So you have to ride this week, or did you get a little week off, or like what's the plan here?
Yeah, we're gonna ride outdoors this whole week. So
Okay.
back on it tomorrow and get a little bit of outdoor riding in. It'll be fun. So the weekend, I feel like that we have this weekend off, so have a little bit of time, and then after Birmingham, maybe do a little bit more of outdoor. But after that, really, we're gonna be, into that 4-race swing up north. So it'll be just Supercross full time then. But it'll be good.
I asked Jay Coop, Hammker,
Right.
ghost in personality. You know, like
He needs a vlog too.
he needs a vlog too. Like another, like the problem is they're all good kids and they all have
Right.
an actual personality. But like Seth is an actual ghost. Like you almost forget he rides for Pro Circuit. You know,
Right.
obviously he's
This is Phil's rant tonight.
yeah,
Seth. It's
like
his rant.
like I just know all these kids. You know, they're not just sticklers. You know,
Right.
and obviously I know it's hard when you're hurt and you're not around to even be in the mindset to be publicly seen or whatever. But I give Cowie, Mitch, Ron Holiday, people that stick behind you that actually know your
Yeah.
speed and know that you're waiting in the wing to show what you really have, and it's cool. I'm sure even the past 4 years it all gets forgotten about after this past Saturday. So I
Yeah.
think that's rad.
Yeah.
A race
That's
win
cool.
trumps anything, dude.
Yeah. And I'm a quiet kid. I've always have been. I feel like, but it's something that I do need to be better at. Is just better social media and stuff like that. Being more up for just like I don't know, just more.
Yeah, more outgoing, right? Yeah. Just
Yeah, exactly. And because I do, like you said, Phil, everyone has a personality, but sometimes you just don't see that.
Yeah.
And I'm not one to just go out, and it's not my thing to post everything or be all up on it. But yeah, I think it's a big part of our life now. Is just with social media and stuff like that, and with sponsors and everything. So
maybe you can hire Tate. Tate needs a job. Hire Tate. Tate can be your social
That
guy.
would be great.
Because I heard he's pro circuit now. Is Tate pro circuit, or is he?
After this weekend, he probably is for sure.
Because I heard for a while Mitch sent him clothes, and he was team pro circuit, and Honda was standing to fire him. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he is anymore.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hey, how'd you and Jaimes Chance? Obviously, both you guys are really good dudes, but I mean, you're going for the same thing here. Do you guys have some epic battles during the week? Like, how's that been?
Yeah, we do. It's been super cool to have a chance when we get along really good.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because when Burner's like, all right, like we're doing an 80%, 20-minute, main or whatever, and we end up doing like a 20-minute sprint.
Yeah.
Because it just ends up being like a battle.
You're
but,
like, you asshole! You're not beating me.
Yeah, because then he's like, all right, maybe it'll help if we spread out. And then we just watch each other, when you can still see him,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And he's
yeah.
like, all right, that's not going to work either.
Burner's
But,
like, all right, different days.
Yeah.
Fuck it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
It's good because it keeps us both, we push each other, and that's what we need, but we just need to do it responsibly and don't take too many risks, right? But
Yep.
it's cool to have, him to ride with, and looking forward to getting Jet and Hunter back and Drew, so it'll be good.
Yeah, I mean, Alden's had to deal with that too. Hey guys, we're here to help each other. We are not here to slam each other, and it's like when you and LaRocco would hang out back in the day, bro.
Yeah, but it's so competitive that way. Seth, when Justin Cooper was on earlier, I was asking him about the environment at the Star compound, and there's like 15 250 riders. They got 3 premier 450 riders. It's like, it just seems like that you would never have a break to sort of, it just feels like there would be just constant lap time pressure, and it
100%.
It seems like that with your, okay, you got one guy, maybe 2 guys at times that you're sort of gauging yourself off of, but like, I'm like, how many riders would be, and that's the same thing like when you're out west riding at the tracks out west.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, there could be 6, 7 PC riders out there at once. And there's a pecking order to all that, and there's egos and everything involved. I personally don't think that I would have thrived in that environment at all. Like, I wanted to do my own thing.
Phil wrote a club for. I mean, it was kind of how it was a club, right? They would drop the gate. And
I mean, but that's what the sport is now. Too.
Yeah,
like
but I can't speak for Seth, but I need people to ride with, because if I don't have someone to ride with, I'm not going out there to do it. And I rode by myself as a kid my whole life, and I fucking hated it. So I don't care if I'm 6 seconds a lap slower. I just need somebody out there.
Yep.
You know, so kind of.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, different styles, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, Seth, thanks for the time tonight. Congrats on the win. That was awesome. Really cool to see. And like Phil said, all the things you've been through, right? The downs of the injuries where nobody, people don't know what you're doing and how hard you're working to get back. So it's really cool to see you come back all the way. And, yeah, this thing's not over. You're 11 back. Like we said, you're one bad piece of chicken from leading us points.
And you get 13 days to enjoy it.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
get to savor it with the weekend
Kinda
off.
nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Seth Hammaker was the best 250 rider for 2 weeks. There we go.
But don't forget, next few years when you finally get settled in, we're gonna have a shootout at Sleepy. And we'll
Sleepy
see.
Hollow. Yeah.
Let's do it. We're gonna.
250s or 450s, Phil?
I'm 450. He can stay on a 250.
Okay, all right, okay.
Some sort of advantage.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? This is a good question for you. We asked Jay Coop this before we let him go. Who was your hero when you rode, and when you were a little kid and you went to the Supercross, motocross races? And did you ever get any goggles or jerseys or anything from any of these dudes?
I never did get like goggles or anything, jerseys, nothing like that. But I really just looked up to Dungey. Like, just that was kind of who I was a big fan of. And but yeah, I was never. To be honest, that's now that I think about it, my first Supercross race that I ever went to was in 2017 at East Rutherford.
Okay.
Like I would like that's pretty late. It's kind of wild, but yeah, never was the one to go, to go up to those guys. But
right.
Yeah, Ryan Dungey was my guy.
Okay.
Well, damn it, we need to get Dungey on the horn, get him to sign up something, get it out, get it shipped back to Florida.
There we go. Have you talking to Dunge at the races, Seth?
Yeah, here and there.
Okay.
Yeah, every time I see him and stuff, he's we always say what's up. But just
cool.
Little stuff and but yeah, it's pretty cool.
Right. All right. Okay. Sounds good, Seth. Thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me on.
All right,
great job. Great
Congrats.
chat.
Yeah, great work. Thank you. That's Seth Hammaker, everybody. Phil, what was the first Supercross motocross you went to? Broome?
That you raced or
no, as
or
a kid,
spectated?
Yeah, Broome Tioga.
Was Fro there?
Would have been.
What year?
Actually, it was like 99, Unadilla and Broome.
99.
No, 98.
98. Oh, well, he was there. Yeah. That was
90.
that when you caught fire. No, you got hurt. You were done for.
No,
by then,
I got hurt at
Millville. So you wouldn't have made those last.
Just
races.
missed it.
Yeah.
99.
You might have won that title.
I just got out of jail in 99, so I missed. That's when I got clipped. So I missed Broome and Steel City.
Yeah, that's right.
My first.
Sorry to let you down.
Yeah.
Hey,
I probably got some goggles that nobody wants. I can ship to you too.
You might have won that 98 title. You were catching fire at the right time.
The bike was so good.
Yeah.
I mean, so good. Like just the 98 Cowie was the best, and I broke my thumb right here. I broke my thumb, Phil. Right there, coming down the hill. I rolled my hand forward in the last part of second practice, and still won both motos by like 30 seconds. And then I go to my orthopedic surgeon. It's like, we gotta. They're like, you can't ride like this. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I just did. And they're like, nah.
Yeah. My first race, non-Canadian national, because I went to Canadian nationals as a
that
kid.
didn't count.
Right. 89 Miami.
Oh, what a race, dude.
Yeah, I know, right? The first one I ever went to.
The beast from the East, he crashed twice and still won.
14 times and still won.
Oh.
And Tishner led the 250 main for a while. Tishner was on it.
So bummed that Tishner crashed with that.
Yep.
That would have been so cool.
And now that I know Ronnie, he told me he had food poisoning. He was up all night. He didn't know he was going to race.
Food poisoning.
I mean, that's what he said.
That's what we used to get food poisoning a lot back in our day. Back in the 90s, we had food poisoning.
Yeah.
The flu.
Yeah.
I got the flu.
Food poisoning.
Fro's got the flu again.
Weekend off, like never good.
No, not at all. All right, we got some phone calls on the line. We got Phil on 6. Phil, what's up, man? Phil, you there, Phil?
Hey.
What up?
Yeah, sorry, I got a race check rant for you.
Yeah.
You caught me off guard.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, podcast audio levels. How is it that there is not a piece of software that checks the levels before you publish it?
Are you talking about me specifically?
You, but also like JT had a terrible one a couple months ago. We just had awful ones. But your review pod from for Indy, you could hardly hear JT.
Yeah, but then I turned him up, like maybe 3 minutes in.
I don't know. He was still pretty hard to hear the whole time. But anyway, there's got to be software. I know you can fix it. You're the best podcaster in the business, so make it happen.
Well, I do. I apply effects after every recording, every show I do. I apply effects to normalize the volume. So what the effects are supposed to do is bring all the volumes up or real high volumes down. It normalizes them, and I apply that after every show. So I'm surprised it didn't boost JT more. But JT was quiet, but he was in a bad mood. So I said to him, "Hey, what's up with your sound?" And then he didn't want to hear it. He's like, "I'm doing the same as always. I'm doing the same as always." And so I'm like, "Well, okay, man."
I'll back him on it. He did ask him.
Yeah, and then I couldn't get anywhere as far as what was different with JT. So
hey, but the show's done in stereo, right?
Yeah.
Recording.
Yeah.
Phil, you might have a speaker blown or something.
No, there you go, Phil.
In the
Yeah,
truck,
yeah.
I might have a speaker out.
All right.
I listen on tons of different things. Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we got Porch on one. Porch.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, what up?
Dude, I went to the Sphere.
Oh, how was it?
Bro, that was spherical.
Thank you.
I gotta say.
Thank you.
Steve was right. I'm a believer.
Yep.
That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep. I don't give a fuck.
I sent a mission all the way from Orange County to Vegas on Sunday night last weekend. Went to the show, missioned back at 1 a.m., got home, and went straight to work for onboarding on the first day of a new job, and it was 100% worth it.
Jeez.
First day of a new job, right? Straight in from Vegas.
What'd you see at the Sphere? What'd you see?
It was that EDM show.
Oh, the EDM. Yep.
Yeah. It was incredible.
Yeah. No, listen. Anybody who goes.
Yep, that's it.
All you got to go.
Yeah, my lady wants to come up. She's like, let's go do 2 nights.
Eagles?
We'll go.
Eagles? Fro?
That'd be cool.
You like the
oh,
Eagles?
yeah, of course.
I know. That's what they're playing right now.
The
They're
real ones and the band.
They're ending it right now. You got to go soon.
Yeah.
I just want to hear the motocross stuff.
Thanks, Porch. I'm glad you're on board with us. Join the club. We meet on Wednesdays, and we talk about the Sphere. Yep.
Absolutely. Can I have one more quick thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do we got to do to get Weege back in on Word of the Day on the broadcasts?
Get Weege what? More.
What do we got to do to get Weege back for Word of the Day on broadcasts?
Yeah, he's too corporate now. He doesn't want to get in trouble, but it was funny. Yeah,
his shirts are like pressed now.
Yeah,
there's no wrinkles. He looks like he's like
sold out. He's
he's sold out.
So thanks,
actually,
Porch.
he's getting
Thank you.
paid.
Yeah.
Broadcast game's changing nowadays.
Matt's on 3. What's up, Matt?
Hey, am I on now?
Yeah. What up?
Hey, Phil, I just wanted to wonder what does Steve Sims have to do to get you to come back to Canada for one more year?
Oh.
COVID's over. No more useless stuff. Just come. You got to come back.
I think the negotiations are going, and we hope it happens. But I mean,
I know we want him to come back up here. We need some good revenge on Sandali.
Yep.
We've got bad luck there.
I do have bad luck there, but I do like Sandali, though.
I mean, that's where we had our issue with the 800 there.
And the 9 landing on me.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
I had a good front row seat for both of those. Those were fun days.
What's the percent pie, Phil, that you go back? 8 races. The schedule's been announced. What's the percent pie?
It's 50-50.
50-50?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I would only obviously I only entertain it because I would only go up and ride for Sims. You know.
Digger? Fuck Digger? Or?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't ride for
hot
Digger.
dog Digger?
What Sims?
Hot dog
Steve
vendor?
Sims he's like a technician up in Canada. He's like
a crew chief.
What team though?
Well, he was for the Yamaha team that I rode for, the Rockstar Yamaha team, but now he works for the Walton Cowie team up there.
Okay, yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Matt, 50-50, Matt.
50-50. All right, we'll wait and see.
I'm calling the glass half full at this point. I want to stay positive about it.
Yes, I'm hoping.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it'd be good. I don't know, but.
Hey, Matt, when we were talking earlier, I said to him, and I was hoping he wasn't going to freak out on me, but I'm like, hey, I don't think you're going to beat Dylan. And Phil was.
Yeah, I know. That's whenever I was hearing that, and then I was like, I got to call. He needs to at least come back for Sandali. We need a good day in Ottawa.
There we go. All right, let's make it happen. All right, thanks,
All right,
Matt. Thank
thanks,
you.
boys.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Phil? 50-50.
If I go there and get third or fourth, I'm happy.
That's fine. No,
You know?
absolutely. I think you could get third in your sleep. No offense to the other guys. I hope they don't hear this, but I think you can get third in your sleep.
And
Top
you call
two-
yourself Canadian.
Dude, screw the Canadians.
I mean,
Right?
yeah.
Right? Dude.
Hey, PulpMX 20 code to save at Ethica. Thank you to Ethica. PulpMX 20, whether it's underwear or socks, great shirts, sweats, all of it. Ethica. Pulp 20 code to save with those guys. And Cardo Systems are on board with us too. I love the Cardo stuff. Used it off-roading a few years ago. It works great. Whether it's the Edge Pack, Pack Talk Edge, or Edge phones, they're waterproof. They're dirt-proof. You can mechanic to rider. Your dad could have had this and taught you how to
Dude, that
ride.
would be the last thing I would have ever wanted was my dad talking to me during. I don't want nobody talking to me during the race, to be honest with you.
You know the Kawasaki test track?
Yeah.
That would be me, but on purpose. Fuck it.
I'm ending it.
Dude, I can't,
well, listen.
can't do it
If you
anymore.
have another dad, your dad can talk to you. Your mechanic can talk to you. Parent to a son. Maybe you can just
No, the
okay.
parent-child coaching
Okay.
relationship. Trust me, I have a son that I tried to coach in soccer, even though
Well-
I'm not a soccer player, but
Okay.
I watch a lot of soccer. No, he's like, Dad, please.
Okay. CardoSystems.com. PulpMX code to save with Cardo. Check it out. And, you can record all the banter from back and forth. So
Yeah, those things are great now.
They are. They work really good.
Like Jay Clark and those guys who was telling me last year how you can hook up your GoPro to it
Yeah.
and record all the voice into your GoPro and all
Yeah,
that.
make
It's really,
little videos
really
and
cool.
all that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I had RV in my ear when I went off-roading.
Oh,
so
shit.
anytime I'm struggling
So
up
he's
a
just
hill,
laughing his ass off the
he's
entire
yeah,
time.
Yeah, it's just, he was an idiot. But
Well, so back to what we were kind of
Okay.
talking about earlier with these guys being very subtle with their image and all that.
Mhm.
Like Stanton was, but now Stanton's a blast. Villapoto's another guy that was like
He's a loser.
It was like, like this, and then now you see him, it's like
he's great.
Yeah, he gets going at some of the live shows we do.
Oh yeah,
he's having a couple of CLs. He gets going.
Fro
pretty
never
hard.
had a problem with the image. Phil, back in the day.
I mean, that was just the '90s, though.
I know,
you know,
right?
and I think part of that for me was, growing up with a speech impediment, and I stuttered, and I was really shy, and then because of the racing, and like the confidence and ego and stuff that you start to develop, and I remember guys like Rick Johnson or Bob Hanna, these guys, like they'd come into a press conference, they'd just fucking own it.
Yeah.
And I'm like
Yeah, yeah.
stuttering so bad, I like don't even want to do the press conference.
Mhm.
And then at some point, I kind of reach my sort of comfort level with my speech, and then maybe with my confidence, and
Mhm.
ego starts to grow a
Yep.
little, and then it all just sort of changed. So
All right, time for the always popular "I don't know, man" segment. Let's do this. Here we go. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh,
All
you
right,
got a
so
hat.
yeah, this weekend at the live show,
When
gentlemen.
you see that hat, what does that hat look like? First glance, like
Cincinnati
red and
Reds.
white.
Cincinnati
There's
Reds.
Nothing.
Yep.
Nothing in
Cincinnati-
culture that I can think of that
Cincinnati
would
Reds.
be.
That's exactly what I thought of too. You're right. You guys are right. Both of you. Cincinnati Reds. So thanks to the guy who made the hat. I don't know, man. Hat. Appreciate it. It's a segment that's sweeping the nation. My I don't know, man guy has been Chase Sexton for 3 weeks in a row, but I want to congratulate Chase. He just, I mean, yes, he crashed and got third instead of second, but my I don't know, man segment winner this week is Austin Faulkner. He's been through a lot. I get it. He's been through injuries. He's on a new bike, all of that. He showed a little more speed this weekend in qualifying. He was 4th overall in one session, which is good for him. But through 4 rounds of the East Coast, I mean, this weekend he crashed himself and everything else. But I don't know. I don't know if he's going to get back. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like the worst Austin Faulkner should do is a 6th or 7th. And he's been nowhere near that right now. And so I don't know.
I mean, that even to say those, to put that result with his name is just mind-blowing, right?
Yeah.
When Austin came through as an amateur, I truly felt that, I mean, and what was his first pro year? Maybe 18-ish? I mean, it's been a while.
17, I think. Okay, well, we got
17.
16, 17, 18.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Faulkner, to me, was as good as what Carmichael or James Stewart were. And I know that there's there's another segment in there, another
Yeah.
decade with some pretty awesome guys. But I mean, I would have said like that's, and I wonder if I wonder what happens along that way where the talent and then the hard work have to come together and do something special. They have to match up. But he was as good a rider as what I've ever seen.
Yeah, and look, and he's been through a lot, and he's time off the bike, and maybe he'll get there. But I don't know. I'm really shocked at how bad it's been going for him. So he's my winner of the I Don't Know Man segment. Phil, what do you got?
It's what I text in the group chat Saturday night during the race. Michael Mosiman.
Okay.
Mosiman was pretty badass amateur and everything too into his pro career. The guy can ride.
But I'm not just Michael Mosiman's career and where he's at. Like obviously Mosiman is either win or he's like Ricky Bobby. But the main event Saturday night, I have no idea what he was doing when he was getting lapped. I'm watching him in front of Seth Hammaker. He just went down. He's got no fucking visor on, and he's got blue flags waving in his face, and he's shaking his head off every jump like this, just blocking Hammker. And Hammker is behind him for a lap.
Yeah.
Panic. And I'm just like, I was so mad watching that.
You were mad.
Yeah, I was like, I was infuriated. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Move. They were basically hitting him in the face with the blue flag. And he was not. I wanted to ask Hammker that.
We forgot about
Damn
that.
it.
Yeah.
Ah. Yeah.
Hey, call Seth back real quick, Tallon.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Yes.
See if he can come on.
See if he answers this because I want to know because I could have choked
You were so mad.
I was. I'm pretty sure my keypad smashed on my iPhone. But I don't know, man. I don't know what that was or why he was.
Because at that point he's 14th.
14th, you're not even in it anymore,
it's over.
man. It's over.
Oh, so when I do the broadcast, I was always hard on the lap riders, and it's like, it always is whoever I was criticizing, right, analyzing, or most of the time it was a criticism. It's like, dude, what if it was you that was the leader? Okay, like. And maybe, some of these riders that have been out there, it's been a while since they've been the leader. But it's like, how would you want to be treated? It's like with the Roxon thing at Tampa.
Tampa, yeah.
Man, I get it, but like, what if you were the leaders that were coming through and you acted like you did.
For sure.
Or rode like you did, whatever, right? And
okay, we got Seth.
There's a level of respect.
Let's quickly, Seth, welcome back. Sorry to bug you. It's late there. But Phil, this was the source of Phil's I Don't Know Man segment, and he wanted to ask you this, and he totally forgot. Go ahead.
Yeah. During that main event, you start lapping people, and there's blue flags. And there was a certain bike, number 93 on a blue Yamaha. Were you redlining at that point in time?
Yeah, I did.
Dude, I was fucking redlining, dude, and I wasn't even racing, all right? I was telling Steve, I was typing so hard on my iPhone up to him, wondering what the fuck Mosiman was doing, because I could hear your cowie over everyone out there, and it was...
Oh, I was revving it, yeah.
Revving the piss out of it. And the blue flags were fucking smashing Mosiman off his A-Stars helmet, and he was just like, yeah, I don't know. And in front of Seth, he's like shaking his fucking head. I don't know where I'm going.
Did he lose his visor from a
crash?
A crash.
Blue flag?
Yeah. No.
That'd be great.
Wow. They might as well have. But no, he crashed in the whoops. And then he gets up, and then all of a sudden blue flags are waving, and he was trying to go. I don't know, man. He was racing Seth, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah. Well, because I came, like you said, they were good about the blue flags and everything like that, and then he was just kind of riding in the middle of the track because, like, normally I was like, okay, do I square up underneath? You just kind of get through it the way you can, and you might have to take a different line than you have been or whatever, and that's the way. Then I was like, man, okay, I'm gonna get around him in the whoops. Then he passed me back in the whoops.
Wait, he passed you back?
Yes, he passed him back.
You can't do that.
I swear to God. And then
get back on the lead lap.
I almost threw my fucking iPhone, dude. And then he jumps the finish line, and then all of a sudden, like, he just like veers left.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I'm like,
so he
dude,
like fought hard for like 2 laps. And then,
yeah, I'm like, it was the most mind blowing thing ever.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I
don't know, man.
The greatest thing is like he's hitting the doubles, shaking his head like this.
Just trying to get his bearings back, or what?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I could just the cowies aren't that loud, and I could hear Seth's cowie over the other 21 motorcycles out there. You know.
So Seth, you were stressing. Yeah, you were stressing.
A little bit, because that was I think that was right after I made that mistake, or right after I made that mistake. So Vial kind of called up to me, and I was like, I do not need this right now. I do not. And then I was like, okay, just stay calm. And then right after the finish, he gave way, and I was like, all right, let's get back into it.
Gave way.
Get back in the zone.
I didn't know he passed him back. I didn't see that. I missed that.
That's when I started going off, and I'm like, dude. And then all of a sudden, like, he landed on the finish line and then just hooked a left to go backwards down the start straight.
I came off that finish and just never let off.
No, you didn't.
Oh, dude.
Oh, it was so great.
All right, Seth. We forgot to ask you about that. Phil wanted to. Yeah. So thank you. Thanks, buddy.
See you,
Appreciate
bud.
it. Thank you. All right. Okay, we got to the bottom of that. Ratcliffe's on 3. Question for Jeff Emig. Go ahead, Ratcliffe.
Emig, you came up in a different era of Supercross, and it was, I'm guessing, a little bit more of a party era. The fat bowls of Emigos and drinking on boats and such. Was that party era, was that a superpower for you or a kryptonite?
I mean, I would say that it fed into the life that I chose to lead and the choices that I made, right? So, that's why we were talking earlier with the callers about, the pressure and stuff that they are under every week, every day. They're at the test facilities, things like that, and it was certainly just a different time. And I always say that the 90s in motocross was like what the 60s was to rock and roll. There was rock and roll before and after the 60s, but there's something that happened in the 60s that was just kind of a time that will never be repeated.
Now, Danny Stevenson's been here a few times, and he would tell us, though,
oh boy,
after the night outs, though, you would run in the morning. You would get up in the morning and go for a run. He's like, none of us, we were done. And Fro would go for a run.
I mean, I paid the piper for sure, and that there was, almost at times, like you went out, you had a little fun, you blew off some steam, but now you got to pay the piper, right? And you gotta you feel a little bit guilty about it. So then, okay, you put a little bit of extra effort. But I mean, certainly there were. I mean, one of my worst stories that I could tell was
that I can tell.
It was, and I look back on it. It was just so immature. But in '96, I'd won the motocross championship, and good friends with Jason Bonham, and he's playing up in Hollywood. We are all planning. We got limousines, like the whole group. We're all going to see Bonham, and it was during in September when Kawasaki would have all of the guys from Japan over, and there was like a 2-week test. It's like, Bruce, I'm not coming to the test on Thursday. He's like, you got to be at the test. I said, I'm not coming to the test. I'm going to go out. We've got this night out. He's like, you better have your ass there. Okay, I'll be there. Hey, I'm talking 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
Not sure, Rhino and Huffner's laughing their ass off, right? And I'm like getting dressed, going, I'm at the Cowie track in Corona.
I possibly could be legally drunk right now.
I shouldn't be on the bike.
Yeah.
I'm not. I'll be honest with you. And I did the track, like I did the jumps and everything. I was 10 seconds a lap slower on a Supercross track that's 50 seconds long. And it was like falling asleep and like, hey, get up and test this. And it's like, oh, my God. Okay, you wanted me here? I told you I'll be here.
Yeah.
But it's like we are going through the motions here today, boys.
There's nothing happening. Right.
And I was really good at testing. I really appreciated that 2-week test. We would have to sort through like 50 cylinders, like 25 pipes. It was just a joke, right? They have test riders do all that stuff now and dynos and everything. But I'm like, all right. But when it was like, it's like, okay, are we done? All right, I'm done. I was never so happy to be. Oh, man.
10 seconds is a lot.
And we got in trouble one night, too, back in the Yamaha days. It was like Valentine's Day, and we went to Club Metro. Anybody listening knows what Metro was. You know what it was. Okay? And we have to go test at, Adelano, a 395. You ever ride past?
Yeah.
and J-Bone was out. Pedro Gonzalez was on North County Yamaha. A bunch of guys were out, and so we all roll up to the test, and we got word that like Larry Griffiths and Keith McCarty and everybody knew that we were out last night. Okay, and Steve Butler, was working on my bikes back then. J-Bone was working on Pedro's bikes and stuff, and it's like you kind of sense that something wasn't, everybody was a little bit on edge, and I was like, okay, I don't have much in me today. And Dowd was riding whatever. Well, it might have been factory Yamaha. Yeah, maybe. Well, it might have been factory Yamaha, something, whatever. He was out there. So I went out and said, okay, I got to go out and blast the fastest lap of anybody of the day. And once I get fastest lap, I'm out of here. Well, it turns out that Larry Griffiths' daughter was at the Metro that night.
Oh.
And then she's like, Dad, all your guys were out at the.
I got ratted on.
Thanks, Ratcliffe. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, it was it was just such a different time, and you just can't compare. Now everything is so professional. Everybody's on such a schedule. They've made a commitment in a way that what they have to do to do their job. And
I think Anderson is still a guy that kind of goes out a little bit, but it doesn't happen now. From
you don't.
But everyone
do they?
Okay.
What?
A lot of people still go out and have
do they?
a good time.
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't hear a lot of it. I'm not out. Obviously, I'm old now, but I don't hear a lot of it. Like I was at
especially if there's an off weekend like coming up like this one. Yes.
Oh yeah, no.
People go out,
but in their areas. I meant after the races. Like I don't see.
No, not in their areas. Like Indy people were out.
Oh, okay.
If there's an off weekend after, they still deserve to go have a little fun.
Dude, absolutely.
Hey,
I'm not saying they don't.
In '95, I'd really worn out my welcome, and Keith was kind of, Keith McCarty is like Bob Hanaway, like this, and clearly, like me and my generation and my group of friends and the guys I ran around with, we were not on that program. And when Kawasaki signed me at the end of '95, brought J-Bone over.
Could you have stayed at Yamaha, or was Keith over you?
Yeah. I mean, they were making an offer that they really didn't want to make.
Yeah.
Right? Because and to be fair, I look back on it, it's like, would I wanted to make that offer either? But I went to Kawasaki, as luck would have it.
Roy Turner's like, hey, listen, I lived through Dogger. I can handle it.
Yeah, Turner was very, Turner was cool that way. And that's when it was like, okay, we'll just kind of let you be who you want to be. And the mechanics that they had in line for me, I was not going to jive with. J-Bone was like 5th on the list. Well, then when J-Bone was my mechanic, all of a sudden it was like one of my best friends, and we're going to do this together.
Yeah.
And I even hired a buddy of mine, Eric Hilton. I said, so once I got on Kawasaki.
Lives here now, by the way.
Huh?
Hilton lives here.
Yeah. So I said, I'm going to hire you, and you're going to keep me on schedule. Dude, I didn't even drink New Year's Eve and stuff, right? Like, it was like, we're going to get serious. 96, we're going into this thing. I'm the number 2 guy. It's time to beat Jeremy. And I was a complete wreck the first 2 races. And we go to San Diego that night that Jeremy and I had a heat race where we were just banging into each other. I was like, the hell with this shit. And Snoop and those guys had a massive party going on after San Diego. I said, that's it. After tonight, we're getting back on schedule. And I have a kick-ass race. Finished second. Jeremy won the main, but it's like, I shit you not, from that race, so it was the 3rd Supercross in 96, until 99, maybe into 99, there were probably 3 nights that we didn't go out after the race.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Troy, Ohio, 97, where it was like 1,000 degrees.
Yeah.
It was like, nope, I can't. I'm too. Your eyes are just like, I can't do it tonight, right? And maybe a bummer race here or there, but we just said, you know what? We're just gonna have fun with all of this, and certainly was burning the candle at both ends, and like in this new documentary that Jeremy and I are partnered on, Moto 90s, we're gonna talk about that, like that, if I was at Havasu and Jeremy's at Havasu, Button's over there, Phil Lawrence is there, Rhino's there, you kind of got like half of the top 10. Okay, everybody's still here.
So y'all know going into money, they're all at the same level.
Yeah, but
they're all at ground zero.
Yeah. And that was back in the days when like Hanny and Jason Lawrence and these guys, they wanted it to be the 90s, and they want to be out Saturday night, but Ryan Villapoto is literally on the spinner at the hotel before he jumps on his flight, and and Ralph said, here's the difference is you guys, you knew where your level playing field was, and if Jeremy's there and I'm here, then we're all good.
Yeah.
But if he wasn't here, it's like, wait, what's he doing? Or if I wasn't there, then he's like, wait, what's he doing?
Right.
We're like, okay, we're good. We're good. Cheers,
Yeah, Ricky ruined it all.
Yeah, it was. I mean, when I got arrested, that's the day the music died.
Right.
Like that's when if being the top rider on a factory Kawasaki, all this, it's like if I can get fired, then anybody can get fired.
Yeah, good
right?
point. Right.
And
but also you weren't winning races anymore, so that was also a convenient excuse. I wonder if you were at top.
No,
of your game.
it was. That's when they were getting ready to sign Chevy trucks. I talked to Bruce about that. Bruce and I are great now. Bruce is the guy that had to make the call.
Yep.
Kawasaki Japan even said, Bruce, it's your call.
Yeah.
And he told me, he's like, they left it up to me.
And Chevy, with Chevy,
and he
coming,
tells me on the phone, he's like, I'm gonna let you go. And it was like, oh, fuck. And the first thing, like I had to own it. I had to call my dad.
Yeah.
And I mean, I get emotional just thinking about it. It's like, fucking let him down so much,
Yeah.
And my dad was unbelievable. My dad, Gary, most people know him, Big Gur. I'm on the phone with him, and he's like, okay. So you're out at Kawasaki. And then he was like, well, you weren't happy riding that bike anyway. Let's get you on something new, and you need to get your shit figured out. And I'm like, no, Gary. I'm waiting
my
for
dad. Hey, call back.
for a foot to come through the phone and hit my ass,
Well, Phil,
and it
Phil's
was a
dad would do
very
the same.
no, it was a very he certainly knew that I understood the severity of what had happened, and he was super positive, and I'm really thankful because that sort of time period after that is where I made a big change in everything, and that having his response to it was the key point to being like, okay, it's gonna be all right. You fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't good, but we can get things back. So
yeah, awesome. Well said. We got a lot more coming up here on the show. We're going to take a commercial break here with Jeff Emig, Phil Nicoletti. We got the Race Tech Rant coming up. We got the motorsport.com Tweet at Tallon segment, X-Brand Goggles. We're going to talk a little bit about the TV drama that we had over the weekend.
Yeah, do we have chicken coming, by the way? Because I want to make sure that I don't get the same chicken that
we got
that Seth and
we
those
got
guys
different chicken.
Different chicken.
And not the chicken.
Okay.
Yeah. Lots more to talk about here on the show, and also too, I want to
check out my boat, dude.
We had chicken up here in studio. It was something else.
Yeah.
Chicken and Denny.
Oh yeah.
That was about
That's a wild show. That's
trying to get chicken to catch a plane in Orange County to come up to Vegas was basically trying to probably manage like.
Yeah, he's my neighbor. I see him walking my dog and stuff. I see him all the time.
Does he have still the lizards and stuff and all that?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, all right.
Fuck, that guy drinks a lot.
All right, everybody, go to commercial break here. Phil Nicoletti, Jeff Emig, I'm Steve Matthes. We'll be right back after this.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't even want to come on tonight.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out FCPRacing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Talon Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferranges, and and I choose Ojo.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow at Atlas Brace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tallon Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferranjis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing, 702-586-7857. We got Jeff Emig in studio. We got Phil Nicoletti in studio. The 7 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Cherby's at Acherbys USA on social media. Our guys at Acherbys making bikes look better all the time. They got a brand new website, all revised, and you can punch in your bike model number, the color of plastic you want, and Acherbys will make it look better. So thank you to Acherbys as well. And Fox Factory Vehicles. Drive your dream vehicle today. FoxFactoryVehicles.com to find your next custom vehicle, backed by the original of manufacturer's factory warranty. OEMs, Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and more. They'll put on all their products, build you an ultimate truck, whether it's Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, Shelby American, anything like that. And FoxFactoryVehicles.com to learn more about that. So thank you to those guys for coming on board. And let's welcome our regular guest here, the Jason Thomas from Fly Racing. What's up, JT?
What's happening?
We got Jeff Emig
What's up, JT?
Phil Nicoletti here.
Fro here.
Some star power. Star power.
Canadian Supercross champ, American Supercross champ, and German Supercross champ on the line.
I don't even have that.
You got the American one.
Yeah, I just have one American one. I don't have multi
All right, well, JT and Phil, would you like to trade championships?
Along with the 650 grand worth of checks, too, please.
That I didn't have time to. Hey, JT, I want to throw out a compliment right now. I was watching the race on my drive up from SoCal, and just on the broadcasting element is like the technical aspects of speaking and broadcasting. What you do so good is you hit your downbeats, you make your point, boom, boom, boom. Like you end your sentence. Like it's all like structure stuff that you learn in vocal class and all this, but really good. Like really impressed.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That means a lot. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and like the insight from the track, it's like it's so good having a writer, that's on the track and sees it from that perspective.
And you know how it is too. He's got to get in, make a point, and get out.
Yeah,
it's not like a podcast, Like
I told JT before, he does a really good job of like explaining it very well. Comparatively to.
I'm trying. I appreciate it. It's way harder than I ever thought it would be, and until you do it, I don't know how I could ever tell anybody how difficult it is.
Yeah, but then on the broadcast, right? And you guys, the team in general that all of Supercross and Motocross has, right? There's a lot of personalities throughout the day with Race Day Live. Everybody's got their segment. And so like you were saying, when he comes in with a point, Bondo's like, okay, JT, it's coming to you next.
Mm-hmm.
Like, boom, you got to be on point. You got to have something relevant, and you got to hit your downbeats. And it's like, you're the expert. Boom, boom, boom. And that's the story, right?
How often, JT, do you go to Bondo, hey, I got something, some point about the race and whatever, and they don't have time to get to you, or something else happens and they scratch your point? Like if you say 10 things in the course of a night show, do you get all 10 in? Do you get 8?
No. It depends. Sometimes it's really often, and a lot of it depends on like when Jet's in the booth. It's really difficult. At Tampa, when there's 3 all night in the booth, it's extremely difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really situational, but
generally,
yeah,
what is it generally?
Really good about it.
What is it generally?
Yeah, I'd say half.
Okay,
probably
right.
half.
Yeah.
Maybe a little better than half.
Right.
And I think there's a level of trust there too, where Bondo trusts me that I'm going to respect the time factor and get in and get out and not carry on. Like that's what I really have focused on. So he knows that he'll like tell me like, hey, we're tight, and I know I have to be extremely quick. But yeah, it's just a lot of it's getting familiar too with the situation, and there's a lot of trust on everybody's side to not screw things up. So
yeah, but there's a technique to being able to get your point across quick and concise because of the position that you're in. You don't have time just to ramble on for 4 laps, And I just want to applaud you. I think you're doing a great job with that.
No, I appreciate it. It's funny, and I'll stop talking about this, but Bondo, when I first started doing it, he was like, I wish you guys didn't do podcasts because it creates such bad habits for this.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Like you can talk about it and really go into depth and circle back to it and make the same point, and there's no time for any of that. And he's 100% right.
Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Use the code PulpMX when you're checking out to save direct from Fly. JT, Coop had some St. Jude gear on, and Chance and the Fly guys, and I would like that logo on my gear, please.
I know you would. No, it was really cool, and it was an opportunity for us to let real patients of St. Jude have a hand in the design process, which is really cool. I don't think we've ever done that. and it was a great idea, and I think it made it a little bit more authentic that they were a part of these guys' weekend. And, I thought it came off really, really well. And then, of course, Coop went out and did the job and put it front and center. So I was thrilled, with how that went. And that race is about so much more than a dirt bike race. I got to go there a year ago almost, and I don't think I'll ever be the same person after going there. You see what real problems are when you go there, and when it's kids, it makes it that much harder. So anything we could do to help that cause, I think we would do it immediately.
Jason Thomas here. All right, let's talk Showdown a little bit. Phil, I'll start with you. Most underrated ride. We had the first race for the coasts were combined. And most underrated ride. Phil, Fro, I didn't prep you, so my bad. But,
that's all right.
Like just one that maybe we're
just
not.
in the 250 class?
Yeah, 250 Showdown. Like what?
Yeah, Cole Davies.
Davies?
Yeah.
Yep. He fell early, right?
Fell early, had to come through, and just, like I said in your review pod, like, dude, what he was doing the whoops and still being it, it was unbelievable.
All right, JT?
250, I will say RJ.
Okay.
I think he went 17th to 4th, something like that.
Yep.
So, and then he, if you're looking at it on pure binary scale, he made up points on the championship leader going in. Now, left with the lead, but he didn't know that. So he's like, I overcame a lot of adversity to make up some points here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. I was going to say Davies also. It's kind of an obvious pick. Man, Fro, what do you got?
Well, I'm not inside enough to have that sort of knowledge about that, but from what I seen, for Hunter Yoder to still get up and get an 18th after Reynolds completely smashed him for 16th place.
No, that was in the LCQ or Heat. Sorry, that was in the Heat.
Oh, that was in the Heat?
That was for the last spot in the Heat. Yeah.
Oh man.
Which, honestly, Reynolds almost jacked himself too.
Yeah, that was dirty. That was dirty.
Yeah. Did you see Yoder on the podium when he said something like, "I've always been better than"? What did he say?
Yeah, I couldn't really hear it, but
he said something like, "I've always been better than that guy, anyways," or something.
So there's a little juice in that squeeze.
Yeah,
right there.
JT, what did he say? You would know.
Yeah, I begged. I was like, please, I'm going to set him up. Please give us a good answer. And, he's just like, I've been smoking him. I smoked him in that heat race.
That's it.
I blew his doors off.
That's it.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Said. And he's like, I've been smoking him all year, too. I was like, yes. Yes.
That's what we want.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Davies has really been something this year, and he probably gets a main event win before the end of the year. This is a kid who was in Futures last year, and his motocross skills aren't as good, right? I'm curious to see if he can elevate, because he did his supercross skills were better, but he has elevated those supercross skills this year. I'm wondering if he can elevate his motocross skills, for this summer, because this kid is.
It's got to somewhat translate a little bit. You can't do that what you just did and not have it translate to outdoors.
Yeah, right.
Like it's next level. It's not like Josh Hansen style to where you're just strictly SX. He is. It's phenomenal.
I mean, I hadn't even heard his name until Futures. I'm not super connected that way, and kind of off in La La Land doing my own thing. And then it's like all of a sudden, he's leading and literally one of the fastest riders in the 250. Yeah. Like that's like out of nowhere.
Bobby, how long is his contract for? Do we know? Did Star sign him up for?
Yeah, it was from what Daniel said. It was the same deal that Deegan had gotten prior. So it was like a 3-year deal.
3 year stepping
from
deal.
amateur to pro or something like that.
Dude, the kid's good. Man, he's really impressive. So it'll be interesting to see if he can keep that up and get in a win before the end of the year. JT, Fly Racing Zone, Cooper, we have 15 points up, and us three had this discussion earlier, but we'll get you to weigh in here. Like, I don't know, like what Phil said earlier, like I feel like Coop could cartwheel and get up and get third. Like he is going to be so strong. Chase is margin of error is so small now. We got 15. We got 8 races to go. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just the unexpected thing that would be the problem. If you tell me Sexton just wears him down and reels him in organically, I don't know that I am there. Coop's riding too well, and he knows this process too well from here on out. But it's the thing you can't count on. It's the first turn crash. It's something silly happening that nobody can plan on and nobody can predict, and you can't really prepare for it. So that to me is really the big worry, and we won't know if it's going to happen until it happens, and that's just a part of racing. That's never going to change.
We had a bunch of things happen over the years in racing that you just never know. It makes our job in the media hard because literally things could change in an instant, right?
Well, it makes my job on the PulpMX fantasy hard. Yeah,
you're telling me I had two guys in the LCQ. I had to pull for Freddie and Jeremy Hand in the LCQ. Like, good luck to me. Yeah. They made it work, but dude,
that's tough.
Yeah.
All right, we got a call for JT on 3 from Jake. Go ahead, Jake. What's your question for JT?
Yeah, JT and Steve, you guys go to the press conferences. Have you ever
No, we don't.
seen?
I
don't go,
don't.
JT?
I don't go either.
No,
I watch them once in a while, but I don't go either. Nope.
I have to do this post-race show.
So just
right
give an
after the race,
observation.
so
Have you ever seen anybody who wanted to be anywhere else in the world at a press conference more than Chase Sexton in the last 2 that he's been at?
I did watch last week's. Yes, Chase was.
After Tampa,
yeah.
He looked like a kid that was sitting in the principal's office.
Yeah. I didn't watch this week. I didn't see it, but
and I don't know if you guys seen any other reaction outside of that. I mean, I know on TV he has to kind of mind his P's and Q's, but he looks like he's just about to go water boy.
Well,
he is showing too much emotion to his competitors. He's showing too much negative
Coop's sitting there laughing, going, "What? Look at this guy, man! I got him right where I want him."
Because Cooper is so mentally strong. Like, yes, we've seen it before, but right now, like we talked about, like this point of the championship, he is in the zone. That guy's Webb's gonna be really hard to beat.
Yeah, listen, and JT, you've been, the Bondo or whoever will say, "Hey, go grab these guys sometimes after the race," and you're like, "Yeah."
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
they're trying to get Sexton for an interview after the race. I can sense it coming, and I just make this groan into the microphone back to the truck. I'm just like, guys, and they're like, no, this is their job, and I'm like, but do you know what you're asking me to do right now?
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah, Fro, you probably.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. I'm like, this guy would rather do anything in the world than talk on camera right now, and you're like, I have to. It's terrible.
Thanks for the call, Jake. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah. So. I was doing a little bit of pit reporting in 2002, okay? Last race of the season was a pay-per-view from Vegas, and I'm pit reporting, okay? What we didn't know at the time is that once I was in the pits, nobody else was in the pits. Everybody was in the stadium. After the race, it was the first season that McGrath had not won a main event. And they're screaming in my ear. I think the producer's name was Steve Johnson. Get me a fucking McGrath interview. So I'm at McGrath's, standing at McGrath's rig, talking to Ann McGrath, Larry Brooks. Hey, I really need, TV really wants an interview with Jeremy.
Yeah.
And you can imagine, especially the dynamics that he and I had back then. We're all good now, but back then it was like, and I think it was Steve Johnson. If it's not, I apologize, Steve. But he's screaming in my ear, get me a fucking McGrath interview. And I'm like, at a certain point, you're like, dude, he's not coming out.
Yeah.
And I certainly am not breaching that barrier.
Knock on the door. Hey. Yeah.
I'm not going to yank the guy out. Like, if he's not going to talk, he's not going to talk. And he was so pissed at me.
Oh, yeah.
And I walked back into the show office after the show was done, and I threw my shit down. That was bullshit. Don't you guys ever talk to me that way. Don't ever put me in that position. I'm never doing TV again. F you guys.
Yeah,
and then 4 or 5 years later, I was on the broadcast.
Yeah,
but now we get fined. They get fined, right, JT? They have to do the interview.
If they don't stop for an interview right after the race, yes.
Regardless,
that did happen. That happened in Tampa to Sexton. Yes.
So what's the fine? What's the fine?
$1,000.
Oh,
yeah.
It was $1,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chase will write you.
Here's 3 because I'm probably going to not stop at a couple more.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
And I told him that. I said, if you guys think this is a deterrent, then that's not going to work. Like, I understand you're trying to prove a point, but and they have a product to make, right? Like, they only care about getting that interview because it's going to make the show better. That's fair. I understand, but I try to relay to them the emotion that Chase Sexton's feeling, and he's going to say something you don't want on the show. It's probably what's going to happen if you try to force this. Like,
yeah,
I cannot imagine if somebody put a microphone in my face at my most angry after a race. It would not go well for anybody.
And they can ask, so go ahead and ask, but that's it. You know.
Hey, Chase, you just blew the main event, another win in the record book. You lost the points lead again tonight, probably lost a huge bonus. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah.
You know, what do you ask?
Yeah. No, it absolutely is, for sure.
I mean, it is like they're thinking it's going to make for great TV, and they're not wrong. Like, I 100% understand their point.
Yeah, but
and
you
I
get the racer side of
probably
it.
would agree as long as I didn't have to be the one asking it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're putting your head up against a loaded barrel when you're doing that. That's not good.
I mean, shit. Like, I mean, it's happened. Stu would lock himself in the motorhome and not come out, and
and I will give Sexton credit this weekend, or not this weekend, at Daytona. He just bailed immediately. He went to the truck and left because then nobody can really get to him. And I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but if you know that you can't say if the first words that's going to come out of your mouth are going to get you in trouble, it's probably the best of a no-win situation.
We got Ryan on 5 for JT. Ryan, what's going on? You want to talk about Cooper's gear?
Yeah. Just first time, long time.
Thank you.
From Omaha, Nebraska, land of legends.
Land of legends, absolutely. Yep.
Pookie, I guess too. But yeah, I had a question about the gear. First off, I saw that Pat McAfee was wearing Fly gear in his video, and I thought that was sweet. And then also when I was watching the main, I thought Coop's gear still looked dirty from the heat. Was that part of the gear, or was it just a
No,
limited
it wasn't.
thing?
I don't know what happened. If he had enough sets, so I don't know if he got roosted on the parade lap or if he didn't change after the heat. I truly don't know. And I even asked our
Phil
team,
knows.
I'm like, hey, did
Phil knows.
something happen? Oh, he does? Okay.
Yeah, I forgot who he said roosted the piss out of him in the sand section.
Okay.
Just fucking
that makes
covered
sense.
him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's like, dude, what the fuck? He said he went back and he was just like cleaning himself off or whatever.
So he did have new gear
he
on.
did have new gear on.
Right. All right. Anything else, Ryan?
Oh yeah. Now, how did the Pat McAfee Fly gear thing come along? That was my last question.
So typically, like if we do press events like that, we will provide product for them. Just we're a big series sponsor for them. So of course we want to be a part of anything they have going on. So this was really no different. Anytime they had Demi Bagby, I think is how you pronounce it, but she was at Glendale. She has like 3 million followers. So anything like that, we get the opportunity to be involved with.
How do you know this? How do you know the size? How do you know? Like, is that prearranged?
This was a little bit tougher, and I wasn't as directly involved.
Okay.
But usually, I'll have a heads up, and we will either ship or bring stuff with us.
Yep.
This one was a little bit more last minute. Like last year, we had gear made for him. I brought it with me. We delivered it because he was supposed to come to the race, and we were going to do something at the actual track. That didn't pan out. No big deal. We tried. I know Sean was trying. This year was way less planned, so we didn't have it printed and all those things that we would like to do. So it's a little bit of a mad scramble there to find stuff. But
Sean told me 8 o'clock on Thursday night was when they got the word that it was going to happen.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's just full court press to make it work, honestly, is the real answer.
And
every resource you can find.
And who can forget the news anchor or the news guy that put the fly pants on backwards a few years back?
Yeah, so somebody told me he did it on purpose. Like he's like a kind of like that goofy kind of guy that's trying to create engagement, and he did it on purpose, but I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, great work on that. Thanks, Ryan.
I can't imagine he thought the zipper was,
yeah.
I can't imagine that's what he thought.
Fro, we have a caller on one. It says he went to Fro's house in 96 and wants to see if he remembers it.
Oh, shit.
Well, any
what's
demons
the odds
that are
on
gonna
that?
come popping out?
I don't know.
I mean, do you want to take it?
I don't know. Yeah, let's.
I feel like you're not going to know. You're not going to remember.
Well, we had some pretty big parties in '96. I used to have a huge Halloween party, so maybe. That's
Okay, well, let's see. Jason, what's up? You want to talk to Fro?
Yeah, Fro.
Yo.
Hey, please tell me you remember, guys. So, like your prime 250s. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So 95, 96, 97. Do you remember kind of a stalker guy, Ron the Painter?
Yeah, Ron the Painter. I know Ron the Painter.
Yes, so remember he had his son, right? And
I didn't have
buddy?
his son. He had his son and a daughter. Yeah.
No, yeah. So I was his son's buddy.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
Dude, 96 Glen Helen. Saturday. We go. It was Mother's Day, and we couldn't go to the race because it was Mother's Day. So Ron was like, "Hey, let's go to Emig's house on Saturday." And we go to your house. We're like 12 years old, and you answer the. No, I think Denny Stevenson answered the door, and he's like,
Denny was the
"Dude, let
butler.
me go get Fro." What's that?
Okay.
Denny was the butler. Yep.
Yeah, he was there during that time. Yeah. Yep.
And you came to the door, and we're like, "What's that?"
Nothing, man. All right, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. And Fro remembers you well. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
I
buddy.
mean, I had to go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ron painted like three of my houses.
But he was not at the Halloween party. He was a little kid.
He was too young.
Yeah. But what were Halloween parties like, Fro?
You remember?
I want to know what was running through
Who was
Fro's mind just now? It's like, hey, we got somebody that was there at your house in '96.
It could have gone anyway.
That
call went way better than I thought it was
Fro
going
was
to be.
like, oh, thank fuck.
You guys remember Alex Ewing?
Yeah.
He was a mechanic for a
Yeah.
while.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So he used to live, I don't know, half a mile away. And when he was like 14, his mom would bring him to the house and drop him off. And we'd like basically punish him and make him do all kinds of work and all kinds of stuff to hang out.
Oh, wow.
And then back when I had the 4 Z50s that were in like the crusty films and all that, one of the Z50s ended up in the pool and it locked up the engine and all that. And Dana Wiggins lived at the house. Billy Phelps lived there. Lebo, Denny was in and out, all this. And one of the 50s ended up in the pool and Alex did it.
Oh.
And I'm like, you're out of here, dude. No more. You can't come over no more.
You're done.
15 years later, we're at Supercross somewhere. He's working. Wiggins is working for Kawasaki or whatever. We're out one night having beers and whatnot. And Wiggins admitted that it was actually Wiggins, not Alex.
Oh, fuck.
So
What a dick.
Alex got exiled from
Wiggins.
He got exiled from my house for all those years. And they're like, say it was you or we're going to beat your ass.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Yeah, so sorry about that,
Fucking
Alex. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Wiggins, damn.
Yeah.
Hey, something that came up on Twitter today, and we'll let you go here shortly, JT. Flyracing.com. Use code PulpMX. Something that came up today, and we touched on it earlier, and it brought me back to a Twitter thing that I was talking with
It's
earlier
X
today.
now, but yeah.
Okay. So Cooper Webb, 28 wins. Let's say he gets this third title. Right? Looks good. Who knows what can happen? Now he moves above Chad with 44 wins, James with 50 wins. He ties Tomac with 53, championship-wise, but 53 wins. Does the 3 titles and say 32 wins, does that trump 2 titles and 50 wins for James Stewart? You know what I'm saying? Interesting, right? Like, and Chad Reed, for that example, 2 titles, 44 wins. That's almost 50% more than Coop.
Well,
right now.
I think the important thing is he's not done.
No,
correct.
He's not done.
That's the important thing. If he told me he was retiring after this season and he wins a title, I'd be like, I don't know. Like, like the wins are so important and you would need like the eye test. But I don't think he's anywhere near done racing yet. So it's almost like unfair to ask right now.
But 3 titles put you ahead of RJ,
Mm-hmm.
Wardy, Chad Reed,
Stu.
You name it. That puts
Yep.
you
Yep.
with Bob Hanna and Stanton.
Yeah, Stanton, RV, Dunge, McGrath. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically puts you like 5th overall in titles won.
That's the goal.
Right.
Because you look at like would you trade Stewart's 50 wins for 3 titles?
Yeah,
Like,
I don't know. I'm just wondering,
4 or
like, it's
5,
just bench racing. Like,
I mean,
who knows,
and
right?
then
Yeah.
you've got Roxon is clearly the most main event wins without a title.
Yeah,
Is
23.
23.
Yep.
So he passed Wyndham a few.
Yeah, Wyndham at 19, I think. Yep.
Bradshaw's 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of wins with no title.
So
and that's where Tomac was at a few years back, right? It was like,
it's it's crazy when you think of the number 2 and 3 all-time Supercross winners have only 2 titles each. RV's got more, Dunge got more, McGrath's got more, Stanton's got more. You know, Stanton has 3 titles and 17 wins. So where does that put him? You know, 3 titles, 17 wins.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just an interesting bench racing question. A guy on X, was saying that Coop's title would put 3 titles would put him ahead of Stu and Tomac.
You know what I think is part of this is the memory for most people is created by how dominant you were. That's my take. So the people that were the most dominant, if you won a bunch of races and your titles weren't impressive because you crashed a lot, but you just absolutely killed everybody in your moments, I think those create lasting memories, and you're remembered more fondly than guys who just were relentless and just dogged everybody out and then won more titles in the end, but weren't as dominant. Right?
Hence,
I don't know. Maybe
hence why Bradshaw is still a sort of like a legend.
Yeah, 100%.
Right?
Stanton was proved he was better and could get the job done, but no one thinks about Stanton with the fondness that they do of Bradshaw.
Right.
It's just, right or wrong. I'm not saying it's fair, but that's the fact.
And then further along that, Stu's got 2 titles, but dude, did you see when he jumped the wall? Did you see when he did this? Did you see when he did that? Did you see?
He's like a living legend. Like people they think he's like a mythical creature. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So yeah, it's just bench racing. Yeah. Any thoughts, Phil?
Yep.
I mean, you're Coop Webb's biggest fan, so.
I don't know.
Okay. Great talk.
I don't know.
Phil.
Thanks, Phil.
Like you said, like if you were asked Stu, would he rather have 3 titles or 50 wins?
What do you think he would say?
3 titles.
Would you just think of it in a monetary sense? Because I was going to say the math on the $100,000 a win.
Stu probably made more.
You have 20 more wins, right?
Yeah.
The win is a step to the goal.
Yeah.
Okay? The goal is to win the title. That's the ultimate goal.
But JT made a great point. I envision Stu being better than Coop.
Yes.
Just because
Yes. That's where I was at on X. That's what I said.
How dominant, how fast, how...
Right.
Well, to me, there are 2 riders that I've seen, and I've watched everybody, right? I'm old enough now. Is the way that Bradshaw rode his first couple of years, the things he would do on the bike was just like mind-blowing, right? And James Stewart and him both had that sort of explosiveness, that speed. Like he's the fastest rider, like the fastest versus the competition, and how the ballsy things they would do, or the dynamic moves that they would make on other riders around the track that were just second to none. I mean, James had more of them, but Bradshaw certainly had that level of dynamics to his riding in those early years that it would just blow your mind. You're like, what just happened?
It's hilarious to hear Jeremy. He said this a few times. Jeremy's older than Damon. And Jeremy was like, dude, Damon was the baddest dude ever on his Yamaha. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's awesome.
Like McGrath says he can picture Bradshaw at Anaheim with his Yamaha, the way it sounded. Like, you're just like, dude, you're first of all, you're way better.
In that, was it 90? Off the start was on the left-hand side of the stadium.
Yeah, Anaheim.
And there had the huge wall, because that was these who was the builder of the track? Anyway.
Savitsky would have built him back then?
No, Kitchen. And so there was a huge wall that was like a 90-degree.
Yeah.
So Dubach gets the whole shot, but Bradshaw intentionally lined up on the outside, and he just went straight around the wall, and Dubach comes in, and then there was like a backward ski jump, and Bradshaw just hits this thing and just goes flying fucking out into nowhere, and Dubach like barely misses him. And it's like that type of balls that he would like – he likes, okay, I'm going to line up out here, and I'm going straight down the left.
He had to go to the LCQ that night. That's why he was there.
So he's going down the left, but his plan was not to – he wasn't going to whole shot Dubach, right? Nobody was. But my plan's I'm going to go straight down the left-hand side of the start line. I'm going to hit this wall, and I'm not going to shut off. And it was like that type of, the bravery, the balls it takes to do that.
Yeah, it's just an interesting bench racing. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong, right? It's just cool to think about.
I think the high risk, high reward style gets people out of their seat, and it's what they remember people for. Like it's just like no one would ever claim that Stanton wasn't just an animal, but did he create the lifelong fans that other riders did? No, because it was just a different style. It's not his fault.
Yeah.
It's just who he was.
Yeah.
But it's just the stuff of lore.
All right. Anything else for Jason Thomas on the line?
We're good.
All right. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Thanks, JT. I appreciate the time as always. I would say
Thanks for the kind words too, bro.
You bet.
But what about me? I give you kind words all the time.
No, you don't.
Okay.
No, you don't. I think your favorite thing in life is to make me angry.
Just,
Do it
hey,
daily.
this is going to lead
bullshit.
perfectly into our next segment because I know what y'all want to talk about, and that's going to be perfect with you bullying JT. And I've had enough of it.
Always does.
So before I was going to say enjoy your week off, but you're fucking going to Spain for the GP. So
I am. Some people just want it, Steve.
I mean, good
Some
God,
people just
buddy.
want it.
Like, get a chick, okay, or stay at home. Like, I don't understand you. I just don't get it.
I've had a girlfriend, and do you think that stopped me? That's how I did. That's also how I didn't have a chick.
My race tech rant is JT going to Spain this
I'm
week.
sensing a pattern
Like,
here.
you know I have to go.
You don't have to go.
I mean, I kind of do. Like, I facilitated and worked my ASS off to get this, Red Bull KTM DeCarly thing done, and I'm just going to not show up now? Like, I can't do that.
The deal's done.
Yeah, the deal's done.
No, that's not how we roll.
Well, when do you leave? When do you go?
Wednesday.
Are you in the booth with Paul again?
I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Well, enjoy the flight to Spain. Are you upgraded?
I am.
Okay. Imagine
Yes.
that.
I don't know if I would go otherwise.
Shitty
honestly.
Delta. Imagine that.
It's like rock hard.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thanks for the time. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
See you, JT.
See you, buddy.
All right. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Michelin. Have you heard of Randy Richardson?
Yes.
Did you know he had a knee replacement?
No.
Yeah, he had a knee replacement. I know he kept it really quiet.
Hack the whole thing off. It's wild.
Yeah, he kept it all really quiet. I know he did. But Michelin Tires, MichelinMan.com. They got a rebate going on right now, $25 or $50 for 1 or 2 tire purchases. Applies to your local dealer or a preferred online retailer like motorsport.com. And it's from February 28th through April 26th. 15 different tires. So if you like the Starcross 6 is great. But if you have a Goldwing or street bike, whatever, the rebate applies to that. MichelinMan.com for more information. Before we get to the topic, Troy's got a race tech rant. What's up, Troy?
What's up? How you guys doing tonight?
Good. What's your race tech rant?
Great. I got two things real quick. One is a proposal for you, and the other is a race tech rant. But just to let you know, I am sitting in my garage on my 2007 RM250 that has 1 hour on it since brand new.
Oh, nice. Sweet.
It's sick. Yeah. Anyway, the proposal for you is, I know that you said that during your area qualifier for Loretta's that you had no one there to help you, and you didn't want to really ask for help.
Yeah,
you know,
Kiefer abandoned me. Yeah, all by myself.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is, we live in Western Kentucky. We're about an hour and 15 minutes from Loretta's. My son and I come down there every year. As a matter of fact, we met you there last year and talked to you for a while. But anyways, I'm offering my services for the whole week when you make it to Loretta's to be your whole shot device setter, to be your tighten your chain, just do whatever you need to.
Tighten your
just
front
kind
axle.
of pamper you.
Yeah,
just pamper you.
Do you know how to work on bikes?
I do, yes.
Okay, yeah, that's step one.
Yes. Okay, so that's my proposal. That's my
all right,
proposal
all right.
to you. You've
All right.
got somebody in your corner.
Yep.
My race tech rant. Oh, and I just want to say, Phil's my favorite.
Oh.
Just so he knows.
All right.
And it's awesome. I've met Jeff at Loretta's as well. Jeff is a freaking legend.
He is a
Glad
legend.
he's in tonight. So it's awesome, yes. And I will listen to this all tomorrow at work, so I won't listen to it tonight. But my race tech rant is all these people that are calling in complaining about the broadcast when I'm just a hair older than Jeff. Back in our day, back in the day, we got to see Carlsbad on Wild World of Sports one time a year. And then Fro comes along in the 90s, and it got a little better when we could see it a week delayed. I remember calling the 1-900 number the next day to find out who won.
Yeah. Yeah, those were the
1-900
days.
Pro Race.
You get charged for it. Yeah, it was crazy. And I'd be at work, and I'd be trying to scribble all these names down real fast to find, and then I'd go tell all my buddies who won. So, we've got it great. And we got 6 hours of freaking Supercross every week. And it's unbelible. And
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's come so far. I love it, and I just get so sick and tired of these people complaining about because they don't like Lee's, his accent. They don't like Ricky's stuttering. They don't like this. They don't like that. I think it's freaking awesome. Even,
is it
Fro, when he was there,
perfect?
was awesome.
Like, is it perfect? No, it can be better, but whatever, man.
No.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't get the broadcast complaints either. I said that when we spoke about the Daniel Blair thing last week. I don't get the anger over the broadcast. Again, is it perfect? No, but everybody's trying to do the best job, and it's live on Peacock all night. like the whole thing. And
It's all, yes.
I'm with you, man.
It's great.
All right. Thanks,
well,
Troy.
Thank you guys for the time. And hey, remember my proposal.
Okay. Well, listen, I got to get through the regional. I went up to Tim Cotter this weekend, MX Sports, Poobah, and said, hey, Tim, I'm going to need a little hand here. I'd like to go right to the ranch. I'd like to skip the regional if I could, Tim. And he wasn't having it.
You got to earn it.
You can't do that, dude.
He wasn't having it.
If you were an advocate
Exactly.
for amateur racing in Loretta's, I'm sure they would give you a free pass, but since you've been negative on it for how many fucking years now?
That is true. That is
Point
true.
taken,
You got Phil on
Phil.
that one.
I can't really argue with that. So I got to get to the regional, Troy, and let's pray for me.
I
And
understand.
I have one less guy
You're
there
gonna
because
be there.
Frozen.
You're going to be there.
Texas,
Fro's
yeah.
going to be there, and I'm waiting for Phil to get there.
Next year. Next year?
All right.
Right?
yes.
All right. Thanks, Troy. Appreciate it. Yeah, you got to wait 1 year and then you can go, right? Is that the rule?
Yeah.
Something like that? But, hey, Troy's call is a good time to talk about the broadcast. Obviously, JT and I discussed it last week a little bit. Daniel Blair dropped that video on everybody. And, look, in the online discourse, RJ, Rick Johnson, put out a thing about it. And so because it's still a hot topic here and my YouTube comments are filled up, and Mark's, I'm sure there's some YouTube comments now.
Yes, they won't stop.
Poor Mark.
Please stop.
Please stop. But we have a unique position here with Jeff Emig, who was in the booth for a dozen years or so, calling the races, and was the guy before Ricky doing it. So, Jeff, I'm sure you're well aware of all this that's going on. What's your take on this?
Well, I'm not going to comment on whatever the dispute is with Ricky and Daniel. That's kind of their business. The one big takeaway that seems to be really disappointing is the freedom that it seems like that these fans have to just absolutely smash Lee and Ricky or whoever. I mean, like, I love watching NFL, and Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, they're my favorite team.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't go on social media after some other game and bash these guys, and it's really disappointing, especially because the nature of where some of the hostility is about the Ricky and Daniel video, right? And then I question, like, isn't this a very similar thing that these people are doing on social media to Ricky? Like, why do you have the freedom to badmouth Ricky or Lee or whoever? They badmouth all of us. They badmouth you, everybody, all of us, right? But it's like, what gives them the freedom to do that? And why is that okay when they're criticizing something that they're saying wasn't okay?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, there's Daniel did a video on himself that Ricky was pretty snarky in about the track walk, right? That kind of happened, and that's, people are like, hey, Ricky is being an asshole to Daniel, and that's not right. And okay, sure, true. Ricky did definitely. You could see there was some low level tension in the video. Ricky is a ball buster for sure. That was probably a little far, but anyways, exactly what you said. So people are mad about that, and then they're turning around and doing the exact same thing to Ricky.
Yeah, it's the same deal,
you're right
and
on
it's
that point.
incredibly disrespectful to all of the individuals. When I left the booth, right, I have a certain amount of fans that want to voice that they liked having me in the booth and that they were bummed that I was gone, this, that, whoever the analyst is and the different commentators, but it's just really, this week has been overwhelming. I'm so disappointed in this stuff that I see that people think is funny, and it's like, hold on a second, what if we went to your work and decided we're going to start bad-mouthing you and put memes out and stuff and criticize you about your job? And so what gives them the freedom to do this in this situation, right? You can say, hey, I like this guy over this guy. Art Ekman was my guy.
Yeah.
Oh, Larry Huffman was the best ever. Okay, great, right? We all have the analysts or the commentators, pit reporters, things that we connect with. And, I like that person, don't like that. But this week has just been, like, off the charts. Like, come on, y'all.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so disappointed in our industry that way when I see this stuff, and it's every day. And Ralph Sheehan and I, we're really close. We talk every day. And Ralph is such a great voice of reason when it comes to things like this. I look at him like an older brother and like a trusted friend. Like, man, what do you think of this? And because he always has such a good take on things, and it helps me shape my own, okay,
He's
okay,
been in
maybe
the
I've thought
business
about
forever.
this
He's been in the
differently.
business forever.
Yeah, and And this stuff this week to me, it's honestly just so disappointing, and it's so disrespectful. That, you know, if you just isolate it just to Ricky, that this is a 5-time champion, Supercross, 10-time, you know, a respected racer. That I just think it's so far overboard and just completely out of line.
JT and I said it last week. Like, we're friends with Daniel.
Yeah,
I do a weekly
great.
show with Daniel. I'm friends with Ricky. JT's more friends with Ricky. Ricky and I didn't talk for a long time. We've since made up, and we're fine.
Yep.
All of that. And it's two people that kind of, we don't know all the sides. We don't know Ricky's side. He hasn't really spoken about it. Daniel dropped his side. It's unfortunate that two mutual acquaintances that we know that we call friends don't get along. And, oh, well, like, it happens in life. It happens at work. It happens day to day, you know. And, like, let them sort it out, sort of, and let them figure it out. And Daniel ultimately decided to walk away from the broadcast because of, you know, what he felt was.
Yeah, what he said on the video.
And, like, I feel like that should be kind of the end of the story. I'm with you. Like, first of all, the people that said, like, and there's YouTube comments of ours, I'm not going to watch Supercross again until they're gone, Ricky and Lee. It's like, yeah, man, they're not going to do anything. Lee Diffie is a 30-year staple of NBC Sports.
Dude, he's done the Olympics, Formula One, the Westminster Dog
everything.
Show, you know, you name it. He is such a highly credentialed broadcaster, right? And he's great at what he does. He's a great conversationalist. He is, you know, when you're in a meeting with him or have dinner, like, unbelievable guy, right?
Really nice guy.
And you can dislike, say, oh, I like this guy better than that guy or whatever. Yeah, you can do that. But the level at what people have taken things this week is just out there. Like,
you're not going to watch Supercross because of the announcers, and you think that your clicking off Peacock is going to get NBC to change a 30-year veteran of motorsports coverage?
Yeah.
And, like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just nuts. It's so.
Yeah, I mean,
crazy.
you know, and I have obviously a very unique position when I watch the races. Sometimes I'm like, oh man, that was a really good point. I wasn't even thinking that, or like, man, I would have gone in this direction with that conversation or whatever. And it's like if I'm doing a show with Weege or I'm doing a show with Ralph, it's going to be a different conversation. That's different chemistry. But yeah, just this week is just I'm so disappointed.
I'm with you, man, and the discourse is nuts out there, and I don't get it. Phil, what do you
That's
think
the
make of the
interwebs.
whole thing?
Yeah.
And again, you know everybody involved too. Like, you're the same as
yeah.
us, right? Like,
again, I really like Ricky and I really like Daniel, and the fact that they don't like each other is whatever. But no matter where we are, racing, media, teammates, you have people you don't like. You just do. I've had teammates I fucking hated, dude.
I feel like Phil doesn't like a lot more people than most. He seems like
this is true.
Is that fair? Analysis?
I don't like a lot of people, but at that same time, me myself, I'm not going to make a video of the people that I don't like or the people that I have gotten bent over from.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like you take it on the chin and you move on, which is whatever. If that's how Daniel wanted to go, that's fine. He can explain his story and whatever. I don't know if I would have done that.
I told Daniel that. I said the people that you like around the TV broadcast and at Feld,
I'm sure
you've burnt that bridge with your video. So, you know, Ricky and Lee, I get it. I don't know exactly all the facts. I don't know their side of things. I understand. I respect the video and I respect the fact you wanted to do it, but you just destroyed some relationships of people that you liked.
Yeah.
So is it worth it?
Yeah. And the weird thing is, like, I use Weege as an example, and I said this at your live show. Weege gets 4 or 5 races a year in Supercross. He has for a little while in the booth. And, like, Weege has been around since 2004 doing this stuff, grinding his balls off trying to get there.
Yeah.
And Ricky, obviously, is Ricky 15-time champ. Of course he's going to be in the booth. Ricky's not leaving. You know what I mean? He's done it. He's seen it all. So, yeah, he deserves to be there. Lee, obviously, you guys said he's been there forever. But for, you know, Daniel to be like, yeah, I've been doing it since, you know, obviously he was doing Race Day Live for a long time. But to go from 2020 and then all of a sudden 3 years later to go directly to the booth for 17 rounds or whatever, to be the voice of Supercross, it seems like a bit of a huge jump, you know, in a short window where it's just like you got a guy like Weege that's been there for years and years, you know, paying his dues to get there. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's a pecking order,
Mhm.
you know, and it's the way it goes. It's just like, why does Cooper Webb get, you know, $5 million and Phil Nicoletti gets 0? Well, there's a reason for that, you know?
That's a perfect analogy.
Yeah, it is disappointing, man, and yeah, I don't know what else to say. I've been shocked at some of the things that I've seen on social, and like I'm just like, what is going on in the world, man? What is happening?
Yeah,
out
it's
there?
just like
and you got to be
like-
really thick-skinned. But when like this week was just over, I mean, I've read comments about my broadcast. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. This, that, other. I've read, oh man, it's the greatest ever. We need Emig back. Like everything in between. And like Ralph's like, dude, it's gonna come and go. You just do your thing. Put your blinders on.
Yeah.
Do the best job you can while you're there. You know. So, but I just. Like I said, I just find it really unfortunate, like just the amount of effort that people have put into bashing Ricky, because in a sort of a generally speaking, is they were feeling like that this relationship with Daniel or how the politics of the broadcast were, you know, and that he wasn't being so kind, but then yet, so now we're gonna back it up by being more unkind and more disrespectful to one of our greatest champions. And I mean, you know, Ricky's one of my best friends, you know, I mean, and I got so much shit. People would send me, oh, Ricky forced you out of the booth and this, that, and the other. Is like, man, they went a different direction, and that's just the way that it is. It's his seat now. Let's support him and let's, you know, encourage him and you know, try to be positive, you know, through all that. And it's like people would send me stuff, and it's like, why are you sending this to me? Like, you know, he's one of my best friends. Why are you talking crap? Like who does that? You know? And so it's I guess my plea would be for these people need to just stop and check themselves a little bit. But you know, that's the society we live in with social media and the way that it is, and the freedom that people have to just go out and they're bullying other people. And so it's like, wait, why is that right?
It's incredible to be like, what if that was your brother? What if that was your dad?
Yeah.
What if, you know what I mean? Like all the shit you're saying, what if that was somebody that you know? And like, whether you think he's good or not, that's fine. Like you said, hey, you're not, get Emig in the booth. Cool. The stuff is going over the line. And what if that was someone you knew?
Yeah, they just piled it on. It's like it's so uncalled for.
But at the end of the day, that broadcast stuff is the same as racing, moto, and supercross. It still is competition. You know, I'm sure it's a dog-eat-dog fucking world in there too. You know what I mean? So if someone can cut somebody else down to get what they want, I'm sure it happens. It has to. That's life. And if you don't think that's actually happening, you're living in a fucking fairy tale, man. I don't know what to tell you, but I think Daniel is really good in the booth, and I think he is a good host of Supercross. I think he's just like JT. They're very analytical. They can pick it out. They can get their words out, and it's smooth and just
I mean, Daniel, you know, he's done every one of those jobs. Obviously, he's taken a lot of pride in his work. He feels really good about the effort that he put in and all that. And you know, kind of where he was just talking about his time. It's like, well, it's just not your time yet. You know,
and I'm going to bring up another point. The 2 race day live guys that we have at the moment, AC and JB, where do you think they want to go?
Probably the booth.
The booth. Okay?
Yeah.
So sooner or later, in the next 2 or 3 years,
everybody would want to be in the booth.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah.
But you're not going to tell me someone ain't going to want to kick somebody else's knee out to be like, hey, so they can get the upper.
But
somewhere,
but it's that way in a broadcast booth or at the local plumbing shop, or you know, like it's the way of the world and a way of a competitive industry.
Trust me.
Honestly, though, like having the analyst position on the broadcast is the best seat in the house.
Yeah,
because you don't really have to run the show. When you're doing play-by-play, you're in and out of commercial, you're listening to keys, you really have to be on it with this and that. You know, you've got, we had Telestrator back in the day, 2 timing and scoring. I got Ralph to my left, and he's paying attention to everything, and I've just, you know, I'm up watching, trying to see what else is going on, and then, you know, giving my input to the race. And it's hard to even watch now. I have to pull timing and scoring up when I'm watching the race, like separate from the broadcast. Because you know, it's like I'm so accustomed to like having all this data, and it's like, shit, I need to know the split time on that, you know. And it's you know, I think that when I came into the booth, I did 2 races in 06. They're the Canadian rounds, Oh, I did U.S. Open in 06 too. Is I really felt a tremendous amount of responsibility to get it right because you're basically representing the paddock.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and especially in those days when it was just Aaron, Ralph, myself. Nowadays, there's a lot more input. I mean, at those SMX races last year, 8 or 9 people.
Yeah, they've stepped up their
JT,
game for sure.
Adam, Brayton,
Will, Ricky.
KT,
Yeah.
Ricky, James, Lee. Yeah, it was, and so you've got a lot of content in there. But back in our day, it's like I really was the sole sort of voice of the paddock area, and so I always felt a tremendous amount of responsibility to represent the riders and teams the best I could, whether it was good or bad, but it was the best I could do, type of thing, you know.
And ultimately, like again, and I told Daniel this, he chose to leave. He had a job. He wasn't happy with the split of Lee, Todd, and him. And truthfully, I get that a little bit because Todd was a little out of touch. He was living in London, England. He's a legend as far as calling our races, but at that point when they were doing that, I don't know if Todd was as plugged in. But again, he's just a play-by-play guy. He doesn't need to be that plugged in.
He made a few mistakes here and there,
but so I get Daniel's frustration. But like, if he had just fixed his relationships or tried to fix some relationships with Ricky and Lee and Jeff Benke, and maybe the next year is rocky, but he comes around and he fixes it. He chose to leave, and that's cool.
That's a good point.
Great, but. If he had worked on things and maybe smoothed things over and he could have kept on, and maybe Todd Harris is calling sailing for NBC and his schedule coincides with Supercross and they give Daniel half the races or whatever. You never know. And nobody knows. Daniel chose to leave. Again, no problem. Everyone's got a free choice here. But, people are making it sound like Ricky fired Daniel. He didn't do that.
I doubt if that's
no. Daniel left.
Like
he wasn't getting along with people, but he left, and who knows if he had fixed that or tried to fix it. So, stay tuned for the Blair Matthes project this week. We'll talk
and he,
but yeah,
Daniel had to get it off his chest. He had to do what he had to do, and now, and then when the dust settles, it'll be what it is.
Yeah. So. I'll give Daniel props for this. He didn't monetize his video. He didn't. He didn't want to come out and be like, "Oh, I'm just saying this shit to make money on YouTube." He didn't monetize it, not making any money off it.
There's some other guys on YouTube that talk a lot of shit that are definitely monetizing their shit.
In the day and age of like, you can say anything with no proof. Like the days of needing proof are over. You can just yell from the mountaintops anything you want. It doesn't matter, and then people will click on your stupid video.
At the end of the day, I wish Daniel was still a part of it because I do think he was. Really good at but I get it. You got to do what's best for you.
What's funny is like Weege, and Weege is a great guy. We're all great friends with him. He worked with you for a long time. Weege is like, I'm only there because Daniel quit. The only reason I'm there, is because Daniel quit. And so, people who love Weege, maybe send Daniel a thank you card because Weege is there because of Daniel. Like,
so some guy, I forget what it was. There was like a picture and it had like a bunch of broadcasters, like your top 10 broadcasters. Thankfully, I was like number 5 or 6. Like at least I was in the top 10. It was like I was most of my Supercross career. And he had tagged me in it, and I said, "Oh, evidently Ralph is in a league of his own," because to me, Ralph's the best guy there's ever been. Like,
Really? Yeah. I mean, you really think so?
I do. I do.
Okay.
There were some of the races that he called, his voice would just be so sharp and he was so on point. And like, I don't know if anybody builds up the start, the gate drop in the main event better than Ralph. So.
Are you doing World Supercross again? Are you signed
That's
up?
the plan,
signed back
yeah.
up? Okay.
I don't have a contract yet,
Okay.
but that's the plan. Yeah, we've got a schedule supposed to be announced soon, so we're pretty excited
like
about
7
that.
races, I hear.
Sounds like 7 races.
London, Buenos Aires, Canada. Yeah, so it looks good. And so
and I really enjoy the team that we have there. We have a new producer. This guy Dean Neal is out of Perth.
Okay.
Matt Schwab is the director, and then Pete Richards.
Pete.
Fox Sports. We got him to do some producing. So then Ralph Kristen and I, and we really felt like with the limited amount of prep time and budget and everything that the championship had last year, that at least the 6 of us with Nathan Prendergast as he's the boss of broadcast, that we've got a really tight team. Like we text each other every week and like still, you know, and that sort of friendship and chemistry that you need, where you start getting everybody's jokes and it starts to come across on the broadcast and everyone's having fun and we're entertaining. And it feels a lot like, you know, the Ralph, Jenny, Ricky era that we had with Bondo and Manhart and everybody. So
cool.
So hopefully, fingers crossed that we'll get a deal done. And you know, I
future-
kind of feel like
Future home for Phil, maybe.
Yeah, I
World
mean,
Supercross?
yeah, we need. Yep, definitely. You know, it's like I had my run with Supercross and motocross here. Did the Canadian Nationals last year, but this World Supercross thing, it's really in its infancy, and there's a lot of work to be done. We know that the first couple of years was pretty rocky. Third year was last year, but I really treat that like almost like year one again with the new leadership. And I know that there's a tremendous amount of work and building and input and budgets and you know, investment going into it. So we'll see where it can go. And my honest thoughts are that, you know, that World Supercross could be a great introduction to the sport for people that have never seen it. Okay? So there might even be...
You mean the live crowds? Like the
live
places?
crowds or the, you know, going to different places or happen to catch it in different aspects. And that, so here's my analogy. So I vaguely knew what soccer, world football was, right? David Beckham comes over to play for LA Galaxy. And I watched this like special on him. And the special was like, man, this guy here is this worldwide celebrity and he loves kicking this ball around. He's like so into it. And it sparked something in me. I'm a Galaxy supporter now, but it sparked something in me to want to learn more about it. So I started talking to Jamie Dobb, like, well, what's this English league about? What is Champions League? I don't know what any of this shit is, right? Now I'm full-blown, Liverpool, Galaxy. I watch everything. But by David Beckham coming to L.A., that one broadcast influenced me in a way that I wanted to learn more about it. Well, you know, the MLS is fairly young. Where are the best players? Because I didn't know. I didn't even know who the best players were. Pele, you know, whatever.
Right.
So then I want to learn more about it. So let's say you go to a race in Buenos Aires and Eli Tomac's there, and this is your first Supercross. Oh, shit, this was amazing, right? You got all this racing, these bikes, and the freestyle stuff, and great show. And then you start following Eli Tomac. You go, oh, well, what's this Monster Energy Supercross thing? Or what's Pro Motocross? Like, what is that?
Yeah.
And that where, you know, yes, in America, the broadcast, they try to make it global and all that, but when you take the events around the world to places like South Africa, Argentina, where you're going to have some of the top stars like Ken Roczen, you know, these guys, and introduce different cities and areas to the sport of Supercross, it's probably going to have a ripple effect while it raises the tide for everyone. So I think that it has its place because, I mean, hell, more than 10 years ago, there were plans that we were taking Monster Energy Supercross to Europe. We had, you know, Ralph and I would always be, you know, beating down the door with Prater, like, when we're going to Europe, when we're doing this, we're going to Australia. And then that just never happened, right? It's a very North American sport where the best riders come here. But now we can, in the third of the year, we can take and we can sprinkle in Supercrosses all around the world and introduce people to Supercross that have never.
There's a lot of people like in our industry that are scared of the World Supercross guys, but to me, more racing the better. The more money that guys like Phil can make, the better. Cool, you know what I mean? Like
in the '90s, we all went and raced all these races all over, right?
As mechanics,
we did all these other races. Nothing was really connected. I mean, I won the World Championship in '96, and it was like 4 races and somehow was connected, and the FIM gave me you know, a world championship out of it.
And $600K in checks.
It wasn't $600K, but you know, it was like all these independent races that happened to be linked together. Well, now you know, this is a full championship, you know, the FIM World Championship, and that, you know, so, you know, in our day, we just kept racing throughout the wintertime so we could make some extra money. And certainly for a guy like Phil, he gets on board and all of a sudden, you know, there's a ton of money that trickles down through the system for the riders. And if you want to specialize in Supercross, a lot easier to ride Supercross than it is busting your ass riding motocross, right? That'll be a great place to go, right? All of the arena cross guys, hell yeah, let's do it.
Phil, when you went, was it financially worth it for you? Like, did you do a good deal with Dak and all that? Like it was.
Yeah, Dak treated me right when I went with Club. It was good.
Right.
Yeah, it was okay.
Yeah, like enough, like good money, not just barely any money, like good money.
Yeah, more than what JT wants to send me to Paris for.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah, there we go. All right,
well, you rode with us in 22.
Yeah, 22, 23, and 24.
Yeah. Fro was like, huh?
I'm just like, I remember.
I never
last
saw
month.
Fro. He didn't come down talking. Fuck Nicoletti.
Well, dude, they had like shrimp cocktail and everything going up in the suite. Like,
I don't blame you.
All right, we got Tate on one. Tate, you got a Fro idea?
I've got a great idea. Okay. Check this.
Okay.
Feld, MX Sports, MSX. If you're listening, the last round of SMX. Maybe during halftime, you have a 5-minute plus one race. You've got MC, you've got Fro, you've got Rhino, you've got Huffman, you've got Ezra.
I'd love it.
Find out where Mike LaRocco is at and give him a 5-second head start. You just have.
What do you think,
as
Fro?
a '90s kid, just have them all out there.
Legends.
We're talking a multi-million-dollar idea here.
What do you think, Fro?
It's gonna have to be more than $10,000.
Yeah, right.
Hey, dude, I mean, I probably ride as much, if not more, than most guys, except for Mike Brown, of course, Andrew Short. But there's no way I'm getting on a Supercross track. I don't trust myself.
Right.
I honestly don't.
No,
I wouldn't. You know.
Some guy called
I'm 54, dude. I'm 54 years old.
Some guy called in and was talking about Glover racing the Legend. I'm like, dude, Glover's like 60-something.
Hey, he still rides good.
I
though.
know,
He
but
did
he's
the
not
race in Italy.
He ain't doing no Supercross.
No, it's it's a good way to make your heroes look really bad.
Thanks, Tate. Thanks for the call.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. We got Wesley. He's want to. Wesley, you got some broadcast talk?
Yeah, it's nothing like what y'all been talking about. First off, how's everybody doing?
We're good, man. Thanks for calling.
So, I stumbled across a clip. It's been a while back now. I think it was maybe Art Ekman. He was calling a race. It was probably back in the late 80s, early 90s, judging by how the bikes look. And he was just talking about the guy was like banging bars and coming through the pack, and how he's like this high school dropout, and he's like a rough character and just a hoodlum, and just everybody needs to beware of him on the track. Like, that's the kind of spiciness we need back in the booth. That we're missing that. What a time to be alive back then. If you got to hear that live.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between doing good analysis and just like ripping somebody.
Yeah, blowing them out.
And that's one of the things. What's our caller's name again?
It is Wesley.
Wesley. I had to live through the David Bailey, Art Ekman era of the broadcast, and I love David. Super good friends with him now. Still hard to believe that like I'm friends with this guy because I had pictures of him on my wall when I was a kid and all this. But David was really hard on me when Jeremy was winning everything, and it was almost like if you ain't first, you're last.
For sure. David wasn't scared. Yeah.
And that was his life experiences coming across in the broadcast. That's how he thought about it, right?
Yeah.
And it's like Jeremy does everything good, and the rest of y'all suck. And so I take that experience, my life experiences with that, of what that was like. And when I had the seat as the analyst, it's like, you know what, my thoughts are that if Phil Nicoletti qualifies 4th in the LCQ and lines up 22nd in the main event, he's the 22nd best rider in the entire world.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not the 21st loser.
Yeah.
You get,
I'm
and
with
that's
you.
just kind of a mindset. I totally get where David's coming from because I know David, and like that's how he thought about things. Like it's this and that. But then I said, okay, well, what could I do better to help sort of celebrate riders that are through the running order? Because if the guy in second sucks, then the guy winning really do anything good? Well, not really. He only beat 21 losers. But if you celebrate and acknowledge that the guy in 22nd is pretty badass Supercross racer, and acknowledge that, then so if you're talking this guy up, then what does that make the winner?
I'll never forget. I was a privateer mechanic, and I want to say like Ryan Huffman that year he did really well, or some privateer whole shot the race and was leading a national for like a lap or two. And I was pissed because David says, yeah, he's going to get shuffled back here right away to his usual spot. And it's like, dude, a privateer guy's leading the national. Like, let's.
Yeah, and he's not wrong, but like I said, and I'm not like passing judgment. Like that's how
I was the same way. I was like, David, come on, man. Like this guy's like this is amazing.
Yeah.
But like you said, he was just like, yeah, well, whatever.
He was hard on us. He was really hard on it. He wasn't wrong either. No. It's not like he was wrong,
Thanks, Wesley. Thanks for the call.
I have one more quick thing. So when these riders race in different states, do they pay taxes on their winnings in the state they're racing in?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate.
You got to file like whatever 17 tax forms for your state, like whatever states you're in.
Yeah, I travel for work a lot, so I figured that was the case. But it just makes me wonder why so many big races are in so many high tax states.
Yeah, why do we have so many races in California then?
Yeah, really, right?
Man, let's get them out of there.
Out of there. Cali's the worst.
Thanks, Wesley. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. 702-586-757. Renegade Race Fuels, PulpMX 25, the code to save. Will Hahn won a championship with Renegade, Phil.
Awesome.
Justin Brayton, too. Racers that win, pour it in.
You have a clip? Who said that?
Who knows? Nobody knows who said that.
Fuck Will Hahn.
Sounds pretty
PulpMX 25 is the code to save. Go to RenegadeRaceFuel.com. Select the products you want to deliver it right to your door. X Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do it. Here we go. There we go.
It's the X Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. These questions are submitted by Swisscore. You know who that is?
Nope.
No?
Never
Okay.
heard of her.
X Brand Goggles, Pulp Show 25, the code to save with those guys. Goggle of choice of Kyle Chisholm, Freddie Noren, myself. The Lucid Goggles, fantastic, easy change lens, great colors, great foam, all of that. 30 seconds on the clock.
And nobody knows tear-offs better than Matthes.
No.
If you watch him ride, he is going through 27 stack.
At least. I told
at least.
Me riding Loretta's came up this week, and I said, I'll see you guys on the podium. And JT was like, can I bet on that? Is there anywhere I can wager? I'm like, no, you cannot.
DraftKings.
All right, here we go. 30 seconds. Questions for all three of us.
Steve, could the nets be improved?
Yeah, totally. More of them. More.
Stretchy, lower, sticky. That's what it says here.
Okay. I mean, yeah, they can be improved. I'm happy they're there, but there need to be more of them. They could be wider. I mean, Chase Curtis would like one more panel.
They could be branded PulpMX or something.
I
on
tried.
There would be.
Listen, I told Prater, hey, man, we need more nets. Can I give you $5K and get my PulpMX on the pole? And he was like, they're a lot more than $5K. And I'm like, I don't know. How much could they possibly be?
The pole or the advertising?
No, the net, the whole net itself. How much could a net possibly cost?
Oh, I thought you were like, can I put my advertising on the pole of a net?
No. If I buy the net, because we need more of them, can I put my name on it?
Yeah. How much could they really be?
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. I was surprised that Deegs was able to avoid that. All right.
Yeah, he slid right into that thing.
Yeah. Kept his visor on, too. It's mind-blowing.
Mm-hmm.
Phil, if you quit racing the first time it ever crossed your mind, what job would you have pursued outside of the industry?
If I quit outside the industry, I mean, fuck.
The first time you wanted to quit.
That was 2004.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I was always raised to have a government or a state job for, pension.
Retirement
yeah,
purposes.
pension retirement. So I go somewhere along there.
He's got the demeanor. What's the word I'm looking for?
Demeanor
of a government employee.
Yeah, like I went and I did the
He would have been clipped, though, by now.
Yeah. I mean, in 2018.
Doge would have got him.
Yeah. No
Bullying.
Yeah. I mean, I went and did the canvas test.
Yeah, you did for a prison guard, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Dude.
What about anal?
And that's a hard test.
Hey, I had a buddy that was a prison guard, and he used to work out at the gym. Dude was like, his shoulders were as wide as he was tall. And he's like, yeah, like only 5% could ever be rehabilitated. He goes, 95% of the people in there should never be let out on the streets ever again. They're done.
Yeah.
They should not be let back into society.
Shout out to the New York State Corrections Officers.
There you go.
All right.
Fro, what is the most important life lesson that racing taught you?
Ooh. I mean, the life lesson is like the like the hard work and the perseverance and the belief in yourself to work towards a goal and and keep working to overcome that for sure.
15 seconds. Good job, bro.
Steve, which current pro wrench would be the fastest on a supercross track?
Well, I would say Lars, but he's a manager now.
I don't really know much of many of the guys these days. A lot of new faces.
Yeah, I don't know all the guys either.
Isn't one of the PC guys, didn't he race the 250 class a couple years ago?
Tony Archer, but
Yeah,
he's not
left.
there anymore.
He's, he's at TRD or no?
Yeah,
Or somewhere now?
NASCAR, yeah. Something. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Wiggins was pretty fast back in the days.
Wiggins was great.
He's a track house. I don't know. You almost have to go. Jade? No.
Jade?
Dungy?
I'm aware, but
no. On a supercross track? I mean, what other guy rides? I'm trying to think.
It's got to be somebody else. I don't know.
No.
Maybe Jade. All right, congratulations, Jade. Can we just go Lars and just cover all the pits?
No,
I mean, Lars made a night show. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Phil, which current racer would be the best mechanic?
Like none of them.
Yeah, I mean,
we are in an era where they're like.
Oh, I know who. Cody Shock. Cody
there's some
does bike
privateers
builds.
out there. No, what's his name? They just did a feature on him. He runs my grips from Colorado. They followed him around for the day in the Pay Dirt film.
I don't watch Pay Dirt. I don't have any.
He's got to work on all of his own shit. So
I will never watch Pay Dirt, ever.
Okay, we won't talk about it no more. I can.
No, but we can. I'm not gonna. Okay.
His mind's totally his name's
Colorado.
slipped my mind.
ODI.
Anyway.
Okay. All right. Phil. Cody Shock. He builds bikes.
Yeah, he actually builds them. I mean, I don't know. I'll go Chiz.
Okay.
Maybe he can at least tighten his chain. I don't know, or some fucking privateer. I don't know. But no one in that top 10 can work on a dirt bike in either class.
Can you do anything on a bike?
Me? Oh yeah.
You're good?
Oh yeah.
Top ends on two strokes and
yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Phil, top ends.
No, I can't do that.
I need to top end on a 2-stroke. I'm not doing a lower end. I'm not pulling the suspension apart.
Okay.
But I can do everything else. Yeah. Grease the linkage, all that shit.
All right, Fro, which of your factory bikes was the best you ever raced? Was it all year or one day of magic?
No, the 98 Cowie, the SR250 was amazing, and I wasn't. So we won a few races in the summer, but I let everybody down that year.
Your shift gear was the best in 98 too.
98
shift stuff was so good. Yeah.
Yeah. That bike just with the gas fork, the way that the chassis was gusseted and everything, it just was so supple. It was so, especially in motocross. Oh, it was so good. Engine was awesome. Little pre-rev.
Yeah.
It was good.
Steve, what year were you most locked in as a mechanic, loving the job?
Locked in.
Locked in.
From some
02, 03?
From some of your stories, man, I don't know.
You don't know when I was ever locked in? No. You know what?
Was there a year?
I'm really proud of the years 02 and 99 when Nick in 02, Timmy in 99 were top privateers and we were beating factory riders, and it was just me and a box fan with the rider. So jetting, suspension oil, shipping, ordering parts, washing the box fan, getting groceries, driving, obviously, and then being top privateer in top 10 and beating factory guys was pretty rewarding. So one of those years, yeah. Sleeping in truck stops and all that shit, and showering at truck stops and eating ravioli out of a hubcap and shit. I'll go with those years. One of those years, yeah. I remember in 02, Moto Triple X with Nick Way, Steve Butler comes over like halfway through Supercross. Didn't really know Steve other than to say hi. And Butler comes over with like 2 frames and 2 swing arms. He's like, "Hey, you guys are doing great, and you probably could use these parts." And I'm just like, "Oh my god." Steve Butler gave us frame and a swing arms,
it's cracked and bent.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we'll take it.
Hey, Doug Henry weeded this up last week, so just take it.
Yeah.
Right. But
could never get the front end straight on that thing once we used it.
No, probably one of those years, yeah.
All right. What was the last one we did?
Locked in, when I was locked in.
Oh, yeah, you're locked in.
Phil liked that one.
Yeah. All right, Phil, does the Triumph 250 have a whoops issue?
No, I wonder why they're saying it has like
It's Swiss core. Who knows? He's drunk.
Like no, Jordan Smith did some pretty good.
All
right, we got two more. Fro, comparing that best factory bike to what you ride currently, give it a percentage comparison. 100% being equal to today's bike.
Well, you can't. I mean, it's 25 years old, 28 years old.
I don't know, sir. I don't know.
I mean,
just answer the question.
Yeah, I would say that it's not. It's 75% of.
Oh, that high. Okay, I thought you were gonna go worse.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean the old bikes actually work a lot better than They look really old now, which I mean they are, but yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, like peak horsepower, things like that were really good.
I remember somebody was telling me their factory 250F just got over 50 horsepower, and I was like, "Yeah, man! Like when I was at Yamaha, every dyno's different, but when I was at Yamaha, we were getting like 52.
I mean, there's like a 3 horsepower
out of a 450,
give or take.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jet Lawrence, Unadilla, second moto, did a fast lap on his Honda. Okay, and if you had to get on your 97 Cowie, 96, whatever, championship, how many seconds could he be within on that bike, you think?
Oh, I would think just the horsepower and the way that it delivers, and like I would say 8 seconds slower.
8 seconds slower. Fair enough.
You
Yeah,
know?
that sounds about
I mean, the suspension was great for its day, but what the bikes do now, how they hit things, especially like over jumps and landings and stuff.
Yeah.
You over jump something back in the days, it was going to explode.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you can over jump shit and it like no problem. And you talk about like the horsepower that a modern 450 works bike makes, and the amount of power that it makes at a low RPM. Like you just barely move the throttle and it's totally connected. Like you move the throttle, the bike's moving, it's jumping. I always compare it, like try to imagine riding like a modern 450 or like an old stock 125, like where on the 125 it makes noise, you're turning the throttle, it's not really going anywhere.
Yeah.
Like the modern race bikes that you guys ride, it's like you barely crack the throttle, right? Like you hit a little bump or something, the thing goes right, and it's moving, it's lunging from the crack of the throttle.
I mean,
there's no delay.
I was standing trackside when Steve Lamson was the baddest dude in the world on a CR 125, and he was fucking hauling ass. And then I watch on YouTube, and I'm like,
yeah, they're creepy.
He's not really hauling.
It's not going anywhere.
Really hauling ass.
Yeah.
But that was the trick is
yeah.
like you had to have the momentum, you had to have your RPMs,
Right.
You build your engine right where it had some. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's not. The 250F to the 125 is they totally screwed up when they gave the 250F the amount of CCs that they did for the 125 class. They total bad. I mean, it's literally the equivalent. So Bruce Sternstrom and I talked about this before, and it's like, so here's your 125 power and all this, and here's your 250 power. That was our classes. Okay, they gave the 4-stroke 400, 426, 450. At one point, it could have been 500. Remember?
No, 550.
550.
550.
Okay, well that's gonna be too much, but it didn't take long before the 426 and then the 450, which is just better than the 250, longer power, all this stuff that it does. Well, with the 125, the 250F, even in the beginning when the carburation was horrible on him, it was terrible. I mean, Villapoto's 250, I did a test on it in like 07, he would have been Pro Circuit. And that bike made as much horsepower as Carmichael's 2005 RM50.
Yeah.
So now instead of taking the 2-strokes and the 4-strokes and let's match them up, now it's like this. So the 450 is like riding a 500. Like Justin Cooper was talking about tonight. Like, man, it's a lot more bike to try to get around the track, right? So the 125 is just left in the dust because the smaller displacement you go down with the 2-stroke,
the more differences you have.
It starts to scale in lack of performance. Yeah.
All right.
Last one, Steve. I have it on good authority that the flip-off game may or may not be making a return, and you're being bested handily. Do you care to comment?
The game is not back officially, but we are sort of testing the waters, and I am getting fucking destroyed. Wilbur is popping up out of nowhere.
What's the flip-off game?
Just myself and Will Hahn, we had this thing the first time you saw him, you had the first guy to flip you off won. So it's just a game we were doing every weekend.
Wow.
And it was really fun, but then it got to be too stressful for us. I was hiding behind trucks. He was hiding behind like AMA.
You see him coming, you're
oh,
like,
no. You couldn't. By then it was too late. If you saw the guy, it was too late. You had to spring out of nowhere. Like, all of this shit. We were going to these elaborate things, and people were like, I'm on a track walk at Foxborough, and a Dirtworks guy taps me on the shoulder, and I turn around, and there's Wilbur like 80 rows up like this, and I'm like, oh, you know what I mean? So it got to be too much. So we talked about bringing it back, and he's destroying me at it.
Sounds like he's pretty good at it.
Yeah, he's really good. He's tiny. You can't really see him coming. Yeah, it's tough. I am getting destroyed on it. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not stoked on that. So.
You're fucked.
Yep, I'm fucked. So, all right, that's been the X-Men Goggle Tariffs. That's been the X-Men Goggle Tariffs. Thank you. 702-586-7057. How long are you staying with us, Fro?
Yeah, I'm staying the whole time until I can talk about this box that I brought.
Yes, let's do that in a little bit here.
You do that?
MTXBreaking.com.
We gotta wait till the very end of the show.
No.
When it's like the viewership is just like nil.
MTX. No, our viewership.
For all of you that made it through the full 5 hours, check this product out.
At the very end of the show, Fro's going to give away one of his Supercross titles.
Titles.
Title trophies. So just stay tuned. So there we go. Now we're all going to stay to the end.
I want the checks I'll stay for.
The checks.
I still got them. Maybe I should just sign them the back of them and mail them to Phil.
MTX Braking, PulpMX code to save. MTX brake pads, road bikes, mountain bikes. We used them today on our down some of those downhills. MTX brake pads. Please check it out. Use the code PulpMX to save. Maxima and Pro Filter. Love the guys at Maxima. Fro uses Maxima for years.
I do.
You still use Maxima with Dogger? Still get that dial? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Got
some contact cleaner here. You want some?
Quick hit.
Have a little hit.
Pulp20 is the code to save with Maxima and Pro Filter. All your Maxima oils and Pro Filter ready to use air and oil filters. Pulp20, the code to save with those two companies. Appreciate that. Don't forget LCQ points. Phil, big discussion in the privateer group thing. Few injuries now. Guys like Jerry getting in every week, right? There's a few guys. A-Rod is getting in every week. Moran's is in a lot. Big discussion about whether these guys should throw it to get some points. Fifth place is worth 25 points. It gets you into my race in Denver on Friday.
How many people in the race?
22.
Okay, so full gate.
Well, we take the top 17 and 5 wild cards. So, Phil, would you throw it?
And the winner, makes about $30K.
If you make the main event, that's bad.
It's bad.
Because now you're not getting into
my race.
How many say it was to win?
$30,000, his pulp race.
We take the raffle money from we
Could
raffle off a YZ 450. Josh Hill got like 29,000 last year or something.
And how much would he have made if he kept making every main event? 2 times 7.
You don't got to make every one, but you got to get enough points to qualify for this thing.
Yeah.
So
fifth gets you the most points.
Fifth in the LCQ, 25 points.
Yeah.
It's worth 25 points. So Phil, would you throw it if you were one of these guys? Because like right now, Harlan, Starling are on the edge. Like they got to start thinking about. Jerry's on the edge.
It's kind of hard when you look at SMX.
You need points for that. Yeah.
It's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you would really do, to be honest.
Okay.
But
I'm getting word from these privateers that they are not going to throw the race. They are not going to do that. They want to get in. They're just going to let the cards fall where they may. So
the problem is that most of them, when it comes to outdoors, they don't do any better. It seems like they do better in Supercross. But yeah, outdoors you can get 10 points easy. Supercross they get 17th. They get 4.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I would maybe throw it.
Tristan Lane's leading it right now, and all the money goes to the privateers out there. Go to PulpMX.com. We're raffling off a YZ 450. We're giving away 17 other prizes, and so check it out and stay tuned. I posted the points today.
So it's points to get into the race.
Top 17 in series get into my race automatically. 5 wild cards.
The top 17
in the points. I
keep
track of points after every LCQ.
They got to throw it because the chances of some of these guys making it to the SMX is slim to none too.
Right.
Yeah, toss it.
Yeah, I mean, like Moran's doesn't do outdoors. Or whatever, right?
You got to toss it.
Right.
So the points are added up by the riders that finish 5th or worse in the LCQ.
Yeah, 5th is 25.
So that's like your championship points. If you make the main, you get none.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then the top 17 in those points plus.
I want to reward the guys that go to all the races and don't make mains, right? The heroes of the sport, the privateers.
Yeah.
But now with factory riders getting hurt, We have some guys, more privateers are
And
getting
then
in.
Last year they did 2 6-minute +1 races.
Yep.
And they started from first to last in points. Right?
No, I had ping pong balls to determine what gate order was, and the gate that was picked was first to last in points, but it could have been anyways.
But then the second moto, it was an inversion.
Yes, the second race was a staggered start. 21st place was at the front. The winner was Josh Hill. He was at the back.
Okay, gotcha.
And then we combined the two motos, and that was your overall, and that was the winner.
Nice.
Yeah. So anyways, I
don't know how nice.
Like a championship within the championship.
Yeah. So Tristan Lane's leading right now. He's got a nice lead, so Tristan Lane will be in the race. I announced on Race Day Live, Billy Lilinovich is going to get one wild card spot because he's 40 fucking years old.
Yeah.
Still racing. So Billy gets in as one wild card.
All right.
That's cool.
So yeah, looking forward to that. So please get the raffle tickets on there, and yeah, Fro. ASV, what's going on? You came up here. You work with a Slack.
Yeah. So I got
ODI.
my latest creation. Signed a deal with ASV Inventions, most famous for their levers. Bob Morales approached me, so I started using the levers last year. And so what we decided to do. So if you're unfamiliar with it, are you familiar with ASV? What do you run? So this would be your. This is your.
I mean, club guys use
front brake
ASV.
or clutch. I don't know. One of them's a clutch. So unbreakable levers, adjustable dial, comes in different lengths, different colors, all that sort of stuff. Nice dust covers, all this.
Pretty cool.
All kinds of nice little bling for it, right? So, and of course you've seen the Emig Pro ODI V2 lock-on. So what we're going to do is our first project that we're going to do together is we're going to combine. We're going to sell a kit with Emig Pros and ASV levers and reservoir covers, rotator clamps. If your bike needs them, if you've got that on there. So we're going to sell a whole kit, and what we're going to do is we're going to do 3 special colorways of the Emig Pro V2 lock-on grip that we don't sell. So to get
you have to get the kit.
Yeah, and so then like the first grip we're going to do is going to be a black, white, gold. Right now we do a black, white mag. So it would be a black, white, gold, gold and black, silver levers and all that.
Yep.
And you'll buy that in one kit.
Okay.
Yeah, like a whole thing. So it's really like the whole grip lever area is going to be all combined, and we've got 2 other special colors that I'm not going to announce tonight, but we're going to do 3 different colors right now to start off the project.
Oh, sweet.
So.
Pretty cool.
It'd
so
be pretty cool.
Bob's on the Blair Matthes project show, and
Correct.
We have a code PulpMX, all caps, to save. I don't know if it works with your kit or not.
Yes. Well, the kit's not out yet.
Yeah,
it's going to be out shortly.
It comes out.
The grips are getting done
and
right now.
you'll match grips to levers or some sort of offset that'll look cool.
Yeah,
anyways.
and if you order them directly through ASV, you have the choice of lever lengths, and then we're also going to have kits that dealers will buy and have in the store.
Right.
So to be a set kit of the levers and all that. So that's the shorty front brake lever.
Yep.
I like the medium one,
Mhm.
and then I run the medium length on the clutch also. Yeah, this would be.
I was looking at Jet's bike this weekend, and the front brake lever on Jet's bike, it's so far in. Phil, I'm sure you've seen this. You can barely get 2 fingers on it. Throttle housings here. You could
because the lever's short,
the
or
lever's
just
short.
moved
Well,
everything?
both. Lever's short and it's in, and it's so I don't know how he would grab that, but he's Jet Lawrence.
Yeah, and when you know
and he's always like this anyway.
I guess that's a good point. He's like this.
He's like this, so it's like you don't need it to be out here.
Yeah, and ASV makes levers for a bunch of the top teams, and they make billet like a standard feel, like let's say like the CR.
Yep.
It's got its own feel, and Yamaha's going to have its own design.
Yep.
There's little nuances to it. ASV makes like it's adjustable, but not like this, like with the dial, right?
Yep.
But for the average consumer, having the ability for it to be unbreakable, right? So it's spring-loaded. You put a rotator clamp on your bar so that the perch or the master cylinder spins if you go down, and these are basically unbreakable. Plus, I mean, I love it that it's got the dial to to make the adjustments, and you may want to change your front brake one click or whatever. If you're Jet Lawrence, you've got somebody there with with an 8 millimeter,
doing it.
and they're doing it, and everything's like super precise. But for the average rider, like where I'm at now, I have to do my own stuff, right?
So when you order a clutch, I don't know how ASV works. Can you change the ratio, or does it just come with one specific ratio?
Right now, it's one ratio. I'm actually the project after this.
Like, what's it say on there for a ratio? Like on that, does that even have a ratio number on it? I'm just wondering. Like
it might be a
male,
standard
27?
ratio, but some of the R&D that I'm doing with ASV now, because I'm going to create an Emig lever to complement the Emig grip. So that'll be the project after this, where it'll be an Emig specific design
Ratio
and
that you
branded
want, yeah.
ratio, because I like to have my levers really close to the bar, and so I need the action of the lever
Start right away.
to start right away and have a lot of like on the clutch. I need it to do something quickly, and I need it to work in a small range of lever pull.
I can't do that. I need mine to be smooth and long. I hate the on-off.
So yours,
switch.
but do you run your lever really far out?
No, but I normally run like a 26 millimeter ratio or whatever that is. So it's nice and smooth. Like when it's too on and off, I can't do starts. That's why I'm really picky. Like I'll run whatever team runs, I'll run a different lever if it doesn't feel right. It's got to be right, because I don't
and so that's my job, is to we're actually in a development right now. There's some new levers coming out, new designs, and I'm going to mess around with those ratios and different aspects of it to try to achieve kind of what I feel like what I want to get out of it, and then figure out if that is an application for the general customer that they could use. And I mean, the thing with ASV that I didn't know, it's like, I mean, they make everything that you could possibly want. Street bike, dirt bike. I mean, there are so many choices of levers. Feel like, some people like the really thin, like small feel where the lever's just tiny. This one's a little bit fatter. Like it's ASV makes all of it. It's really cool. And then of course the Emig Pro. It's been super popular, and we're just crushing it. And so now we'll have 3 more colorways that you can get if you get the whole Emig Pro pack. Yeah, it'd be cool.
And when's that coming out? When?
Soon. I think the grips are literally just getting done, and so we'll start packaging and selling, I would say, within the next month.
Okay,
so
you're a busy guy, Fro. You got a lot of stuff going on. Slacker Tool, your grips, ASV. You got a documentary.
Weebig, all this Formula One stuff that we've got.
Weebig
2 new gear sets coming out. That's basically gear set with all this Marlboro Formula One look to it. So we got those. I think it's going to be available tomorrow, or what day is today? Monday. Maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. I did some marketing stuff last week. Did some video stuff when I was back at Swan. I mean,
he's hustling.
MX Locker, all of it.
Viral
brand goggles. Where I've got some equity in that also, and so just little bits and bobs. And you look at it a lot differently, right? At this point than what you would when you're racing in the prime of your career. And it's really interesting because, if you take equity with a brand, when you're in the prime of your career and they're writing you $600,000 checks, or hey, we'll go some equity here, and you're kind of like, the money in the bank is the money in the bank. The equity is like, like a wing and a prayer. Like, I think this thing could go, but it could totally not go. And so, it's an interesting thing that when you're at my point, right, I'm over 50 now, and it's like having some equity and some knowledge and experience in the sport to whether it's on the sales side, dealers, reps, distributors, understanding how products are made and developed and manufactured, and what's that process like.
Were you into that when you were racing, though? Like, if somebody...
Dude, I went to Lake Havasu all the time.
Yeah, okay. No, but I'm saying, like, if Pete came to you and was like, hey, check out this boot, or any of your sponsors, would you be, like, into that? Or like,
I was super into the development side of the bike, and that's growing up in a race shop and my dad's influence. And I always appreciated those opportunities to help be a part of something, and like, helmet, boot design, things like that. And certainly now I have more time for it.
Yeah.
When we made the first Emig grip, it was the first 3-color grip that ODI had done. We had one of the machines. We have 7 of those machines now. And certainly I had no idea, like, when they would talk about cycle times, like, well, what's cycle time? Well, when the machine starts to make the grip, right, and it's 3 passes, there's the plastic tube and then 2 colors of rubber. This has got alloy in the end, so that's another step, is how long does it take to make a set of grips? Well, a regular single-ply grip can be as low as 30 seconds, right? It's just rubber going into the molds, kicks it out. Well, this grip, the cycle time's much longer, and with the original Emig grip, with the logo or the icon and the letters and everything in it, it was a very slow process because of how the injection molding and everything, heating and all this sort of stuff happens. And so then as that was the first grip was started in 2013, right? Now it's like when I'm in the design meetings for my last grip, which is the Emig 2.0, which is the replacement for that one. Now I'm like, okay, well, when you design this thing, now I'm thinking cycle time because time is money. And we want to be able to, I mean, there were times over the last 5 years that we were back ordered for 11 months at one point.
Yeah.
Well, I don't make any money when the product's not getting made, put in the boxes and on that truck. You know what I mean? So now it's like, when I was 25, would I have thought about that? Hell no.
No.
I'm like, Jeff Emig, pay me, for whatever that mattered,
Yeah.
And now, sure. so the relationship with ODI is absolutely fantastic.
Cool.
Love working with Johnny Jump and Colby Young and everybody. And so now this new relationship with ASV and Bob, and like, he's a badass inventor. He's got like patents on his wall.
I hung out with him at Reno Cross a little bit.
Yeah, he's great.
Nice
He's super motivated. He's like a can-do guy. It's like, hey, what do you think if we took the grip and the levers? And I'm like, well, I love the idea. Let's do some custom colors that you can't do or that you're not already doing.
Right.
Yeah. So it's been great. So that's kind of the newest, bit of business that I've been working on.
Awesome. No,
So
it's great
check it
to
out.
hear from it for sure. Luxon Clamps, Pulp 2025. Phil Nicoletti, Luxon Clamp user for many years over there at PulpMX. Freddie Noren using them as well. All over $100 or more ship free within the continental U.S. Pulp 2025, code to save with Luxon Clamps. They make advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest. Lighter and strong with optimized stiffness. I've got Luxon Clamps on my bike right now. Probably going to help me at the regional, I hope. I don't know.
That's all he needed.
That's all I needed.
I wish that was going to be the real difference maker.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not sensing a lot of confidence from the left side of the table
well,
over here.
we did the World Vets together, him and I, quote unquote. So he saw me ride.
Dude, the World Vets, there's a track that can make you look bad.
Plus 30 winner right there. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is so good.
Okay, what are we
what's
watching?
the stuff? What
are we
just
watching?
happened right
I don't know
there?
what we're watching.
You spun out off the line.
Yeah, no one was there to sweep my gate.
You were there.
No, he got a spy video. That was a spy.
Oh, that was...
Is that from Mesquite?
No, yeah, that was Mesquite.
Okay, yeah.
He just laughs.
Watch the video going into the first corner. Just watching me.
Okay, let's watch
Okay, all right, here we go, people. Yeah,
That's it.
anyway,
You're, you got a top 5 start.
Yeah.
Top 5, already pulling tear
There's
offs.
5
probably.
guys in the class.
Oh, there are 5
We're
guys.
Top 5.
Are you guys done? Oh, here's what we did, Fro. This is after the World Vets. Everyone was in studio here. There's Phil's lap time, 2:41. I was only a few seconds behind at 3:26.
And Darkside was a 3:38.
Yeah.
I think I lapped him this weekend, though.
I'm sure you did. Yeah.
Like 4-lap race.
I mean, a 3:26 and a 3:38. Like, at that point in time, what the fuck are you doing out
I'm
there?
trying to race, Phil. All right?
The
track was a lot rougher for my race.
Yeah, that makes a big difference.
I'm not gonna. Okay.
Well, did you have the triple clamps on?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, man.
He goes, I couldn't go any faster up Mount St. Helen.
It didn't seem like it.
I'm like, yeah, you couldn't go any faster.
Did you shift? Or did
watching
you
him go up, it was like watching fucking paint dry. Jeez.
Did he have to down?
And the best part about it was, maybe it was in your class, but they get 3/4 of the way up. The plus 50 guys, they couldn't make it up because it was so rough. And like they would start, one guy would tip over 3/4.
Oh yeah,
no, I think that was the plus 70 class.
No, there wasn't that many guys in set. This was like 50, and
Okay.
it was just like then it just started one after another. Next, you know, there's a fucking ant pile on the top of Mount St. Helen. All these fucking dudes. They had to start like cutting the track because they couldn't make it up to the top.
It was not me.
It's full gridlock.
Well, look, I'm a professional analyst. I've watched a lot of riders, and just from the small clips I've seen, the triple clamps and the races and stuff.
Yeah,
it's probably not like it looks cool.
Yeah.
Right?
It ain't.
That's half the battle.
Not.
That's half the battle.
Did you go a different offset, or did you keep them?
No, I went offset. Yeah.
Ooh,
Brought
yeah.
it in.
So you're really trying to make like that thing corner.
Oh yeah.
Better, and it's
shred.
Yeah.
Oh God.
All right.
You got it.
So
Are you done yet,
some
Phil?
free
You just have
coaching.
to be 5th at the regional, right?
Yeah, top 5, I think.
That 5th is a win. That's
Yeah,
all
I
you
think
need.
I got to get.
It's 4th.
Is
No?
it?
I think it's 4th.
I thought it was 5th. I don't
Well,
know.
if there's only 5 guys.
Yeah, doesn't it go off how many guys there are in the class, or no? It's always just 4.
No, it'll be a set number.
Oh.
It'll be a set
Oh, it
number. The
doesn't
West
change?
Coast is
Okay.
typically less, and then like out east, there may be 8 go in the regional, things like
Okay.
that. So
All right.
5 or 6. I think it's different. It depends on the region and sort of the amount of entries, collectively throughout the qualifying processes.
Okay, so Jeff Emig brought to you by Weisco tonight. Phil brought to you by Decal Works. And speaking of Decal Works, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Decal is looking for a sales rep, Phil. I know you're not quite sure what you want to do, right?
Yeah, it sounds right up my alley.
It's a full-time job in Illinois for Ron at the Decal Works.
Oh, nice.
They're looking for a sales rep at Decal Works, and if you want to be part of the industry's leading custom graphics company, contact them. Their job is a full-time job in Illinois and a good company.
I can see Phil walking into a dealership like, hey, I got some of these fucking decals. Like, you can fucking buy them or not buy them. Like, be honest. I really don't give a shit.
No, this would be the Decal Works is the guys.
Like, I don't really care.
The guys design their graphics, so they'd call Phil and be like, Phil, I want like a unicorn with my wife's name, done. And Phil would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
He would talk the guy out of the sale.
Yeah. He'd be like, that ain't it, dude.
The guy would
That
quit.
ain't
He
it."
would quit racing altogether. Just like, you're right, Phil. I just need to go do something else.
So yeah, please check it out. Motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. All right, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do it. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon.
All right, questions for Jeff Emig and Phil Nicoletti here right off the X, by the way. Motorsport.com. Please check out them if you want. They have a new thing going on right now. Grand prize is a Stark Varg. Have you ridden one of those?
I have.
Pretty cool. Stark Varg is a grand prize, motorsport.com weekly contest. And also they have fly stuff and Renthal and so on and so forth. It's free to enter, and they're giving away a bunch of cool things each and every week, and the grand prize is a Stark Varg. And over 25 years of making your next ride your best ride. Free returns. First returns free on apparel in case something doesn't fit. Fast free shipping on orders over $79. And these questions are submitted to at PulpMX Show, and Tallon picks the best ones. Or he picks some of them anyways.
I usually go through all of them. I'm not tits. First one, Eastside Moto. JT mentioned on the review pod that rough tracks were much more common back in the day. What exactly changed? The dirt, the prep?
I miss tits. I miss tits bad.
So, yeah, like Fro, JT and I were talking about, like, well, Phil was there too, but like just back in the day, the main events in your day, you couldn't triple anymore. Double single. The ruts were so bad.
They do way more track prep, and the way that they build the track
And
is
they
different.
store the dirt a bit better now too, I think.
Well, but the tracks have less like sort of flat blank areas. The
Mhm.
tracks are just super busy. And so when you're kind of talking about roughness and breaking bumps and stuff like that, like,
Well,
they work on the tracks a lot because the dirt, for whatever reason, and the way that the bikes chew up the tracks, amount of horsepower, the physically the tires that are used are just incredible. And so the bikes just tear up the track so much more. There's so much more G-force in the rhythms and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they wouldn't fix the whoops or do anything back in the day.
No.
It was just terrible.
No. And we were talking about how you guys at the end of the main events would double single stuff because the ruts were so bad. Like it just, I think they're better at storing the dirt. I think they're better at building the dirt. I think they're better at everything. They've gotten smarter. We had lime for a while, which was working really well.
Drying agent, yes.
Until they fucked that up.
The drying agent.
Well,
Michael Burns, buddy of mine, and he was right during the transition from the 2-stroke to 4-stroke,
Mhm.
right? And he was like, in 2005, I think it was Factory Cowie riding 2-strokes, right? 2-stroke 250. Like, you mess up a rhythm section, get a little cross-rutted, like you were done.
Yeah.
He says once we went to 450s, he goes, you mess up a little bit, fuck it, just sit down and just.
Oh,
he
yeah.
goes, so the bikes, like what the bikes will do, can overcomes that. Like that'd be an interesting thing. Say, hey, why don't you go ride, Jet Lawrence's 450 or ride McGrath's 96, CR250, and then go do that same track that we had in Indy last week.
Yeah, you just physically, it's not possible.
Dude, there's some like I saw Deegan in the main event one lap come out from the tunnel, kind of on off, and then he quadded. Quadded one lap. I noticed it because the front wheel was like this. We weren't even looking that far.
No.
The bikes physically would not do that.
And the racing was better because more mistakes were made by you guys. Because, like you said, you come
I
out of turn.
appreciate that, Steve.
You get some wheel.
Now I see.
You get some wheel spin.
I see this bullying aspect you're talking about.
You get some wheel spin, and you got to back out of something.
Yeah.
Now you don't back out of anything. You're like what Burner was saying.
Oh, the bike just hooks up. Like the way that, with the ECU and traction control and the way that the chassis is designed, the way that the suspension.
This fucking guy doesn't know anything about like how to really have good technique on a supercross track because his bike did all the work.
Turn the throttle.
Yeah,
That's
his
all you
bike
had
did
to
all
do.
the work.
I wish the bikes were older, so then you didn't have to jump the shit.
Dude,
I wish I could go back to like the quad digger. Yeah, no matter, you just go on off. Perfect.
Yeah, right.
The thought of even doing a quad, just like, dude,
Well, what was that?
Until Stu came around and just fucking blew everything out of the water.
Yeah, and he did it on a 125.
Yeah, 125. Like
that engine was good though. I did a bunch of the R&D on that engine with Rick Ash. Like we made that engine awesome.
I don't care. There's that rhythm at Vegas. That Stu did.
Oh yeah.
Well, the thing out of the corner where he would just square it up and then just
I still want to do that on today's bike. I'm out.
Yeah. I mean, he definitely was next level, like what we were talking about earlier in the show, of just his vision for seeing things and his confidence in himself and what he could do was exceptional.
All right.
671 Mac, Steve, percentage pie that Star talks with Sexton to replace the outgoing Eli.
Yeah, I mean, I would think if you're Chase, you're talking to Cowie, you're talking to Star, you're talking to KTM. Yeah, for sure. Eli said on Swap Moto that he may be coming back, though. I didn't watch the interview, but I guess Eli's like, yeah, I might be back. Or I'm like, literally made the press release saying this was his last year. So I don't know. Yeah,
it's tough to give it up.
Yeah, for sure. At that money too, right?
Yeah, and if he still feels that he's competitive and all this, I mean the two random injuries that he's had these last years is just so like what?
Yeah,
he broke his leg, like he put his foot down and broke his leg,
Yeah. All right.
OD 110, Fro. I don't know if you want to touch on this one, but how much was your contract with Shift worth?
Well, I ended up working for Fox for 26 years, so it was a few $1 million. Yeah.
But in your like prime 98, like what's Pete paying you?
Oh man,
are you getting 300?
Maybe 350-ish,
Yeah, 350.
400, something like that. Yeah.
And your Cowie deal was 7, 6?
No. In the 4s probably.
Really?
3s, 4s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
but the thing about
you're
it
$1 million,
was
you're
Shift,
$1 million base all in, and then go from there.
But like with the thing about with like Fox is when I got hurt, I was under like a 2 or 3 year contract, and Pete and the family they just paid it all the way through, and that's where a lot of my loyalty came from for all of the years,
That's Phil's biggest pet peeve.
That's my biggest pet peeve. Us getting hurt doing what we're supposed to do, and then sorry, we got to cut you, we got to prorate you.
Yeah, and you read these NFL contracts. Josh Allen signed for $55 a year for 6 years, so it's $330 million. Is the math right on that? And it's like $240 of it's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Like no matter what.
Yeah.
Achilles gone, he still gets paid $240 million.
Yeah,
and it's not like it's his first $240 million either.
You would understand it if you got hurt snowboarding or something that you out of your contract, but I'm literally racing for you, doing my job, and I got hurt.
Well, that's the economics just don't. The math doesn't math, and unfortunately, that if you're, some sort of private team, if Phil's not racing, well, I got to hire somebody else.
Yeah.
The budget's just clearly not there. I mean, the NFL and there are billions of dollars in fluff to work around with and move around.
Did you ever?
And we're in one of the most dangerous sports that there is, and that's just.
Absolutely.
But it's the economics of it, unfortunately.
Did you ever think to ask Pete, like, hey, let's forego some shift stuff, but give me 2% at Fox?
No, that would have never happened.
Never. Oh,
no.
Never.
I mean, I got a percentage of sales and things like that.
Yeah.
But never any equity.
Right.
No.
Rogers MX93, Phil. What track do you prefer? Phoenix, huge jumps, high speed but smooth, or Indy, tight, rutted, and technical?
Phoenix.
Oh,
for sure.
Shane J. Borden, any updates on Smith, Masterpool, or Adams? Will any of them be back in Seattle?
Yeah, they should all be back in Seattle, I would think. Jordan almost wanted to race Indy, apparently, but they should be back in Seattle.
Ranham 84 for Mr. Emig. Going back to 97 Supercross, was there a certain point in that season before Vegas where you were convinced that you were going to win that championship?
Yeah, the race before in Dallas.
That was
when
right?
When it rained
Yeah.
and Jeremy didn't want to race, he was like, "This needs to be postponed," and my attitude was like, "Let's fucking go."
Mhm.
And I just had the right attitude for that night and went into
Henry
the mud.
won?
No, I won that night.
won that
Henry
night?
won the year before in the
Oh,
mud.
in the mud, okay.
Or 2 years before,
Yeah,
whatever it
yeah,
was,
yeah.
and then in '97 it rained, and it was like, I've ridden worse than this.
Yeah, yeah.
And I knew that once. Yeah.
So really, there was talking about postponing that thing, like.
Yeah, there was a bit of talk that morning,
Yeah, yeah.
but yeah, I mean, but that being said, is like still having to go to Vegas, like 8th or better, 9th or better, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I rode like the biggest pansy. I started like 1st or 2nd, and I was like, "Oh, don't touch me!" Everybody like I think I rode to a 3rd or 4th or something.
Yeah.
You knew Jeremy was over here and I'm here,
Yeah.
and it was so it was that specific main event, it just wasn't that much fun because there was so much on the line of like, if I fuck up and blow this, here's going to be another one, 5 in a row. So it was great until like race day. Then it kind of like, whoa, shit's getting real right now, because you remember he had won 4 in a row, and the previous years he had won a shit ton of races.
Yeah.
And so, and I probably wasn't first on the list of the riders that should have stopped his championship streak and stuff. You might have put Kudrowski or LaRocco, somebody, Lusk maybe, in that point. But that's how it played out.
Little known fact: your shift ad with the girls in the hot tub on the patio at MGM. I was there.
Oh, you were there that night?
I was there that night. Swink got me in with Jason Fournette. My
Dude,
buddy.
there was a massive party going on inside. It took.
Yep.
Well, Chris Holtner was doing the photos. There's a bunch of video stuff for Fresno Smooth that they were shooting and all that.
Yeah.
And it was like, we're in a hot tub for like 2 hours. Like, do we have this shot yet?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
let's go.
Yeah.
And that was Sunday night. So we go out after the race. And there wasn't a lot of sleep.
No. And then
Awards
you're up all night.
banquet.
Yeah.
And then we got to go
Hot
do
tub.
this. And it was like,
Yeah.
okay, the champagne's flat. Like, at a certain point, it was just water in the champagne bottle. Like, let's get this done and get on with the show.
I was there. I walked down the balcony. I'm like, what the fuck? Swink got us in somehow. I don't know, but it was like a big lounge. It was sweet. It was all-
huge suite
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
we
I didn't
got
belong
for
there.
I mean, that was just for the shoot.
Yeah.
Like that was
Yeah,
the whole setup. Yeah, but everybody else is inside having a good time,
Yeah.
and we're out here shooting this ad, and shooting this thing. It's like, but it is funny that it still resonates. People send it to me all the time.
No, or the ad with you getting out of the private jet. The shift ad and all that. Yeah, it's all cool stuff.
The spaceman ad.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that was and that was what Shift was. It was just a departure from sort of what the norm was. Let's kind of do something different. So.
All right, this one's for me, but last season we saw Anstey have the red plate early, and then he kind of fell off later in the season. Is that what we're seeing now, or is there something lingering from his Daytona press day crash?
No, I don't think we're seeing that now. He was off this weekend though. Daytona, I thought he rode really well. He fell in the second turn with Vial and came from dead last to 5th. Good ride. This weekend though, he was just never really that good all day, Phil. Never on the board or
practice times, heat races.
But that's part of
Yeah.
managing a championship run, and he's in a place now that he hasn't been in before. At least here, in America. And so all this stuff he's just trying to manage all the emotions, the thoughts, the negative, the demons that are telling you that you can't do it, and you're trying to fight them off, and your internal language to yourself, trying to every day to have that positive reassurance that I can do this, I belong this, I deserve this. There's all of these emotions and thoughts that a rider has to manage through the whole thing.
It is crazy
it's not
though.
difficult.
2 races.
It is difficult.
Yeah, 2 races. Without a doubt, the fastest guy, and shredding.
Yeah, it's weird.
In practice, in qualifying, heat race, you know what I mean? Whatever you want to say, he was the best guy. Crashes in Daytona press day, a good one. I didn't see it, but a good one. But everybody said. And then 2 races later, he doesn't have the red plate anymore. Just funny how the sport can turn for sure.
Sugar Shane 79. Davies was so fast in the whoops and Indy. Any idea what he's going to look like outdoors?
Like we said earlier, he's not as good outdoors, but you said it's got to carry. The improvement has got to carry.
Yeah. I mean, last year he was battling Gavin Towers at, futures races, and now he's lapping Gavin Towers. So it's something's clicked. Yeah, it'll transfer over.
Well, and what's going to happen with Juju, right? He made a massive jump in his career this year, especially at the beginning of the season, and put himself in the conversation. And so, once we go outdoors, it's a totally different game, though.
No, for sure. By the way, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment, and thanks to motorsport.com. Also, thank you to the folks at Renthal, Factory Honda, Kawasaki, KTM, Renthal.com, bars, sprockets, chains, grips, all of that, mountain bike parts as well. Renthal.com.
John 317, he says, with Webb being such a beast and a former 250 outdoor champ, will he show up outdoors this year?
If he gets the Supercross title, he might.
Yeah, I doubt you see him outdoors.
You think? You think he doesn't even go?
It's just like
I wonder about the prep. That's what I wonder if he wins the title.
Well, and the difference is like when Webb won his last title, I mean, it was evident that he exhausted everything that he had. Every bit of who he is, mentally and physically, to get to Salt Lake and to master that main event and win it. And it was like, so if you kind of cruise through the Supercross championship, okay, locked it down, boom, I'm good. Okay. Yeah. Let's go start riding some motocross, and you kind of carry that over. But you've seen with, was it Dungey's last title that was a real nail biter with him and Tomac. And it was like, for him to win it was like, that was everything, and then afterwards was kind of a lull. I think I got my.
What's
dates
crazy
right.
about Webb though, he's got one 450 motocross win. I don't even think he's got that many podiums. And
one win.
One.
Yeah,
Millville. But here's the thing: he was a national champion on 250s. Like he
crushed it that year
with a broken wrist.
He can ride outdoors.
Yeah. He will do. He'll do outdoors. Yeah. SMX means way too much, and you need those points, because if you go into SMX 4th in overall points versus 9th, that's a big difference at the end of the end of the races. So, I think Coop will be good outdoors.
Yeah, and now some of those guys will have the option and the offers to go ride World Supercross after that's over.
You're right, Phil, because like Tomac went into SMX. Whatever down, right? 9th in point. Like, what was he?
He was.
And
like
he could
9th.
never. He won Dallas, I think, or whatever. He could never get. Those points up that he needed.
And like what Jet had done, it was kind of Jet was what, 5th?
Yeah.
Something. I mean, that's kind of, but it's still a nail biter when it comes down to it, So, they were that.
All right.
B Lineberger 8319. Phil, what has been the best part of retirement? What do you miss most about competing every weekend?
The best part is I've got to do all the winter activities. I haven't been skiing, snowmobiling in years, so it's finally actually able to go do all that stuff and enjoy a proper winter. But I do have FOMO. I miss Saturdays. It's hard, but we still might do some racing here. Competitive racing.
You said you needed 2 months. It's been 3.
It hasn't really been. Okay, so it's been 3.
3 months. You said you needed 2, and now we got to get a bike. When are we getting a bike? When are we going to start riding?
When it gets warm. I'm a fair weather rider now,
Hell yeah. That's where I'm at. I don't like riding when it's cold.
Yeah. I mean, the days of riding Supercross when it's 38 degrees at club, I'm glad I don't have to go do that anymore.
5 podiums, including the win for Webb in 450 motocross.
6 including the win.
6 including the win.
5 not.
Got it.
But he could be a 3-time
right there.
Monster Energy Supercross champion here in another
for sure
month and a half. Right?
All right.
Banana Cat Productions. Emig, what was your favorite video?
Of course, a question.
Favorite video that you were in, and how much did you get paid? Everyone wants to know how much you're making.
Nobody made anything back in those days.
Yeah.
It was all free.
Danny said that the Krusty guys, they flew him to Brazil for no money. I mean, paid expenses.
Yeah, we didn't get paid anything.
Nothing.
And they made millions.
Yeah.
But it still resonates to this day.
Wait,
right?
they made millions, Krusty guys? Like millions?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They.
I mean, I knew it was popular, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Because you had to buy the VHS tape, right?
Yeah.
You know, things like that, or the DVD of it. You know.
But
eventually.
like they couldn't break you guys off $500 for filming, like nothing.
No, but we didn't know it at the
Yeah.
time. It was just part of our culture. We're just, hey, you want to come film us riding mini bikes? Great, yeah, whatever.
cool,
We're
yeah.
drinking beers and grilling burgers, right?
Yeah.
But I think that my
What was
you
your
say
favorite-
my
your favorite
favorite
video?
film
Yeah.
that I was
Yeah,
in, or
yeah.
the favorite?
Yeah, favorite.
My all-time favorite film is Krusty 2. I love the vibe of it. Like they really got into some really good cinematography, like sort of on the artistic side of things, and the trips that they took to like Nambia and some of those places were really cool. And it the dune stuff that we did out in Klamath was some pretty epic riding. You know, Seth jumping on the bikes. I was right there for the whole thing. You know. But
you're gonna die. You're gonna ragdoll.
Yeah. That was Krusty 1, the first one where he jumped down.
Oh yeah, the Krusty 2 was over the dune.
Krusty 2 is when he landed on the
Krusty
bike.
2, over the dune.
Yeah.
But not from like up high. Yeah.
And so, but what it's done is also, you know, it was created a part of this legacy that is Moto 90s. And with this documentary that I'm working on with Adam Barker, we had Jeremy McGrath partnered with us now also. Vince Vaughn's going to do the narration.
Yeah.
Killer budget, all the right stuff. They're really so the sort of, you know, the premise of the film is going to be the McGrath-Emig rivalry, and then sort of the subplot that's going to color and really take you back to the 90s is going to be Havasu, Glamis, you know, Club Rubber, you know, Vegas, like all of the nonsense that was happening while we're still trying to be, you know, professional athletes, but yet there was all this other craziness happening. And I think that, you know, everybody from Krusty to, you know, anybody that made films, you know, all the Fox Terra Firmas, you know, you name it, your Moto Triple X, everybody has offered, here's our catalog, you know, whatever you need, you know, to color this documentary, right, to sort of take you back to what motocross, what the scene was like in the 90s. And then it's got this, you know, this ultimate rivalry between Jeremy and I, and then how that.
Filming now, so we got a while before it comes out.
No, it's supposed to be done in August.
Is it? Okay, awesome.
So pretty quick.
Cool.
Yeah. Jeremy and I haven't actually done our main sit-downs yet. We've talked man to man and said, you know, we're super stoked on the project. I'm really pumped that he agreed to be part of it, and then we kind of took what he was doing and we were doing something over here, and then like, hey, why don't we join forces? And you know, he and I both talked about it like, hey man, when it comes to our stuff, we gotta tell it like it is. And
'cause there was some,
I'm gonna say some shit that you ain't gonna like. You're gonna say some shit that I'm not gonna like.
Yep.
That was then, and that's what it's going to take to make this film an ultimate banger. To where that
there was some chick stuff in there, some chick drama in there.
Yeah, if
boy.
it hits, you know, Netflix or Amazon or something like we think it will, it'll make a massive ripple throughout.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Throughout, you know, culture for motocross and supercross.
You tell your guy if he wants like somebody who was in the suite just hanging out, a swink.
Eyewitness account.
I can vouch for that. And there was a party at Steel City too. I went to 1 year after Steel City. I don't think the year
97.
Yeah, maybe
there were parties after all of it. I mean, do we have parties after every race?
It was in a townhouse. It was in like a townhome.
No, I didn't go to that.
Oh no, you were there. It was like in a
Steel City.
Yeah, it was like in a.
Must have been good. I don't remember.
Okay. All right.
Can't say it didn't happen.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Piggybacking off that a little bit, Thin Shin, if we were to do a Fresno Smooth in 2025, who would be in it?
Anderson.
Well, I'm dead, so I'm out. I got killed in the movie.
What do you think? Have you seen Fresno Smooth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I mean, Anderson kind of fitted.
He'd be
okay,
funny, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a low-key kind of funny guy, yeah.
That's an interesting concept.
All right.
Fresno Smoother.
J Marks 356. What was more shocking, Hammerker's win or Barsha top 5?
I don't think either was that shocking, but I'll go Barsha top 5.
Yeah, I think
really
so.
Good ride.
Barsha, yeah.
I mean, he almost led a lap. Just about Coop got him at the end.
All right.
Hammerker's win.
Okay.
And
I mean, it was a you know, a showdown. Deegan's on the line. You've got, a pretty stacked field.
Barsh has always done good at Indy.
Has he? Really?
Yeah.
I didn't notice. Yeah.
Dude, remember him, Roxon, down to the wire?
No.
23?
No, I don't know.
Phenomenal race. Kenny won.
Didn't he do, wasn't it one of his 250 years where he smashed somebody up really bad? Wasn't that Indy? It could have been any race.
Anyone, yeah.
But I specifically remember him, like, sending somebody over it might have been Will. No, they were teammates maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Last one from
LA, boy.
WizKid823.
Before your time, but a legend.
Oh, Holly.
Do you have any Holly stories?
Oh, yeah. I can't tell none of them. not even on the PulpMX show. It is X-rated.
I went to Reno for the Reno Cross, and I met a guy there, and he said, hey, you see that room up there? The old-timers tell me that Jimmy would throw parties up there. Nobody was allowed in there.
So we were doing
no one is allowed in this room.
Kawasaki dealer show in Orlando, and Jimmy was there doing something. I was there.
What's Jimmy doing there?
I don't remember, but so we had the bikes for the show, for the main opening night stage show, and it was at like a resort or something. Well, we take the bikes out for a ride, and they had this it looked like an old Indian,
Yeah.
And I'm on like a sport bike or something. There's probably one of each of them in the United States for this stage show.
Yeah.
Dude, he's jumping this Indian, and I'm watching the fenders and shit almost fall off. And we're burning out, doing all this stuff, and then it's we come back and there was dirt under the fenders and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
Jimmy's like, oh shit, I gotta get this stuff cleaned up, man.
Peace.
And then it's that night was the new models.
Yeah.
All the bikes and new models.
Broken into the parking lot by Jim Hawley. Yeah, he's.
I'd fly the girls in from LA, boy.
Yeah, Jimmy, legend.
Oh man. Hey, did you go to the Yamaha 50th anniversary at Mandalay?
No, I never went.
So they had the old school Yamaha edition 450. There was only one of them. It was up on the stage, okay? And all the Yamaha champions were there that night. They had Huey Lewis played,
Yeah, I heard.
the B-52s. They on each side of the stage, they had these light boxes that dancers were in and stuff, right? I don't remember if it was Momola or Brock Glover or somebody. Huey Lewis is playing on stage. They start this 450 up, and somebody takes it off the stand, and they're doing a burnout on this thing as the band's playing. And then I look over, and there's this light box, right? So you could kind of see a silhouette of somebody dancing. And it was Ricky Johnson, so he had a beer in his hand. He's like this, and he's going, yeah, man, like this. And I'm standing there with Keith McCarty, and everybody's I would get pretty loose, but I'm these guys, Momola. Once Randy Mamola's there, it's
on. Yeah.
Dude, Glover, all those guys, RJ, I was those are my heroes. Oh my God, this is the best night ever.
We had a guy call in a few weeks ago. He said, I got a Jimmy Hawley story. Austin, Texas, 93. I went to a strip club with Jimmy, and he ruled that place. I'm like, yeah, sounds about right, man. Sounds about right. And the crazy thing is Hawley doesn't drink. Hawley does not drink alcohol. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to – my stories will end there because that's at the door. You got to check all those stories.
All right. Is that it?
One more from WizKid823 for Phil. What local or amateur national track from your era that's no longer open would you want to ride most today?
Bing. He's going to say Binghamton.
Yeah, Binghamton. It's still open. But
it is?
It's not like what it used to be. Yeah, but Binghamton in its prime.
It was gnarly. It was so good.
Yeah, it was good.
I hated that place as a mechanic. My bike would get fucking hammered. The rocks just would eat up the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Too. Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
Great track.
All right.
Yeah, it was fun. It was so dynamic. And just
Motorsport.com. Tweet a Tallon segment. Hey, Brian Stone, Edward Jones, financial advisor Brian Stone, is on the show. 816-761-4066. A member SIPC. And check out Brian Stone. He'll work to build a complete picture of your financial life, Phil, including your unique goals and passions, so he can help you achieve what's most important to you. Brian Stone. He can take your money. He can make your money work for you, Phil.
How much does he take?
I don't know. He's smart. I don't know. Take all of it, whatever.
You don't use them?
I don't use them, no.
Huh.
But we've talked about using it.
Yeah.
All my money's in Vanguard, so I don't really know I don't do anything. I just leave it.
There you go.
I just leave it. Hopefully Donald grows it. Not
Right?
doing such a good job right now, Phil.
Not recently.
Just throwing it out there.
Hey,
give it a chance.
Okay, I'll
give it a
give.
chance.
We have no choice but to give it a chance.
No, just buy some more. Buy. 'Cause
Okay.
eventually it's going to go back up,
Well,
Stevie
that's what
boy.
they say.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing that. And motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Renthal, Race Tech, a Chair Beast, Firepower, Maxima, Renegade Race Fuels, OGO Power Sports, Atlas Neck Brace. Check out the new Atlas boot. It's $200 retail. Really, really good boot. Used by none other than Ryan, the new Flockhart. Guts Racing, seats foam, Cardo Systems, seat covers, Works Connection, PulpMX 20 to save at Works Connection. Love those guys. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, WUSA, Get Data, Wiseco, Fox Factory Vehicles, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Luxon, Ethica, Troll Training as well. We're working on a troll training show.
I just saw that pop up right there.
Yeah, Alex Martin's doing troll trainings, doing good things, working with Jason Anderson and amateurs and vets, and we're going to try to get Troll in here with you next time.
You're the one that needs the training from what I saw in the video.
I need dirt bike training. I cycle enough. Phil, I cycle all right.
Yeah, no. Steve actually, he rides a mountain bike very good. Way better
than a dirt bike.
Okay,
you might as well race your fucking e-bike.
It's an e-bike. It's an e-bike. Let's remember that. It's an e-bike.
No, I know, but if he rode his e-bike at Paula for the regional, guaranteed 4th place. He rides his Yamaha 450, we're fucked.
Oh, good times. Awesome. And ASV Emig ODI grip collab coming soon. Stay tuned for that. Before I go, real quickly, before we go, I want to thank Justin Cooper, Seth Hammaker for coming on the show, Jason Thomas as well, of course. I had a buddy up in Winnipeg, Canada. Some of the people in America may know him. A guy named Lawrence Ham. He used to race Canadian Nationals back in the day. He lost his battle with brain cancer on yesterday, Saturday or Sunday, and he fought it hard. Great dude. He kind of been talking to him a little bit. He knew the end was coming. He fought it hard, like I said. He was a great dude. Yeah, man, I know he's a fan of the show. I saw him. He came to a Millville Ride Day a couple years ago. I saw him in St. Louis a couple years ago as well. Condolences to wife and daughters, and yeah, we're gonna miss you, Lawrence. So yeah, I grew up with you, raced against him, and a great guy. So R.I.P. to LHR, and yeah, man, bummer deal, but at least he, when you just talk to somebody, he had a great attitude. As great of attitude as you could have, knowing that you didn't have a lot of time.
Can't imagine.
No.
No, it's really like just as you were talking about that. It's like what would you if they said, okay, 3 months or a month or whatever the case, and they're going, yep, like there's no turning back from this. Like this is gonna happen. And like, what would you, how would you reflect on your life, and what would you do with the time that you had left? I mean,
and they gave
because we just think about we just take you take tomorrow for granted,
For sure.
And when you hear that story, especially us being a little bit older now, it's like,
yeah, they gave him 6 months to a year at the time. It was the brain tumor that grows at the base of your brain, and he fought it for 3 years. So he knew he was on borrowed time. But he lived. He went to the races. He took his girls around riding, all that stuff. So, yeah, gonna miss you, Lawrence. And I have some funny stories from him, and I'll always remember those. So, awesome. Thanks, Phil. Thank you for coming in.
Thanks for
Appreciate
having
it
me.
as always.
Always.
Good job.
Good.
Thanks, Emig.
You betcha.
Awesome. You texted me yesterday. I was like, oh shit, you want to come in the studio again? The first time you came in, people loved it. So
good.
I appreciate you coming
hopefully
again.
I put on a good performance, and I won't get smoked on social media.
Yeah. The cat on the keyboards right now.
You fucked Ricky, dude. You fucked Ricky.
Yeah.
Sounds gay.
Thanks for coming in again, Phil, as always. Thanks to Swisscore, Kellen Brower as well, Pookie, of course. Tallon, awesome job tonight.
Thank you, Steve.
Great job.
I know.
Yep. Marks?
Just give it to me.
Not bad. Not bad, buddy.
Confident individuals.
Not bad.
I'll take it.
But Marks, the best news, you're here all night. We're off next week.
That is great. No, that's terrible. That's great news.
It's great news. We're no show next week because there's no race. We're taking a Monday off. But as always, use the codes to help us out. We'd appreciate it. Jeff Emig, great having you here. Phil Nicoletti, of course, as well. And thanks to our guests. Thanks to the watchers. Thanks to the listeners. And I'm Steve Matthes. See you next week. I go to all the places. I try all the cock.
Not next week.
Something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean, I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.